Hello, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of the Real World Summit here at Token2049 Singapore. My name is Larry, head of business development at IoTeX, and we have a really exciting set of keynotes, panels, and presentations for you today. For those that don't know, we're holding these real-world events all over the world, and we're so excited to be back in Singapore for our flagship event. And this year, we're going bigger than ever with this 2-day event. We've done these in Tokyo, Seoul, Hong Kong, Berlin, Paris, Denver, San Francisco, and more. And a lot has happened since the last time we were in Singapore last year. Bitcoin and Ethereum launched their ETFs. Bitcoin price reached an all-time high. And most importantly, the DePIN sector has captivated the masses and is now the hottest topic in crypto. So we're ecstatic to bring the best DePIN builders, investors, and users together once again to drive forward and evangelize the DePIN sector. So before we get started, a few housekeeping items. I just want to share an overview of our venue and our program for today. You're in the Town Hall main stage room now, where we're going to be having all of our panels, presentations, and keynotes. But we encourage you to check out the other rooms as well. We have a village stage workshop room where we're going to have workshops from companies like The Graph. We have the DePIN Mall showcase room where you can experience some DePIN devices firsthand and talk to some of the great companies that are building on IoTeX. And we have a media room and a VIP room and speaker room if those apply to you as well. So today, yesterday we focused a lot on some of the up-and-coming DePIN projects, especially those that are building on IoTeX. But today we have a lot of heavy hitters in the room. We have an amazing fireside chat with R3al, co-founder of IoTeX, and Polygon co-founder Sandeep later in the day. We've got keynotes from Borderless Capital and 1KX, some of the top VCs in the space. But today we're going to kick things off with a fireside chat with Dylan from Messari moderating, Mahesh, co-founder of Escape Velocity Ventures, and R3al, co-founder of IoTeX. So let's give everybody a warm welcome to kick off day 2 of the Real World Summit.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Dylan. I'm a research analyst at Messari. Topic of the conversation today is hard asset tokenization is the real trillion-dollar opportunity. We are joined here by R3al from IoTeX, co-founder and CEO, and Mahesh from Escape Velocity Ventures, which he co-founded as a partner. And we'll just get right into it. So what I want to start with is what kind of got you guys into DePIN, what previously in your careers kind of either in terms of insights or experiences led you to identifying DePIN as a promising sector, and what's kind of like your vision for the potential of DePIN.
Cool. Maybe I'll kick it off. Thank you guys so much for being here, and thanks so much, Dylan, for the intro. It's no secret that I am a massive DePIN bull, and I think this sector is probably one of the most interesting sets of innovations that have existed for a very long time. I'm the founder of Escape Velocity. It's an early-stage investment firm almost entirely focused on investing in DePIN and in ideas that are really transforming the way people interact with the physical world. My background, just very quickly, was traditional finance. I was at Goldman Sachs for a couple of years, and then I was working in private equity at a firm called Apollo. Very interesting moment that I came into my seat. It was like really at the start of COVID, and I was focused on investing in infrastructure. I was focused on telecom, energy, satellites, areas that were really foundational to what ended up becoming DePIN. And one of the things that I was sort of noticing just in my job working every day was, as a result of COVID, there was this massive leverage cycle where all of the big companies in infrastructure just took on huge amounts of debt to get through the COVID crisis, to deal with client issues, to deal with the fact that they had to deliver a high quality level of service, even when, you know, the fact was there might not have been usage. And so it became very clear to me that like balance sheets were getting over levered. The industries themselves didn't look poised to maybe build out the next generation of whatever their infrastructure needed to be. In telecom going from 4G to 5G, in energy moving to programmable grids. And you know, that's when I found Helium pretty early, was a contributor to their DAO, helping them run their grants program. It was almost moonlighting, you know, doing my job from 9 to midnight and then from midnight to 4 a.m. doing the Helium stuff. But fell down the rabbit hole there and just got really red-pilled on the idea of crowdsourcing supply chains. The idea that you could empower people, everyday people, anyone, to put a router in their window or to contribute a basic unit of labor and earn some sort of value for creating value. I'm a big believer that the barriers that we erect to allowing people to create value for themselves are stupid. Like, I don't know why it's hard for someone, if they have a skill set, to find an opportunity in which to apply that skill set. And so that was sort of a couple of the fundamental things that I saw in Deepin that were really differentiated from anything else in the world, which was you could build with your friends or with strangers on the internet and actually take advantage of the long tail of people in the world and their expertise. You could build things that were physical and actually disintermediated some of the biggest companies in the world that, because of this leverage cycle, were really fundamentally stuck. And lastly, you could own a piece of infrastructure that powers people's everyday lives. I mean, this is an opportunity that's only ever been available to governments or the biggest companies of the world. And you know, this movement, if it works, will put people on the same footing as governments. And candidly, I think governments are getting a little bit too big, and this is something that we should be pushing towards. People need to be empowered to be able to make their decisions, and I think Deepin is just a radical expansion of agency at the person level to be able to create for themselves in a way that actually generates value.
Yeah, that totally makes sense, man. For us, right? So IoTeX, we are like a day one players in the Deepin space. You know, maybe you cannot believe, but Deepin has already been like a third attempt in terms of like how the IoT blockchain should work. So we started back in the year of 2017, and you know, always working around this IoT blockchain stuff. The first attempt that people had at that time was like a micropayment, right? So we're thinking about, oh, blockchain is so cool, let's use it for micropayment among devices. Apparently, that is a failure. And then the second attempt is around the privacy. The people is talking about, oh, blockchain is so cool. Let's use the blockchain to protect like a data privacy for your IoT devices at home, right? So that's another kind of attempt, like, you know, we try together, Anoop. So yeah, so this is not too successful, and Deepin has been like coming out around the 2022, 2023, about the same time we call something called like a machine fi. It's basically using the token as an incentive layer, try to kind of bootstrap this sort of a share economy stuff. So far, I think we're on the right track right now. So we're having like more people, builders, investors actually getting into Deepin. So it has been very successful so far, right? So my personal background, so yeah, PhD in cryptography from U Waterloo, and spent 5 years in Google for infra and you know, leading team for cloud products. Then spent like 2 years at Uber leading the security and privacy at Uber in hypergrowth stage. So that's, you know, kind of where I built up my belief into Deepin, because you know, I witnessed like how Uber coming from nothing into a sort of like $1 billion company or $1 trillion company per se, right? So they are just trying to matchmaking like a demand side with the supply side in a very P2P fashion. That's exactly what we do in the Deepin space. So that's why we have been, you know, here and working hard.
Yeah, Deepin's a new term, but you know, the OGs like R3al have been working at places like Uber for years, which could be considered Gen 1 or Gen 2 Deepin. And you know, the design space is just increasing because of tokens and the use of token incentives. But this idea has been around for a really long time, and even in the Web 2 world has already created a lot of value.
Thank you. Want to ask more, looking at crypto more broadly, what about the Deepin sector makes it stand out from an investor's perspective? How does the opportunity compare to DeFi or L1s, L2s, the rest of crypto? And directed Mahesh, what's kind of like your framework of thinking about investing in Deepin?
It's a lot of questions. I'll try to hit all of them. You know, at a fundamental level, the thing that excited us about Deepin was actually the unit economics. I came from a PE background. I know it's kind of boring, but just this idea that, you know, you could push and crowdsource the supply chain associated with building complex, robust, expensive infrastructure networks out to everyday people that are able to earn an ROI for being able to do that, you know, was a fundamental idea that I thought was really differentiated in the world. It didn't exist anywhere. The Ubers and Airbnbs of the world toyed around with this idea a little bit of allowing everyday people to contribute their infrastructure and actually get paid to do it. But there was a missing element, I thought, which was ownership, which was at the end of the day, if you're contributing to a network, if you're an early contributor to a network and you do a big job of like helping them actually get to scale, you should probably be rewarded in some sort of way for that. One of the things that I found really interesting about Deepin fundamentally was it was this creative financing mechanism where, you know, you give people tokens for providing a service. If you're running your business well, they'll hold your tokens because they believe in what you're doing. If you're running it poorly, they'll sell them and your business goes to shit. And candidly, it's this like market-based real-time check to make sure your governance is working in a way that's productive and creating value for people. So I think this dynamic of the unit economics plus just this novel form of governance, plus candidly just like the social implications of, you know, people owning their infrastructure, people being able to create with low barriers to entry, and really just jumping into the space day one, not having to go through registration processes at scale and just contributing value. I think in this world that's getting more hyper-financialized and more instantaneous, it was sort of the matching function on the labor side that didn't exist today. So all of these things made us super excited about Deepin. Now to the question of where we've invested and where we're excited about investing, we've taken a little bit more of a real world approach to it in terms of trying to understand what a lot of the traditional businesses are that provide services today across infrastructure. What they were doing, we thought, incorrectly or inefficiently, and trying to figure out how Deepin solutions can kind of fill that gap. And so, you know, early projects like Helium, I think, did an amazing job at evangelizing it because it's pretty obvious how their business model betters kind of what already exists, whether it's the crowdsourcing of CapEx, whether it's the outsourcing of spectrum costs, whether it's like the actual delivery of the product, which, you know, when you think about a transition from 4G to 5G, you need far more density in your network, wasn't something that telecom networks were going to be able to do themselves. So a combination of these three factors of unit economics, governance, and just consumer product that was better tied to what the world was becoming, I think made me believe that this sector could produce some really interesting outcomes. I mean, candidly, it's still a little bit early. On a price basis, you might think Deepin is wildly successful, but I still see it really in its germination period. I think a lot of the ideas that exist in the market today are really important primitives that will go on to, you know, become foundational parts of these massive networks. And a lot of the networks that are getting to scale right now that provide some of the modular infrastructure, you need to really get that off the ground, are the first step of that. But candidly, I see this as a 30, 40-year movement that we are in the earliest stages of, and I'm very excited to be investing for all 40 years of that. So, you know, just to summarize very quickly, it's really those three factors around unit economics, governance, and just the opportunity set of building a different kind of business that as a 28-year-old working in private equity and hating my job, it was so fucking interesting to just jump into. And I'm so happy I did. It's the best decision I ever made.
Yeah, Rollin, obviously you've been in the space for a while. Why build infra for Deepin? What excites you about it compared to other parts of crypto, whether that's DeFi or base infrastructure?
Yeah, that's a good question. So that's exactly I'm going to talk about next in my keynote, right? So it's about like making Deepin buildable and usable. So buildable first, right? So for now, I'm sure like Mahesh knows, we work with like so many like Deepin teams and developers. Of course, like the one big pain point in the ass is such like, you know, build like a Deepin is super hard. So you have to understand like the hardware, the firmware, the communication between device to the server. Then, you know, like a smart contract, web app development, and mobile app, so on and so forth, right? So how could like a lean team do that, right? They cannot. That means you as a team, you have to have like a specialist in all those areas. You have to spend a lot of money to start, to be honest, right? It's not easy. And also the building cycle is really long. Each building takes, you know, look at all the Deepin players here, right? At least they have been like building the space for 6 months or even 1 year without like, you know, even a product yet. Why is that so slow? Because its tech stack is too big and too hard. So that's why we do think for now, so we are kind of threadedly trying out different ideas in Deepin in a very slow motion. So the reason IoTeX, we're building this like an infra, like the shared kind of common layer for all the Deepin builders, is we want to accelerate the process. Also make your investment more efficient, to be honest, right? You don't have to invest into, a lot of money into just one team, so you can spread out your capital among so many ideas. Eventually, so one of the key ideas will win, and I'm totally, trusted and believe in this. So IoTeX, starting from early this year, so we're talking about this IoTeX 2.0 stuff. It's mostly around how can we convert our experience and the insights in the Deepin into something like a tangible for developers, so they can use sort of like a Google Cloud, right? So use the GCS, use GCP, whatever. So it's very easy, low barrier to entry. So that's the whole reason.
I want to talk about supporting Deepin founders. Obviously, Deepin's kind of at this intersection of infrastructure and crypto, needs some level of expertise in both fields. We're seeing infra founders come into crypto, and we're seeing crypto founders coming to infra to build Deepin solutions. How do you guys think about evaluating founders and supporting founders, both coming from crypto to infrastructure and infrastructure to crypto?
Yeah, maybe I'll start. I think it's about knowing what you don't know. And candidly, Sal's my co-founder, have some degree of a technical background, but there's no fucking world in which we're competing with Rollin on information and knowledge. So I think what we really stick to is this idea of comparative advantage. Naval has this really interesting idea that there's multiple forms of leverage. It's one of Connor's favorite ideas. And one of them that I think is underestimated is media at the end of the day. I think there's this very interesting effect that has been created by the internet where high quality content can be infinitely replicated at zero cost. And for that reason, it's this underlying form of leverage that works for you while you sleep. So how do we help founders in the ecosystem in the space? We try to be very honest about what we don't know and try to help fill their gaps in terms of maybe what doesn't come naturally to them. So we're trying to build this whole platform out with some media, some infrastructure, but the goal is for it to generally be a public infrastructure platform. It's to provide value to founders. It's to fill some of these gaps that maybe aren't obvious to someone who, whether they have an infrastructure background or a cryptography background, probably don't have a public speaking background. So getting them comfortable with ideas like that is something that we're fundamentally trying to do from day one. We use our podcast to try to get ideas into the market, try to help people with, I think about crypto fit as being two stages, where you have network community fit first, where your protocol finds the community that's going to build a bunch of cool products, and then you have product market fit of taking those products to market and finding a bunch of customers. We really try to use our media to help founders at both stages of that. Whether it's network community fit, maybe that's simply writing and podcasting and getting an idea distributed well enough that other people are interested and want to build something with your product. We've done that with a couple companies so far. Then on the product market fit side, it's a lot more about the story of how do you get a customer interested in the product that you're trying to use. Sometimes, cryptography founders, infrastructure founders in particular, they're used to big government-driven sales cycles where you're, in a sales cycle for a year before you get a contract. They're maybe not as attuned to the idea that you just kind of have to always be selling. And so that's where we really try to add value. On the media side, getting people to market, helping them tell stories. On the platform side of really getting ideas understood in the mainstream to make it easy for them to pitch and to create content that will work for founders in their sleep as a form of leverage to help them, find visibility and get traction. Because, one of the interesting things in crypto world versus the traditional world is attention makes a big difference because attention drives usage.
Yeah, so we have a incubator. It's called DePIN Serve. Starting from last year, we actually incubated and invested and granted a 30-ish early-stage DePIN projects since last year. And the interesting thing we saw over there is DePIN founders are very divided. So some of them coming from a purely Web2 background, right? So they are very focused on energy or a 5G or things like that. They really don't understand the crypto play, especially the bull bear cycle. So they're kind of knows half of the answer, and another sort of like half of the crypto founders, so they're coming from crypto, so they understand like the token play and how we do the marketing, attention, so on and so forth. But they really like don't drill down into like a specific verticals well enough. So we see so many things like this, and we're kind of being like a middleman together with like a UV3 guys, trying to pushing the crypto people, trying to understand more about how the real world works, how the traditional startup like a PMF, right, like this build, measure, learn cycle, how this works. While we're also helping like the Web2 founders to do more crypto on the side. For example, we have something called DePIN scan. It's such a public good. It's just trying to explode or like expose all the early stage DePIN projects, how many numbers the devices have, how many like tractions, tractions you have. Are you going to launch your device, selling your device? Are you going to have more liquidity, liquidity actually for a token? So we're kind of putting all the things as a self-serving product. So those founders will have an easier life to do things like this. Of course, on the side, we do events like this. It's trying to bring together all the founders, trying to talk about it. If you're too Web2, maybe you should learn more about token. If you're too token side, maybe you should talk more about like the real business.
Great. I want to talk more about building real businesses with Deepin. So currently, Deepin as a whole generates around 20 million in annual revenues. The whole sector has around a 20 billion or so market cap. Wanted to ask, how do Deepin protocols grow their revenue and start building real businesses, and kind of what's the path forward to that?
Yeah, maybe I'll start again. It's a bit of a general question because they're already doing that. I think the question largely is, now that we have a good understanding of how to build supply sides out, we have a good understanding of how to use tokenomics in order to drive outcomes and incentivize people in the right ways to do certain actions. The experimentation that's going on has largely been on the demand side of trying to figure out what the actual product offering is that will generate the revenue required to scale these things into their next stage of growth. And the answer is a little bit general, which is there are industries that are incredibly traditional where, I have a cell phone, I use my cell phone all the time, I rely on a very, very high level of consistency in my coverage, and therefore only a top quality product that's able to, if not match or beat that consistency, is going to be something I use. So, you could build a DY network and you could try to build this offload model, but the fact is that's not where consumers are today. So I think a big part of the experimentation in Deepin with the demand side has been the second stage of what I talked about. A lot of these protocols have found network community fit, but they haven't found product market fit. And that's always an experimentation project. Again, I keep coming back to the Helium guys just because I think they've done a good job with this experimentation, but also candidly admitting where things don't work. I don't know if y'all saw today, they sold their IoT business. They're not doing IoT at all anymore because candidly, the unit economics for them in particular didn't make sense because it wasn't their expertise nor their skill set. There are people that are specifically focused on IoT that understand those products that are far better served to go after that market. But the question then is, you have to create a revenue side that works. There are all these dynamics in the market that, with Web2 businesses already exist and you have to play into. As an example, even if Helium wanted to build an offload network, carriers aren't going to give them offload deals until they take them seriously. How do you get taken seriously? You get 200,000 customers on your phone plan. So there are these weird cycles where if you're playing Web 2 games, you have to understand how the Web 2 game is played. And I think for a lot of Deepin projects, that's maybe taken a little bit longer than they would have wanted. But by the same token, once they figure it out, they have these radical advantages on the cost side that allow them to hyperscale faster than anyone else. And I would argue that Deepin projects over the next year are really finding that level of fit. Now, there's another type of business that's just an altogether new type of business, which doesn't have a Web 2 analog, that's just trying to create something that doesn't exist. IoTeX fits in that bucket. It's something that is new, novel infrastructure that doesn't exist, that's offering, a set of trade-offs that founders might not be used to. And those trade-offs could be extremely valuable. If they're extremely valuable, what does the revenue model look like? Also a process of experimentation. You can make money off attestations, you can make money off transactions, block space. There are all these different ways to monetize, but I almost separate between the Deepin ideas that are going after Web 2 business models where they have to fit their product into a narrow shape that already exists versus DePIN projects that are natively going after Web 3 ops where, you know, it might be a little bit more unclear how they get to revenue scale, but that path is going to be unique and differentiated to begin with, and they just have to experiment radically to get there.
Very true, actually. You know, the DePIN innovation is very polarized, right? So one group of people is actually, I think we saw a trend recently, it's called consumer DePIN. What does that mean is you're finding some sort of like a hardware that already works, like a watch, like a ring, you know, like a, I don't know, camera, whatever, already works in real life, right? Then you kind of starting your like a DePIN journey from that angle because the ring already, you know, people purchase and put on their fingers and pay for $5 per month. So of course you want to do this, you know, for DePIN. You maybe you have a token, so you can sell more rings, so create like a more revenues on top of that. So this is along with like an existent sort of like a consumer behavior. I think there are some projects that are pursuing that. But you know, to me personally, more interesting is actually like the later one you're talking about, like the new things that doesn't exist right now, right? DePIN can enable. For example, like Helium 5G. So they started by being this consumer DePIN by providing like a 5G coverage for everybody. Now I feel like they are kind of like recently optimize themselves into handling over what's it called, like the offload, right? Like offloader kind of services for big telecom companies. What that means is, for example, AT&T, they don't have local coverage maybe here in this hotel, so Helium hotspot can actually provide coverage instead of, you know, kind of covering all the like a United States territory. So this is something I think very interesting to be seen in the DePIN. That's like a true innovation that doesn't exist in the Web 2. So that's the things I think we are having like a big kind of bet on.
Want to turn, recently on Twitter, there's a debate on more physical DePINs having more challenges to scale and being less decentralized than less physical. So for example, file storage or compute networks, easier to computationally verify that work's done versus more energy DePIN, where there's more centralized verification and potentially humans doing auditing. I wanted to hear what's your guys' perspective on the trade-offs between high P versus low P protocols, and especially from like an investor's standpoint. Yeah, could you shed some light on that?
Yeah, I don't know if you guys watch American sports. You know, ESPN does this thing sometimes where they have like 4 different sports commentators on at the same time, and they just literally shout at each other for half an hour, and you have no fucking clue what anyone is talking about. They're literally just there to like LARP as much as they can and be as loud as they can. Candidly, sometimes that's how I feel crypto Twitter is, because I don't think people are really disagreeing with each other. Like, this is the thing. The context here was Hasib, who's the founder of Dragonfly, made this post on Twitter saying that, you know, projects that have a high level of physicality are harder to invest in because there is a higher capex and coordination burden associated with building them and then monetizing them. And then within 6 hours, maybe 150 different VCs had responded, as the kind of thing where timeline was just completely covered. All sorts of takes, but generally agreeing on a couple of points, which is that, you know, coordination intensity can drive high barriers to entry if it's high. So I'm not going to talk about generally whether I think one side or the other is right. I'm just going to try to summarize what I think some of the macro takeaways are. So the P in DePIN can be hard to monetize because it's complex, which makes it easier to put a small amount of capital to work and build something. But the other side of it is, you know, the companies with a high level of physicality have extremely high barriers to entry, because how are you going to compete with 1 million nodes that are out there already? You could vampire attack them, but it's not like even DeFi where like the money just moves from one protocol to another. There's like a physical aspect of like unplugging these things, buying new devices, waiting for the new device to ship. So I think that argument misses a bit of the nuance, which is that both of these models will work. It's just a question of how they use the physicality to bootstrap high barriers to entry and high switching costs, which leads suppliers and contributors to the network to actually stay at these networks, right, as opposed to churning. I think the macro point that Hasib was making that's spot on, which is that there are so many DePIN projects today. When we started, we were mapping 20. Through DePIN Ninja today, we mapped like 2,000. A lot of them have a huge physical component. A lot of them, candidly, will never be real businesses because the barriers to entry to forking someone's source code and setting up something new is not that high at the end of the day. And so the place that will see the most washout over the next couple of years will probably be the P's in DePIN, because not only do they have the barrier of getting like the technology to scale, but they also have to figure out the hardware complexity. And I don't think a lot of them will. That said, the people that I think figured the P part out, whether it's telecom networks, energy networks, IoT networks, mapping networks even, I think will have this higher barrier to entry that makes it very, very hard for anyone to genuinely come into the space and compete with them on cost. And so that's how I would draw the distinction, which is that there are projects for which physicality is a massive boon. There are projects for which physicality is a massive detriment. And I think the VCs are right, which is the shakeout will probably be on the side where physicality is a detriment. But I don't want to miss that the biggest companies in DePIN, the best companies in DePIN, are the ones that figure out how to use both in lockstep.
I feel the same. Actually, so we are a very big advocate to have more P in DePIN, means like more physical devices, while avoiding into getting into this consumerism actually in DePIN, meaning like have like too many devices. So we have like two people actually on our team. They are very passionate about DePIN, Connor and Andrew. So they are actually participating into all sorts of DePIN projects. Maybe they have like 10 routers, 20 dash cams, 30 watches, so on and so forth, right? So that's kind of getting into like a consumerism of like the DePIN. That's kind of like an overkill to me. But we do think like the real innovation in DePIN actually coming from like a new physical devices, because it's like you said, we have like a very hard bar to the entry. That means like a moat for your business. So if you're making something work, for example, like the weather, the new Bila, so they're doing like a weather station in a very like a creative way, right? So if they make it work, that means like their competitors is really hard to get into the space. So this is just example. And also having more Ps means like you're getting like some upfront revenues by selling devices at the very beginning of your business. That's also a good thing, right? So the more creative your hardware is, or like a more useful your hardware is, that means like you have a like higher margin for your sales. That means you're getting like a more kind of income capital besides your like a venture raising. So this is almost a very good stuff. So that's why we do think like more P is good.
Dylan, I'm going to turn it over to you. What do you think?
We're actually running low on time, so I do need to skip that. Unfortunately,
you need more tea, right?
I'll address it in my keynote that's coming up in a bit. However, just to wrap up, could you speak to some of like the largest challenges you see in DePIN? And what potential solutions you see to those problems?
Yeah, I mean, look, DePIN is so early that, like, candidly, the list of challenges would go off any page, probably multiple pages. And that's not a bad thing. That's true of any early industry where people are experimenting at a fundamental level in order to try new ways to build things that are valuable. And that experimentation process of introducing these kinds of ideas to society, they're always going to have their ups and downs. And, candidly now feels like a particularly tough moment because it almost feels like regulation is massively against us too. It just adds this additional problem to the list that is so all-encompassing that people don't think about all the other problems. I think DePIN projects are going to have a lot of visibility in the next year. And the challenge that they're going to have is turning that visibility into usage through products that scale, and not only scale, but are sustainable in the value proposition that they build. I think one of the most amazing things about crypto and DePIN as a whole is like tokens become moats if they get big enough, because you can incentivize people to just do all sorts of things. And candidly, having a bought-in community of people doing real work, again, I go back to this point, it just has never existed in this form where you could coordinate so easily over the internet, use technologies to provide value to society and get value back for yourself on a short-term period. So I think the biggest problem DePIN projects will have is like turning these supply-side communities into real monetizable products. And candidly, I think even some of the early revenue models that we see today aren't going to scale into long-term revenue models. And managing those transitions could be very difficult. But I'm extremely bullish because at the end of the day, you know, there is a secular trend of cost advantage. There is a secular trend of creative governance, and governance tends to be what drives societal outcomes over time. And lastly, there's a secular trend of just smart as shit, motivated as hell entrepreneurs that are just pouring into this space, that are willing to take risks on an everyday basis. One of my favorite sound bites is like, unlike traditional industries, crypto doesn't get bailed out. If we fuck up, we deal with the consequences of fucking up. It's not like Lehman Brothers, well, I guess Lehman went under, but all the other ones got bailed out, like to the tune of hundreds of billions of dollars. And even Lehman got sold to a bunch of investment banks pretty much at cost. Like, that doesn't happen in crypto. If you go under, not only are you under, but regulators are on your ass. You're probably facing some sort of a regulatory regime on the back end. And most importantly, like, society is just so angry at you. There's no safety nets in these markets. And I think the result of that is people that are coming into them just fundamentally love risk. And I think people that fundamentally love risk and are incredibly motivated will create amazing things.
Yeah, so Deepin is a global movement, right? It's sort of like a democratizing like the technology along the capitals, along the way, right? In the past, any like the big corporations, so they have this capacity to do like a base station, to build a car, to do all those cool stuff. But now it's not like everybody, so we have the capability to do it. And we have the capability to make the world a better place by just supplying some wireless coverage here and there, trying to collect data, weather data, the road, you know, like a street view sort of data here and there. So I think it's a very interesting, like a global, like a movement. So if we go down the way, so a lot of like a structure of the society will be shifted into a very kind of dramatically different way. So that's kind of like the things I'm really eager to see. I'm always joking with my team, right? So whatever we do, like a modular infra, if we can help like a small team who's from Latin or like a, you know, African, those developing countries to setting up like a wireless connectivity for 500 people, that's a huge success to IoTexers, right? That means something to me personally a lot. In US, we're fine, you know, we have like a very good utility, Singapore here as well. Yeah, so definitely like a Deepin is a global movement and we're on the way.
Thank you guys so much. Round of applause for our guests.
Don't let Dylan forget in his keynote that he dodged my question. I want an answer to that.
All right. Thank you so much for the amazing insights on Deepin. We're going to get a quick picture with our pioneers of day 2 of Real World. For the next hour, we have some amazing keynotes from Dylan, from Rowland, and from Alvaro from Borderless Capital. So definitely stick around and grab all of this Deepin alpha. But to kick things off, we are going to start with Rowland Chai, co-founder of IoTeX, for a keynote. And he's going to be talking about IoTex's thesis on verifiability, unlocking composability. Let's give him a hand.
You've always been home to me. Feels like a dream.
All right, guys. Yeah. So like we spend a lot of time working on like the Deepin, right? So I think from the experience we have working with different like Deepin teams and developers, we are actually involved like improve like a Deepin thesis. So that's kind of like a new thing that we want to talk about. That's a new insights we gain from what we're working on. So that's called a verifiable DePIN. Okay, so Mahashi is away. No, now I can see this like you know, safely. It's like a DePIN is actually stagnated in the past year. If you think about it, right? If you look at all the projects in 2023 and all the projects in 2024, of course we're adding a few more logos on the charts, but not too many. Right, so ask yourself, who's as you know, big ones actually in 2024? Only a few, maybe 3 or 5. So that means like a Deepin, despite we have initial momentum, is kind of stagnated right now. So that's kind of what we're thinking about. And also looking at the chart as well is some, you know, the trading volumes, the price, the market cap, total market cap, as well as like a total devices in the past year. It doesn't move at all. It's always, you know, stay here for almost 12 months, more than 12 months. So that kind of gave us like a sense of what is going on here. Why are we not having more projects and builders and success on the Deepin? So after kind of sitting down and doing a lot of the kind of studies with the DePIN builders and teams, we have like witnessed 2 pain points in the DePIN right now for the growth, of course. The first one is DePIN is not buildable or not easily buildable per se. That means like as I was talking about earlier, right? So DePIN has a really big kind of tech stack, which leads to 2 implications. So one is any quality teams can build, and one is like they have a very slow like a build, measure, learn loop, which is usually like a startup do. That means like you building like a MVP and you tried it out. If your customers like it, you double down, right? If they don't like it, you kind of pivot a little bit. So this is called like a build, measure, learn loop. So like the complex tech stack, that means like these 2 things are getting really, really slow. That means like we're trying like new ideas really, really slow in a scale of like a maybe 3 year, 5 year, which is definitely like not something we wanted. So that's why for now, we don't have like a much success in the identification of the product and market fit, as we were talking about, which means like these investors and communities, so they are very disappointed, right? So how's it going? Why you guys are talking about the shit? Where is the real use cases for DePIN? Everybody's asking, I'm sure. That leads to like a less funding to the team. That means like even fewer teams have the capability to work on the DePIN, So that's kind of like a negative feedback loop we're seeing all the way. That's why kind of like a DePIN entirely is kind of died down a lot in the past years. And the second thing is like not usable as we're talking about. So DePIN for now is a very isolated kind of system, right? So we have so many DePIN projects, maybe DePIN A, DePIN B, DePIN C, all the way to, I don't know, X, Y, Z. And all of them are actually sitting isolated. They're not talking with each other. They're not kind of, exchange information or utility, anything with each other. They're just sitting there because they don't have like a verifiable like a state. They don't have a verifiable like a usability or data. So that's why like a DePIN still like have a very small kind of like a TAM, as you can see this little circle on the left-hand side. That means like they have no composability with other systems, where that's almost all innovation is coming from, compared to IoT 500 billion, crypto 2 trillion, like AI 10 trillion, so on and so forth. We're very, very small. So those 2 pain points leads to like a 2 series we have, for the DePIN growth, which are very interesting, by the way. So the first one is modularity, as I already like a chat about in this like a fireside chat. So this is not something like we invented, right? So if you look at like human history, so this pattern repeats so many times, in Web 1, Web 2, and now in DePIN. So in Web 2, so we have something called like an infrastructure as a service that almost mean like Google, Amazon. So they're just setting up the data center, they buy the bare metal machines, they put it together, getting everything to work. And then they have something kind of in the middle. It's called a platform as a service. So if you're a developer, so you should be familiar with Heroku, Google App Engine, things like this. So you don't have to like directly to work on the bare metal machine, but you have just like working on some level of abstraction, making your life a lot easier. So you can very much focus on the SaaS layer. That means Uber, Instagram, Spotify, everything like you use every day. Right? So in the DePIN, so exactly, so we have like a similar analogy here. So we have a P layer on the bottom of the entire stack. That's kind of like the things we're talking about, the device layer. And we are missing this modular infra in the middle. So that's why our verticalized application builders, so they have to do so much, kind of drill down into the infra, making everything work and scalable, which is not easy, like I said. So that's why we have like a 2.0, like a white paper launching a few weeks back, exactly talking about how we think this modular infra should be and what we should do. If you're interested, we have a QR code. You can just scan and read through. This is like a 100-page long white paper, so it's not easy to read through. But it's a lot of fun. So once we have this modular infra, so this feedback loop can be turned into something very positive. For example, so you can have a very lean teams to start, right? Maybe 2 to 3 person, pretty much like we did in DeFi. And they can have this very fast build, measure, learn loop. That means like we are trying so many things with a very kind of capital cost and in a parallel fashion. That means like more explorations, experiments that leads to the quick identification of the PMF. That means you have like a happy customer, you have a happy investor, happy customer, and you are changing the world, right? Which makes even like more funding goes to the smaller teams. That means more ideas gets like identified and also explored. So that's kind of like a series 1 we have. So the series 2 we have is like a verifiability actually leads to the TAM increase. What does that mean? So like I talk about, each of the DePIN right now, so they lack this verifiability. That means like they have a state or utility that never gets trusted by another system. And how could this composability become possible without trust, right? So that's why I drew this like an ugly thing, which is always living on top of my mind, how DePIN should work. If you think about DePIN W and DePIN A, so they should be able to exchange utility with each other. For example, if DePIN W is providing wireless coverage to the DePIN A, while DePIN A is providing energy to DePIN W. So that's a very interesting use case for both, right? That's how the entire economics works, starting from here. And then DePIN A, instead of having like a monolithic DePIN network, this itself can be sort of like a fractalized like a DePIN network, meaning it has like a local DePINs that kind of answers to the kind of umbrella like a DePIN network. And interestingly enough is DePIN can also work with DeFi systems. What does that mean is like a DePIN can actually collateralize its product revenue to even leverage more like stable coins to buy more devices to improve like a network coverage or utilization. That's an interesting one. And DePIN can also working with AI systems if everything gets verified. For example, like a data, compute power, and everything. So that's why this theory is called like verifiability actually leads to the increased TAM. If we can really have that, of course, like the TAM of DePIN will increase because we have this DePIN to DePIN composability, we have DePIN to AI composability, as well as we have this DePIN to and like a regionalized like a composability. So we're not just like a serialist, right? So they're not just living on paper. So we do have like a products, we have the technology and go for the implementation. That's why we say like a verifiable DePIN represents the next revolutionary stage for DePIN and properly us close to the Holy Grail. That's the whole thing like the IoTeX team has a strong belief into. So with this, I want to do like a 2 short announcement about like a 2 product launch we will have in October and November, driving us from DePIN more into the verifiable DePIN stage. Oh, this doesn't work from this. So the first thing we're going to launch in October is called IOID. So this is a world-first identity system. Of course, we leverage DID underneath to very specialized, designed, and also implemented for DePIN. So it enables verifiability across DePIN devices, users, and projects and networks. I don't want to spend too much time to explain how it works, on a high level. But for now, so we're experimenting or dry run this system with 2 DePIN projects, Network 3 and Cybercharge. So as you guys can see, so we started actually in August, that just within 2 weeks, we already wrap up to like 2,000 devices, which is amazing. So we plan to make it public in October. So that's why all the DePIN teams and builders, so they will be able to join like their devices to join IOID and enjoying all the verifiability this system can actually produce. So this is the first one. And another one is like a so long-awaited one. It's a web stream. So this one is like a world-first option compute protocol for DePIN verification. So we're kind of working on this system for already 2 years. Why it took that long? Because this is true innovation. So there is no such a thing actually living in the right now living in the world. Unlike you do a blockchain, we have so many reference implementations, right? You just take here and there, you have like a new blockchain. Layer 1 or layer 2, that doesn't matter, but this one is like a true innovation. So we're going to also launch this one in November-ish, before Christmas. If you don't know what is a web stream, let me turn this way. That is like the off-chain compute network. We want to have all the like data coming from devices to be computed and verified here. So as an application developer, so you will have like a high fidelity about the data coming from devices. What does that mean? Does your device provide utility it should provide, or does it do the job it's supposed to do? Is the data usable, authenticated? Can we just support data to an AI model so the AI model can train itself? Things like this. But entirely, like internally, this web stream protocol should be a kind of self-organizing, decentralized, permissionless, and anti-censorship network. That means no one, even U.S. government, right? So they just come here and says, shut down IoTeX. They cannot So that's the whole design about the web stream. That's why it took us so long, almost 2 years, to make it almost launchable right now. So personally, I'm so excited for that. And also we have environment blocks, so they are trying out this protocol right now. And for now, we think the result is the performance is very close to the production level. Okay, so with this tool, so we have IoTeX 2.0 actually launched a few weeks ago. We are kind of re-scope. What does IoTeX mean for the entire DePIN industry? So definitely we want to make DePIN more usable and buildable for everybody. All right, so I will just stop here. If you have more questions, if you want to talk with people, you can find like this shirt. All right, thank you guys.
All right, a lot of amazing announcements made from Rowland. Let's give him another round of applause. Awesome. Now we're going to hear from Dylan from Messari. He was playing the role of moderator earlier, but he has a lot of amazing insights to share through his research into Deepin and beyond. So let's give a hand to Dylan.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I am Dylan. I'm a research analyst at Messari, where I focus on Deepin. Topic of this conversation is delivering on the momentum and entering a new phase of Deepin, which I call Deepin Fall. So, Deepin market cap is now 21 billion. It's actually up 443% since this time last year, depending on how you define Deepin. As we can see, large appreciation across the top major Deepin protocols, largest being Helium at a 500% increase. BitTensor didn't even have a token last year, and most Deepins are up well over 100%. Okay. So also Deepin fundraising is up 437% so far in 2024 compared to all of 2023. So 334 million has been raised for early stage companies. 97 deals have been done. Just looking at 2023, we can see a massive difference, and even compared to 2022, I think we're well over double of what we were before. And we've seen some very large rounds in Deepin. IoTeX is actually the largest this year at 50 million, but we're also seeing it across the board. GPU compute networks like IO.net, Dawn, which we'll talk about later, decentralized fixed wireless broadband, Daylight Energy, decentralized energy. So Deepin projects are raising across the board in much larger volumes. So I kind of want to look at the evolution of Deepin. So this was Messari's sector map in January 2023. Just a handful of protocols. We'll notice some of the more recognizable logos like Filecoin, Akash, but not a lot happening. This was our Deepin map 6 months later. We're starting to see a lot more activity. The energy networks are growing. We're seeing more sensor networks. More happening across the board. Wouldn't say it's a massive industry yet, but it's definitely picking up steam. And this is our most recent Deepin map for September. So we're seeing energy networks triple. This is just an illustrative map. So there's actually hundreds of Deepins emerging. We're seeing tons of AI, ML, and inference networks coming out. We're seeing environmental sensor networks. More happening on the wireless front. We're seeing more primitives being built for Deepin. New emerging use cases in gaming, robotics. So we're basically seeing across the board, across a wide variety of industries, new Deepin projects emerging. We're also seeing a diversity in where these projects are built. So Solana is leading, followed closely by Ethereum, but we're also seeing the Deepin-specific L1s, IoTeX, and Peak get a lot of new projects, and then projects across the board from Polygon to Cosmos. So Deepin's being built everywhere. There's a massive uptick. Markets are up a lot, both in terms of fundraising and in terms of public token valuations. So I kind of want to answer why this is happening. I'm going to start with the theory and why I think DePIN is better than traditional physical infrastructure, what I call TradPi, for certain types of infrastructure deployment. So first, crowdsourced CapEx. So DePIN's able to leverage crowdsourced hardware. This eliminates the need for a single entity to raise capital for a network construction. Has superior unit economics, so you're able to distribute CapEx and OpEx among local infra providers. You have localized advantages. This leads to lower costs and more scalability. Global scalability is possible from day one. So DePINs can be built in parallel by participants distributed around the globe. This removes bottlenecks and allows quick expansion. Then looking at blockchain tech, we have automated backend infrastructure and composability, so we can leverage crypto payments, smart contracts, DeFi, and everything else that's been built in crypto, which reduces complexity and costs. And then permissionless censorship resistance, and this just basically eliminates reliance on centralized authorities and just allows anyone to contribute to the network. So what I want to do next is highlight a few of the rising sectors in DePIN, which I think are solving real-world problems that are tangible and creating real value from day one. The first is the wireless industry. So first looking at the mobile technology. So this generally takes place where an infra deployer acquires a hotspot. It's able to connect to a larger mobile network, and then everyone around him can connect to his hotspot without having to go directly to the carrier. So what this does is it lowers CapEx in terms of just having more efficiency of expanding the coverage of the network, and it outsources OpEx to hotspot operators, so no central company has to take care of anything. It offers significantly cheaper plans. So Helium Mobile is $20 a month compared to $60 to $160 for a conventional plan. That's roughly equivalent performance. And more importantly, I think it's disrupting complacent monopolies. So AT&T, Verizon, and T-Mobile comprise 99% of the United States' $300 billion annual revenue telecom industry. There's less innovation happening. They're very institutionalized, and I think DePIN can kind of shift things and move the industry forward. So examples are Helium Mobile, XNet, DABA, and Carrier One. Get a little bit more into the wireless industry. Since the 4G era, which is 2010 to 2020, we're seeing spending growth far exceed revenue growth. So before that, in the 3G era, it was profitable or roughly equivalent. It made sense for these large mobile and telecom companies to spend and expand networks and coverage. Now they're losing money oftentimes. They didn't necessarily foresee this. And as we continue building 5G networks and then go to 6G, they're less incentivized to expand coverage, which can reduce the potential of more advanced technologies in the future. And I think we need a more capital efficient solution to expand coverage. I think DePIN's very primed for this. So we can look at Helium Mobile. So they launched nationally in the US in December of 2023, and they've reached 100,000 signups in July. So what they do is they basically partner with T-Mobile. You pay $20 a month, you get full internet mobile access, and if they don't have coverage in an area, you fall back to T-Mobile's national coverage. They've already deployed 19,000 hotspots globally, and growth is continuing to go up. They also have an offload subscription platform where major carriers can basically shift coverage to Helium hotspots. So these carriers, subscribers don't even know they're using Helium, but it enables better coverage at a lower cost, and some of that value accrues to the Helium Mobile token owners. So we're seeing both growth in terms of expanding network coverage and taking on existing mobile carrier supply and demand. And I think the markets are starting to recognize that these are real fundamentals that are driving real value. So see, on July 15th, Helium Mobile surpassed 100,000 signups. And from there on, its price action's been diverging significantly from the crypto majors. So Helium's up over 100% over the last few months, whereas the crypto majors are down or flat. Another technology I want to highlight is fixed wireless. So fixed wireless broadband is basically, you have a bunch of smaller antennas distributed around and they emit internet bandwidth to each other. And what we're seeing with crypto is you can basically get a node operator to buy wholesale internet bandwidth at what's called an internet exchange or a data center, where internet's very cheap, like 50 cents for a gigabit of internet. And then they can basically pass on savings that big mobile carriers or big telecom companies don't provide. So telecom companies have a monopoly over internet markets and are basically charging 100 times more for what they pay for internet bandwidth to end users. And through this, we're starting to see a shift of internet ownership, infrastructure ownership from monopolies to households. And we're also able to offer multi-gigabit speeds through this with higher scalability than fiber optics due to the recent advancements in telecom tech. So yeah, just like looking at the major internet types, you have DSL, cable, satellite, 5G, fiber optic. Fiber optics historically been the best performant, but it has low scalability since you have to build physical cables. Fixed wireless is very scalable and less expensive, but there's line of sight issues and connectivity problems. That's recently changed due to changes of law in spectrum licensing from the FCC, as well as new advancements in point-to-multipoint technology. So now fixed wireless is able to offer high performance, high scalability, and it's much more suited to a decentralized network since anyone can go and buy basically antenna systems which they can deploy as nodes and run a fully decentralized system. So there's a big protocol called Dawn which really recently emerged. I won't go too deep into it, but I just want to show the general architecture. So you start at a big internet exchange from the big telecom companies. Bandwidth is transmitted to what's called a bandwidth node, which goes downstream to a distribution node and then to users. And this basically lets anyone buy a node, connect to the wholesale center, and bring internet all the way down to the end user. And this can offer 100 times cheaper internet. So instead of paying $70 a month, you can pay basically nothing as an end user. So it's basically making internet free. And we're already seeing real deployments. So Dawn hasn't fully launched yet. They're in testnet, but they already have bandwidth nodes at 4 distribution centers in the New York area, 240 distribution nodes, and this can cover an area for supplying 3 million people with internet potentially. Second sector I want to highlight is energy, which we call DGen for decentralized generative energy. So first big use case are virtual power plants. So these connect decentralized energy sources like solar panels and batteries through a cloud-based system, which it basically enables is balancing supply and demand for the grid. So if there's a shortage or surplus, the grid can better be stabilized through a decentralized market where you're selling power back or buying power from these virtual power plants. And this is a massive growing industry. Solar energy is now the cheapest source of energy. It's cheaper than fossil fuels. And it's going to be about a 300 to 400 billion market by 2030. So an example of this is Star Power Energy. They have 5K daily users, 13,000 devices activated. They've already scaled globally. And they're basically already collecting data basically better inform power grid providers and create like a robust virtual power plant. So you can see some of their plugs that they're selling. And the idea is that eventually solar panels will be implemented and it's going to be this global decentralized energy grid where the cheapest and most efficient energy distribution system can be created. This is another example of daylight energy. They have a mobile app. They basically go to your home, convert it to solar. You don't really know there's crypto going on in the background. And then they're basically connecting data and your energy to this virtual power plant. You get points. You can redeem them for Amazon gift cards. And they're basically building this very robust energy trading infrastructure, fully built on blockchain on the back end. Another vertical I want to look at is carbon credit production. So the voluntary carbon credit market, this is basically like Microsoft buying carbon credits to offset their CO2 emissions, projected to go to 50 to 100 billion a year by 2030. Carbon credit markets have historically had rampant fraud, accounting difficulties, low quality market infrastructure. What DePIN and crypto can do is provide carbon credit market infrastructure, incentivize deployment of CO2 reducing tech like solar panels. So here's kind of the projected growth. This could be a $100 billion industry according to Morgan Stanley by 2030. The compliance markets in Europe and California are very much larger, and there's also potential to tackle those. So there's massive demand here, and it's early, and I think crypto is better suited just because it has existing blockchain rails and there's no traditional market infrastructure that can support any kind of carbon credit system at scale right now. So there's this protocol called Glow. They're already deploying solar panels where they have this complex system of basically creating carbon credits from solar power production. They're ready to distribute it across the United States. They're just about to open up solar farms in India, soon in Argentina. So we're seeing real world adoption and real world solar deployment using DePIN and blockchain. Another example is Daylight. They're basically retiring carbon credits, partnering with ClimateDAO. It's a brand new initiative, but just kind of goes to show the real world impact. Third sector I want to highlight is compute. So we're seeing significant growth in demand for GPU compute due to the rise in AI. DePIN can lower the cost of compute by as much as 90%. Demand for AI compute, including energy costs, could exceed $7 trillion in value. And also, DePIN, crypto more broadly, can enable more decentralized control of AI models where big tech doesn't drive and can create all the AI models, and it's more distributed across the world. So the cost of training AI models is growing significantly. It's probably not very impactful to try and make it more efficient, and it really comes down to compute costs. So we need more NVIDIA chips, GPU chips, to basically supply the rise in AI. And if we look at the comparisons between DePIN provided compute and something like AWS, you can see a cost $1.50 per hour, I believe, for an NVIDIA A100 versus $5.12 for Amazon. So that's a massive price difference, fully enabled by decentralized compute networks, and it could definitely tackle a large market and help provide more compute. Here's one example. This is IO.net. They launched earlier this year. They claim to have 300,000 verified GPUs. So they basically are collecting GPU usage, idle usage across the world, and then deploying it across their network for much cheaper. And we're seeing dozens of these emerge. We'll see who the winners end up being, but it's definitely a real world use case that I think DePIN is really enabling. And then basically this compute is supplying the base layer for a full decentralized AI system. So you can see like Akash, IO.net in the top right, but there's all kinds of AI inference and training crypto projects, and all these can integrate together and kind of reduce reliance on bigger tech, at least in theory. But we have some of the smartest minds kind of working on these projects, especially in BitTensor, Jensen. So lots of potential here, and only really can happen through DePIN. I'll briefly highlight this. Also, cloud gaming, augmented reality. So we can leverage high-end idle gaming GPUs to stream games to more lower-end hardware. This can lower latency since the GPUs can be closer to the end user as well as cost. 39% of gamers cite latency as their top frustration in gaming. Global video game market's $347 billion. Most of the companies tackling this are very early stage, but it could definitely create a large impact and something to watch. I'm going to skip this for time. What I also want to do is we're obviously seeing a lot of momentum and real-world impact from Deepin. I wanted to highlight some of the challenges of Deepin and how we can overcome those and what the industry should really be focusing on given like all the momentum and attention going towards the industry. The first is Deepin needs more revenue. So the Deepin sector market cap to revenue multiple is about 1,000x right now. So $20 billion in market cap, 20 million in revenue. So we can see like a wide distribution of revenue to market cap multiples as high as the mid thousands to as low as 8.4 with Glow, which is the solar panel carbon credit project I was talking about earlier. And across the board, we just need to increase revenue, increase profitability. I think obviously a lot of these projects are early stage and they just need to grow both their supply sides and demand sides. This is an active issue that over time definitely needs to be resolved if Deepin's gonna be the first crypto sector to kind of grow based off fundamentals rather purely or mostly on narrative. Challenge 2 is decentralized verification for high P protocols. So if you were watching or in attendance for the fireside chat, this is basically what we were talking about. Hasib at Dragonfly had a tweet where he said, my rule of thumb for Deepin projects is the less P, the better. And what this basically means is the more physical a Deepin project is, there's higher verification costs, fraud rates, and higher centralization. And it's no longer really a DePIN if it's centralized, it's just a pin, and that's kind of the worst of both worlds. We're not getting the benefits of decentralization. And its point is verifying digital work computationally on things like storage networks and compute networks is much easier and scalable than for physical work. And that's broadly true. I think I want to clear up two things. One is, what does P mean? So I think if all of Deepin works and operates on very physical infrastructure, so storage and compute needs servers, it needs chips, solar needs solar panels, wireless needs antenna infrastructure. So everything in Deepin is physical. The question is more, how easy is it to do the computational verification of work and proof of resources? And I don't think necessarily what we think of higher P protocols are necessarily harder to do this for. So for example, Dawn, which is the fixed wireless network I was speaking about, they have a full system of proofs where basically you can verify that they have that a node has the bandwidth and the ability to transmit bandwidth is at the right location. And this can be done like pretty much fully computationally with no centralized verification. So it's a very decentralized system. It doesn't really have that higher P problem that Hasib was talking about. So here's a diagram. I won't get into the weeds, but it's fully computational and it's fully decentralized and it seems like a high P protocol, but it really isn't. This is the Dawn validator. You basically just download a Chrome extension and you can validate the Dawn network. If you know what Grass is, it works a bit like that. And I think it's basically not much more difficult than Filecoin or a GPU compute proof of work type validation. Second point I wanted to highlight is just because a Deepin protocol is harder to verify computationally doesn't mean that you can't do it in a decentralized way. So this is Glow's overall network architecture. It's fairly complex, but it basically involves in-person auditors going to solar farms, verifying that production was created, verifying that solar panels were installed correctly in the right places. You can use like space satellites to look at all this stuff. And what this does is increase the cost of verification. And it is more centralized, but it's still decentralized overall. I think the real question is it worthwhile to support these higher P protocols that might be harder to verify, but still create immense economic benefits and immense environmental benefits. And I think on a case-by-case basis, each system can design a verification method that is decentralized, even if it's cheaper and more complex. And I think it's for both venture capitalists and founders to kind of get in the weeds and figure all that out. Third challenge I want to highlight is supporting DePIN founders. So DePIN is cross-disciplinary. You need deep infrastructure knowledge in your vertical, whether that's energy or telecom. You need deep crypto knowledge. You have to understand how consensus mechanisms work, crypto economics, cryptography. Not a lot of people have both of those skill sets. So what we see is either infrastructure founders coming to crypto or crypto founders coming to infrastructure. And I think as an industry, we need to figure out how to best support these founders and bring in more talent to the industry. So that could be better education resources, more funding for DePIN, abstracting complexity away so that DePIN founders can solve specific problems, infra modules. I think IoTeX has a good approach to that. And just making it easier for DePIN founders to flourish. Challenge 4, bootstrapping supply and demand sides. So on the demand side, we often see DePIN successfully bootstrapping the supply side, so they have a bunch of resources to sell. But there's no demand or like a lack of substantive demand for the resource. And this especially happens with compute and storage DePINs, where developers might value having high quality customer service and integrations with AWS and GCP over directly having cheaper raw compute. They get more overall value from those integrations. And I think a good potential solution is just centralizing the demand side for these kind of protocols. So full decentralization on the supply side, while a Web2 company handles growing the demand side with marketing and operations and customer service. I think a new DePIN called Protea is doing this fairly well, where they basically provide an API for AI image generation, and then on the supply side, it's like a full DePIN that's decentralized. Then supply side constraints, this varies broadly across DePIN, but protocols just have to make sure that they can sustain an economically sustainable supply. So if it's too expensive to produce a resource or there's low barriers of entry for new DePINs, tokens might not accrue enough value, and that's going to disincentivize infra providers. So this is also an issue on GPU networks, where there's just a lot of networks entering the market. They're not all that differentiated at the moment. And then on like the wireless energy side, like things are very early, and these protocols have to make sure they find long-term financially attractive value accrual that makes sense for everyone. So finish up, we've obviously seen DePIN's market cap go up a ton. We've seen fundraising up. Both are up nearly 450% over the last year. DePIN is solving real problems across a wide range of industries, from energy to wireless internet. Crypto is also, I think, placing its hope on DePIN to finally deliver on the promise of blockchain tech and having real-world value and impact. However, DePIN faces a wide range of challenges and requires builders and industry leaders to put their heads down and execute and really deliver on the momentum. So I think this phase we're entering is what I call DePIN fall, and it's a time where DePIN needs to start executing as an industry and lay down the foundations for the future of both DePIN and crypto's growth. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much for the very comprehensive overview of the DePIN sector, Dylan. I'm sure Messari has a lot of reports that are available publicly online, so definitely check them out. Next, we have a very special presentation from one of the partners of Borderlands Capital. They've been investing in the DePIN sector and beyond for many, many years. And Alvaro is going to give a presentation called 1,000-year-old DePIN. So let's give Alvaro a big hand.
Feels like a dream. It's a beautiful world. You always been home to me. Feels like a dream.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Well, after this great presentation by Dylan, I hope that I can keep this up to the tone. First, introducing myself, I'm Alvaro Gracia. I'm the partner for the Deepin funds at Borderless, along with my colleague Sean. Borderless, we've done over 35 investments in Deepin. We've been investing in this category since 2018, and with dedicated funds since 2021. And we've been very, very close to the main Deepin protocols, and from which we've learned the best and the worst things to do. So at Borderless, and by the way, about me personally as well. So I'm an economist. Prior to joining Borderless, I was the head of investments at Telefonica, where I managed the corporate venture capital department. And yeah, and economics is one of the areas which I'm more interested in. So this fits very much with into how do we build Deepin protocols so that they could last 1,000 years, which is the topic of my keynote here. I already talked about this, right? And let me see if this works. Okay. So one of the key things that makes Deepin protocol truly long-term resistant is its ability to maximize dry powder or incentives, right? So in the case of Bitcoin, for example, if we look at token emissions are directed towards funding the machines that mine Bitcoin and that provide security, right? So at the current price, the amount of Bitcoin left to be mined would amount to around $74 billion. If we take a look at HNT, helium, that amount would be around 440 millions at the current price, with 24% of the supply to be mined. And other projects that are earlier, like later, like GeoNet, with 32% of their token supply, they could be able to give out around $25 million of incentives. So there's a key trend here. If you think about it, price, it's even more important than the amount of supply that is left to distribute, which is a key here, because there's basically two ways of maximizing the available resources. The first way would be to increase the token supply. And the problem with increasing token supply is that it dilutes the network ownership of early adopters, right? People that mine the token and that participated into the project early, they would get dilute. It goes against the crypto ethos, because since Bitcoin, most of the best crypto projects don't increase their token supply. It disincentivizes long-term holding, because those long-term holders would get diluted. And it causes also a terrible precedent, because it causes uncertainty on the market. Because if a project increases the token supply, the market won't know when they are going to do that again, right? So the best way, the chat way to do this would be to increase the price on the token. Increasing the price provides more rewards to early participants, incentivizes long-term holding, generates fear of missing out, ignites a positive feedback loop, which is very important, grows the community, and increases basically the dry powder that a Deepin protocol has. Now the question might be, okay, so we might agree that increasing price is more important than increasing, it's a better approach to increasing token supply. Now, why is this? Because basically there's a basic function here, right? Token price equals valuation divided by total supply of tokens, right? So if we want to increase the token supply, either we increase the valuation or we decrease the supply of tokens. Increasing the valuation means that the project must have better fundamentals, better marketing, more liquidity, more exchange listings, and potential growth discounted by the market, a higher TAM, or raised at a higher valuation by venture capitals, right? The other way to do this would be decreasing the supply of tokens. And the best way to do this is buyback and burn. So this is one of the main ways that we could achieve a decreased token supply. Staking is another way because it locks up, it long-term locks up tokens, and reducing the velocity of money is another one. Velocity of money would mean that for interacting with the protocol, we would need to hold the token for a longer term. So supply burns are another approach, but are rare to see, and lockups is very common to see. So basically, if we want to increase the token price of the protocol to maximize the available incentives that we have to build out a DePIN network, we must either increase the valuation or decrease the supply of tokens, or both at the same time, right? Now, token buyback and burn is the best mechanism for this because it basically does the two at the same time, right? When a protocol uses the revenue that it's generating to buy back the token in the market and then burn it, it's twofold. It's decreasing the supply of tokens, and it's also increasing its valuation as the token price fits in. Now, you might see a lot of criticism about token buyback and burn. There's comments around if the supply gets burned constantly, then we will run out of tokens. The answer to this is basically tokens are extremely divisible. The Bitcoin network could operate with only one Bitcoin and could maintain its same economics and the same incentives. But that Bitcoin would probably have to be worth $1.2 trillion, right? And that's possible because tokens are very divisible. So when we have buyback and burn operating, what we see is that the total supply of tokens gets reduced. And the key thing for that means that price needs to increase to maintain the equilibrium. But it's happening with Bitcoin, and it can happen with any other DePIN project. About regulations, that depends on the jurisdiction, obviously. What I'm talking about is economics. So that's a thing to figure out by the DePIN protocols. There's another comment saying that it's a waste of money, it's a waste of tokens to destroy them. But we have to think that whenever a protocol is buying back tokens and burning them, they are virtually transferring value from those tokens to the people that are holding the rest of the tokens. So if you burn $1 million worth of tokens from a DePIN protocol, you're basically transferring $1 million back to the rest of the tokens. That's important to understand because it means that you're incentivizing long-term holding. You're incentivizing all the holders around the token. Now, you might find also comments saying that certain degree of inflation on the token at perpetuity could fund a lot of interesting activities and initiatives. Yes, but most of the times, if you expand the token supply, what you find is that the token price would react in the opposite and even more. So the net effect is negative. Why? Because by expanding the token supply, for the same valuation as we saw in the formula before, the equilibrium price would be lower. But then you have to add on top of that the negative externalities of increasing inflation, which are uncertainty, lack of trust, lack of confidence. So all of that will cause more pain than what inflation would bring to the project. So overall, this destroys the token value. So these are some of the ideas that will make DePIN possible in the long run. And just to go back for a second, I think we are into something that is extremely big. It's the first tangible Web3 application. So there's many other, there's very few applications in Web3 that bring real world value into the Web3 realm. It's a breakthrough in capital formation. We already know that, right? As we saw with many DePIN projects, humans have found a new way to fund CapEx and to crowdsource the deployment of physical infrastructure. So that's an amazing innovation, and there's many projects that are leveraging that. It's the only vertical in Web3 where exogenous value is coming into this ecosystem, because it's bringing revenue from the real world and from unrelated industries into Web3. One of my favorite competitive advantages of DePIN is the high saturation level. If we think about it, other verticals like NFTs or DeFi, they have a point at which if the valuation of the projects goes beyond a point, or the capital into that vertical goes beyond that point, then it becomes unsustainable, right? It doesn't make sense, NFTs for hundreds of millions of dollars, right? So at that point is where typically we see a bear market coming in. With Deepin, we could see trillions of dollars flowing into Deepin protocols, and still the vertical wouldn't saturate, because the amount of capex and the amount of infrastructure that is needed around the world to provide connectivity to every human, mapping the entire world, and providing compute power to AI protocols. So the market is so large that the saturation level is just, we will probably never hit it, which means that there's room to grow in terms of valuations and number of projects at a very high scale. It's one of the very few also Web3 areas that is very institutionally attractive. Most institutions have a mandate around investing in infrastructure, and Deepin is a Web3 vertical that allows them to get exposure to that. And then, in my opinion, probably apart from gaming, which I'm not experienced in, Deepin is the only Web3 vertical that can achieve onboarding the next billion users into Web3. So that's why we are all here, and I hope that this contributes to creating a better framework for tokenomics in Deepin projects. Thank you.
Let's give one more round of applause for Alvaro. Thank you so much for the great presentation. All right, next we are going to have a demo from Drone Dash, who is working on the future of autonomous machines. So let's welcome them to the stage.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. How are you doing? Wow. Hi, I'd like to first begin to thank the organizers first, because we were slotted in very, very last minute, and I know they had to do a lot just to accommodate us. Thank you so much. I understand that they had to reprint a lot of paper, documents as well. Thank you so much. Okay, good afternoon again. My name is Paul. I'm the CEO of Drone Dash. So essentially what Drone Dash is, think of it as Uber for drones. Or in Asia, a Grab for drones. Okay, so we are very much a Web 2 company, but in order to scale, we are overlaying it with Web 3. So one of the key projects that we are working on today is RWA and also DePIN. Let me go into why we are doing RWA and why we are going to do DePIN as well. Okay, so essentially, like I said, everything that we do is very, very Web 2 based. So what we do today, we launch a platform called Drone Dash Connect. So Drone Dash Connect essentially is like a Uber platform. So what we do is that we connect services to pilots, to drone pilots essentially, right? And today we have a contract in Malaysia and also in Indonesia to do crop spraying. So what we do is that if you look at Malaysia, you know that Malaysia and Indonesia, they have the largest palm plantations in the world, okay? So if you look at the market size just for Malaysia and Indonesia, for crop spraying in palm plantation, you're looking at $50 billion a year. $50 billion a year just to do crop spraying in Malaysia and Indonesia. That is a huge market. So we have some contracts now, and in order for us to scale, we can't possibly buy 40,000 drones and hire 80,000 people. It's not possible. So that's the reason why we're embarking on what we call a RWA. So RWA will allow investors to come in to fund the acquisition of the drones, okay? And the pilots trained by us through our platform will be doing the job. So whatever revenue generated and profits generated goes back to the pilot and the investor. So we hear a lot about real-world asset tokenization and generating real-world profits. So essentially, this is a model that actually is generating profits for the investor. So what we're trying to do is that we're trying to scale. And that's the reason why we are adopting the Web3 model. Yeah, okay, can I just show you how the industrial drone looks like? Okay, can you play the video of the drone? So this is a plantation in Malaysia. So essentially the drone is actually flying, hovering, and doing spraying. We're spraying pesticides now for the client, right? So that's essentially what we're doing. We're doing spraying, and like I said, every drone that we RWA is tied to a contract. So when we get a contract, then we will RWA the equipment needed to support the contract. So why are we doing DePIN now as well? So DePIN, okay, anybody flown a drone here before? Anybody, never flown a drone before? Okay, so essentially what we need to do is that when you fly a drone, what you need to do first is to make sure that you are able to connect to the drone. Am I right? So if you're not able to connect to your drone, that means you cannot control the drone. If you cannot control the drone, essentially that means you cannot send a command to the drone. So that means to say that the drone is flying blind. So if you look at the areas that we fly, we are in very, very remote areas. Do you know that you can't even make a phone call there? The location is so remote that you can't even make a phone call there. So essentially what we're doing is that we have to build the connectivity. So essentially the connectivity that we build allows us to control the drone, allows us to send packages or cargo in the remote areas that we fly. Well, at the same time, what we need to do as well is that since we are pointing our antennas up to provide connectivity to our drones in the sky, the governments that we work with say, hey guys, could you also point your antennas down so that you can provide coverage for the people that live around in those areas? So what we're trying to do is that we're trying to solve a real problem as well. So we already have use cases, we already have clients in those areas that we need to operate in. So we came up with a problem first, and then we are looking for a solution. And that's the reason why we are embedding the Web3 component into our whole ecosystem. Yeah, so essentially this is what we are doing. So after we build the connectivity, we build a highway, we are also introducing a lot of robotics. So AI and automation is going to drive the next revolution. So Web 1 to Web 2 was evolutionary, but Web 2 to Web 3 is going to be revolutionary. Right, so what's going to happen is that I believe that people will start investing in what we call autonomous machines. So autonomous machines will be the ones that are deployed to work for you, generating an income for the people that invested into the autonomous machines. So building the highway, building the connectivity is stage one. Right, so we are doing a lot more things in the plantation. So like I said, we work very closely with plantations, right? So if you look at palm fruits, you cut the palm fruit, drops on the ground, and the fruits scatter, okay? So the plantation tells me 30% of their money is on the ground. So today they rely on people to pick it up on the ground. 30% of the money is on the ground. So what we're going to do is that we're going to roll out our robotics as well. So our robotic dogs with a vacuum cleaner in the night will walk the entire plantation, sucking up palm fruits along the way. So what we're going to do is that we believe that in order to accelerate the growth, CapEx and OpEx by the plantation owner should be bare minimum. And that's the reason why we are going to DePIN and RWA so that we can go back to them and say, hey, 30% is on the ground today. If you don't pick it up, it's lost. So what we will do, we will put in the CapEx. Investors are putting the CapEx operated by pilots, and we're going to share the 30% that's on the ground today. So 30% of their revenue is on the ground today. We are going to go and pick it up, and then we're going to share the revenue back to the investors. So that's essentially what we are doing. So this is just phase one, laying the foundation, laying the highway, and rolling out the first project using drones. So that's the first RWA project. So we have a booth there. Happy to answer any questions if you have time later to just pop by. Right? Thank you.
Thank you so much to Drone Dash for sharing this use case for DePIN. So the next presenter is actually going to be myself. I'm going to be talking about modular infrastructure for verifiable DePIN. So for those that don't know, IoTeX has been around for since 2017, building infrastructure for the DePIN sector. We have a really big focus on bringing best-in-class research and applying it to the infrastructure that we build. And I'm going to speak a little bit about why verifiability and verification of DePINs is going to be important going forward. So hope you enjoy. How many of you guys have been on the internet and scrolling through Twitter or scrolling through social media and just wondering, is this thing real? This question about whether or not you believe things that you see on the internet today is extremely important, and it's centered around two important questions. Who do you trust, and why do you trust them? In today's increasingly digital world, these two questions are becoming more and more important. Why do you trust something on the internet when you see it? If you're transacting with someone over the internet, how can you trust them? Why do you trust them? And this is no different than what we experience in crypto every day, which is an extremely digital means of transacting in a peer-to-peer fashion. But that's the beauty of blockchain. Blockchains are inherently trustworthy because anyone can verify the state of the blockchain itself. Things like the addresses that you're transacting with, the smart contract addresses you are interacting with, the dApps themselves are all verifiable because the infrastructure on top of which these applications are launched are also verifiable. But that's only true for things that are fully on-chain. A lot of these applications today that are launched on blockchains process all of their information through smart contracts, especially in areas like DeFi and NFTs. So if the infrastructure itself is verifiable, these applications are also verifiable. But this is not true for all types of dApps, especially ones that incorporate information that is off-chain. So for things that don't process all of their information through a smart contract, there's a huge amount of information from the real world that is not verified by design. So trust me is not enough in these scenarios. There has to be a way that off-chain activities can be verified in order for you to trust them. Over the past years, there's been a lot of technology that's been created in the form of oracles, in the form of verifiable compute to try to solve this problem, especially for DeFi. In DeFi, summer of 2020, really was catalyzed by the availability of oracles like Chainlink that provided a single source of truth for what the price of a cryptocurrency was. And the price of cryptocurrency does not originate on-chain. This is off-chain information that was verified before it was brought on-chain and therefore was verified and trustworthy for use in DeFi. So for the DePIN sector, we're going through the same kind of issues. Before we bring any information on-chain from the real world, how do we ensure that it's trustworthy so we can feed it into our applications and ensure the output is also verifiable? Today, as I mentioned, DePIN is not very verifiable. This is kind of what the traditional architecture of a DePIN looks like today. It's a starting point. You know, everything starts somewhat centralized and decentralizes over time. We've seen this in the DeFi sector, and we're starting to see it in the DePIN sector. So on the left side here, we have the real world. Users that have smart devices that generate some type of data, some type of service, or some type of digital resource. A lot of that information is being aggregated into centralized systems. These are cloud servers that are very scalable, very cheap to operate, and we process this information, the raw data, into a proof. And these proofs are what are submitted to the blockchains and the dApps. But every step of this has some form of unverified information. On the device side, smart devices lack an on-chain identity, preventing them from verifying the source, the provenance of the data. So if you don't know the identity of the device that's producing the utility, then how can you trust that this information that was generated is real? There's a lot of simulators today out there that can generate information that looks like the real data that a device would produce, but is in fact just simulated data that's meant to game the system, right? So having a smart device identity on chain that's bound to a user identity on chain is a really important prerequisite to allowing anyone to verify the provenance of this information. Not much has to be said about the centralized systems. Just like social media today, just like all the big cloud-based applications today, these centralized systems run on cloud servers, which are essentially black boxes. They're not open like blockchains are, and anyone can't just go in and verify the activities in a cloud server are trustworthy, as they could scan the ledger of a blockchain and go block by block, transaction by transaction, account by account, to make sure that the data that's transmitted from these devices, the data that's stored on these servers, and the compute that's run in these centralized systems are verifiable and therefore trustworthy. So again, this is not a knock on the DePIN sector. Everything has to start somewhat centralized and decentralized over time. But the reality is many DePINs today are running on centralized systems that then settle their information to blockchains and therefore blockchain applications. So these unverified off-chain activities are being settled on-chain basically to trigger token distributions. If you're a device owner that's done something in the real world of value, you should be rewarded for the device that you've maintained and installed. But how do we go about verifying this end-to-end value chain to make DePIN go to the next level? So let's talk about that. Let's talk about verification for DePINs. When we think about verification, there's two parts. The first really important part that I mentioned earlier is the verification and verifiability of the devices themselves. For this challenge, there's two important questions to ask. Are you who you say you are? And are you doing what you say you're doing? To create an analogy, we're very familiar with these questions in the form of things like a job interview, right? So when we try to verify a human being in the real world, these two questions form the foundation of whether we trust someone or don't trust someone. When you apply for a job, the employer is first going to run a background check on you to make sure you are who you say you are. Do you have a social security number? Do you have an address history? Do you have an employment history? These kind of things ensure that you are not just a super shadowy hacker from a sanctioned area, but you are in fact a real person. Especially when you're hiring someone for remote work, you want to run some form of a background check to make sure they're not a criminal, that they're a real person, et cetera, et cetera. So are you who you say you are is a really important thing to verify before you trust someone. The second thing that's really important to verify is, are you doing what you say you're doing? To continue the analogy of a job, if you are hired to perform a job, it's mandatory to ensure that you're doing your job on a daily basis. So continually checking, are you producing output as per the job scope that you're hired? So when we think about the DePIN sector, this is also extremely important. DePIN devices are basically the workers for a DePIN. So being able to verify that the devices that underpin a DePIN are who you say you are, and that the devices are doing what they say they're doing or what they're supposed to do is paramount to trusting the DePIN itself. So just like we verify humans, we also have to verify the devices that underpin our DePINs. And these are two really important forms of architecture and technology that IoTeX produces. Device identity, being able to prove the identity of the device workers that are part of a DePIN, and proving the utility of these devices, making sure that if a weather station is hired to provide trustworthy weather data on a 24/7 basis, that weather station is in fact producing quality data. So what we talked about, the proof of identity and the proof of utility, is basically what forms the supply side of a DePIN. For any DePIN, the identity and the utility of its devices is the supply side of the network and is the lifeblood of the network. When we think about the demand side, meaning the businesses, the end users, the consumers that will ingest the data, the resources, and the services of a DePIN, how can we replace the centralized products we use today with decentralized products if we're not able to verify the supply side itself. So when we think about mass adoption of DePINs in the future, being able to verify the supply side, meaning the devices and the device outputs, is extremely important to capture people that are outside of the crypto ethos and convince them that decentralized products are better than their centralized alternatives. So this is part one, verification of the devices themselves, the device workers of a DePIN. Part two has to do with the DePIN value chain. And unlike where the DePIN sector is today, this involves replacing the centralized systems that serve as the intermediary between the devices and the blockchain dApps, replacing these centralized systems with decentralized verifiable protocols. So if we think about what we've proven already, where the verifiability in the value chain exists, if we are able to use device identities and bring them on-chain, and we verify the smart devices and the users, on the other side, once the data is being placed onto a blockchain and has that on-chain verifiability built in, so we have to solve for the middle part here. And this can be summarized in three things: data in transit, data at rest, and data in use. Data in transit is basically when you have a device that's sending its data to one of these verifiable protocols, how can you ensure that that data was not tampered with when it's being transported? To use an analogy, this is similar to an organic food producer from a farm saying, hey, I have organic foods that are, the best quality, but if they're shipped in a truck that doesn't have the proper refrigeration, then the quality of the food is going to be disrupted. Very similar to if you have a smart device that has an on-chain identity and is doing everything correct as far as producing utility. If the data itself is transported in a manner that could be disrupted, then the product itself is wasted, right? Another form is data at rest. How do you store this data in a database in a verifiable manner and in a decentralized manner so that we know that when the data has been transmitted and it's being stored in a data availability layer or a storage layer, that that data is not being tampered with when it's being stored. And finally, the last type of verifiable protocol that we need to have is data in use, meaning when we take this raw data and we run some kind of computation over it, how do we ensure that that computation is being run correctly and in a verifiable fashion? So this is the other part that is really, really important in the verification challenge, is replacing the centralized systems that act upon our data, store our data, and transmit our data with the decentralized alternatives. We need to be able to have connectivity layers, sequencer layers, data availability layers, long-term storage layers, and compute layers that are also verifiable to ensure the data in transit, the data at rest, and the data in use is also tamper-proof and verifiable. For any DePIN to be fully verifiable, the entire DePIN value chain must also be verifiable, from the device identities themselves to the device utilities that are generated, to the data in transit, the data at rest, the data in use, and finally, when we settle this information onto the blockchain, it's in a safe space where we can verify all of the on-chain activities. So now that we understand what needs to be done from a device perspective and a kind of service provider perspective, let's talk about the infrastructure that needs to exist for all of this to happen. And this is exactly where IoTeX comes in. IoTeX takes a very modular and composable approach to providing infrastructure that doesn't need to be verified by a third party, but is verified by default and verifiable by design. So since 2017, IoTeX has developed a state-of-the-art tech stack for DePIN that is modular, composable, and verifiable. So we offer sophisticated infrastructure that covers the entire DePIN value chain that we just talked about, and it's architected to be verifiable by design. This is kind of like what the tech stack looks like from a stack perspective. On top, we have the applications that build on top of our platform. On the bottom, we have the blockchain layer itself. And in the middle, we have all these infrastructure modules that serve as middleware that help to verify each step of the process that we talked about. Double clicking into that infrastructure modules layer, we see this modular tech stack. It seems like a lot of layers, but each of these modules is tailor fit to serve one of those purposes that we talked about before. The hardware abstraction layer is the layer that assigns on-chain identities to these devices and equips them with the crypto packages and the tools that are needed to communicate with Web3 infrastructure. The connectivity layer is the layer that will transmit the data from the devices to other layers. The sequencer layer is taking raw data and creating a time series of this data so it could be ingested easier by the data availability layer and the long-term storage layer, which are basically the layers that cover the data at rest. How do we make this data available to the downstream layers? The off-chain computing layer is the layer that takes this raw data and generates a proof of real-world activity, basically runs some type of algorithm to turn this raw data into an insight that can then be ingested by the blockchain layer. And IoTeX is not the only one that is building these layers. I would say our specialization is on the blockchain layer, on the off-chain computing layer, and on the hardware abstraction layer, really the embedded side and the verifiable compute side. For the other layers, we partnered with the best-in-class infrastructure providers today, such as Streamer for the connectivity layer, such as Espresso for the sequencer layer, such as Near for the DA layer, and Filecoin and Iris for the long-term storage layer. So the modular nature and modular architecture of our platform allows us to partner with the best-in-class infrastructure providers while also focusing on the modules that we do best. So let's talk a little bit about IOID that R3al mentioned is one of our flagship products that we're going to be launching. So IOID is exactly meant to issue verifiable device identities, on-chain identities for devices. So what type of things do we need to know about a device for it to be trustworthy? You can think about IOID as kind of like an empty passport, right? Anyone can earn a passport simply by proving their identity. But what's important in a passport isn't just the baseline information, but it's the stamps in those passports that authorize you to enter different countries. And the stamps in this case are what we call verifiable credentials. In the human sense, verifiable credentials can be a credential from your university with the diploma of the university you graduated in. Or it could be a driver's license that proved that you've passed a driver's test. Or it could be any form of credential where you've performed an action and is verified by a trusted party. The same is also true for devices. IOID works in the sense that we're able to provide a framework for companies to issue challenges to devices. And if the device completes that challenge in the challenge response protocol, they can earn a credential that's attached to their IOID. So what types of challenges can a device complete? Things that are like proving their serial number, proving their manufacturing date, proving the firmware or software version that they're running. These are the basics of an identity of a device. We can also verify the capabilities of a device. Does the device have certain types of sensors? Can it produce certain types of information that would qualify it to contribute to a DePIN? Does it have certain performance specs, like the amount of compute or memory or storage that are on board of a device? And finally, there's also configuration, installation, and security attributes. And all of these kind of verifiable credentials can be earned by completing challenge response protocols issued by DApps themselves or by the IoTeX blockchain itself. There's also credentials that could be certified or attested by trusted issuers. One of the most important types of credentials that a device can have is the manufacturer credential. If a manufacturer attests that, hey, this is a real device that I've manufactured, that is a really important form of trust. The manufacturer itself has said that this is a real device, and therefore others can trust that this is a legitimate device and not some type of simulated device from the black market. Regulators can also attest to different types of credentials for devices. If you need to have a certain certification to sell your device in a certain country, you see these logos on the backs of all the devices that are out there in the market today. you can have regulators attest to these devices meeting certain industry standards, regulatory compliance standards, or regional standards. And you can also have service providers attest to things like the last maintenance date and all these things. So the more verifiable credentials a device has from trusted issuers, the more trustworthy a device is. So this is really an important piece of technology to ensure you can answer, are you who you say you are? Is the device composed of trustworthy devices? The next form of product is WebStream, and this is a verifiable computing platform designed for DePIN that answers the question, are you doing what you say you're doing? So now that we've verified that these devices are trustworthy and have certain attributes and specs, now we can use zero-knowledge proofs to measure the output of these devices to ensure that they are doing exactly what they're doing. Going back to the weather station example, if you have a weather station producing different types of weather data, we need to verify every now and then that the output of this data has the characteristics that are expected. Does it have the right number of decimal places? Is it in the right Fahrenheit or Celsius format? Is it trustworthy? Are there duplicates? How do we know that the output of the device itself is trustworthy? So this is less of a challenge response protocol approach, but more of a random sampling approach. So we can measure and identify and flag any devices or any devices that can be manipulable. So now that we know the infrastructure that's providing the questions to, or the answers to, are you who you say you are and are you doing what you say you're doing, let's talk about the use cases for verifiable DePINs and why it's so important. The first use case for verifiability is verifiability itself. Legitimacy and demand for DePINs is the first use case for being verifiable. So right now, a lot of the users of DePINs are crypto natives, right? If we want enterprises, if we want non-crypto users, if we want your mother or your grandmother to adopt decentralized products, it's a challenge because there's a lot of centralized alternatives that are just as performant and deliver very high quality service. But if we want to present alternative to these centralized products, the decentralized alternative must be trustworthy in order for the masses to be onboarded into DePIN. So for us to build legitimacy and demand for DePIN, we need to verify the activities of these networks to attract people that are not crypto natives. Just think about it for a second, right? If you were going to use a DePIN-based product, say decentralized storage for your startup, would you use that product if you couldn't verify that the service level agreements of this decentralized storage decentralized storage network were going to be guaranteed, similar to how AWS or Google Cloud will offer 99.99999% uptime? It's going to be a very challenging, and it's going to be hard to convince anyone to migrate over to the decentralized product if they can't verify for themselves and create the kind of service level agreements that people are used to in the real world. So verifiability itself is the first use case for verifiable DePINs to reach mass adoption for a single DePIN. In the future, we also have the ability to create DePIN to DePIN composability. What this means is DePINs that can work and collaborate with each other to create more interconnected systems. But just like an end user or an enterprise today may not trust a DePIN, other DePINs, one DePIN may not trust another DePIN. So if we want the situation where a weather DePIN can contribute its data to a renewable energy DePIN to predict how much energy is going to be produced, and that renewable energy DePIN offers its energy to a transportation DePIN, and that transportation DePIN offers its services to a smart city DePIN, how can we create this composability and interconnectedness if the DePINs themselves can't verify that they're trustworthy? It's kind of like if you put two different food products together and one is organic and the other is somewhat organic but can't be verified. If you put a non-organic food with an organic food, then the end result of that is going to be non-organic unless you can prove that both of them are organic in a way. So DePINs across different verticals can interact and create interconnected utility as a first step. And also DePINs can aggregate their supply to create more demand and better user experience. If we have different decentralized wireless protocols that focus on different regions, if we want them to be able to aggregate their supply, much like we aggregate liquidity across DEXs to form a deeper liquidity pool so traders can have a better user experience, the same can be possible with DePIN, but only if they're verifiable. And finally, we have DePIN to other forms of interoperability. If we want DePIN, you're going to hear a lot of presentations about how DePIN can apply to DeFi, or how DePIN can apply to real-world assets, or RWAs, or DePIN can apply to things like AI. DePINs themselves have to be verifiable before they can offer their services or utilities to other sectors. If we simply offer unverified DePIN data to an AI builder or an AI model, what good is that? The AI model builder is not going to want data that they can't verify to be real or trustworthy. If we want to create a real-world asset and tokenize a device in the form of some kind of like fixed income product where the device can be traded and the cash flows of the device can be traded on-chain, how can we verify that the device is real and the utility being produced is also real? So this is the last form, the phase 3 of what we see as a big use case for verifiability. So we've covered a lot today. We have a blog post that dives deeper into this modular infrastructure for verifiable DePINs. If you're interested in reviewing it and providing feedback before it goes public, please do scan this QR code. And if you want to follow on Twitter, on Telegram, or shoot me an email with your thoughts about this presentation, please feel free to do so. So I appreciate everyone for listening to the presentation today. Awesome. So we're going to get set up for the next session, which is going to be a real important one for us today. But give us a second to set up, and we will grab the next presenters. I think we'll get started in 5 minutes with a fireside chat between Rowland, the co-founder at IoTeX, and Sandeep, the co-founder of Polygon. They're going to be talking about DePIN layer for all chains, and a lot of really exciting announcements. So please stay tuned. We'll be right back.
I've been looking for you, just looking for. I've been looking for you. I've been tired of running, tired of looking over my shoulder lately. Tired of always trying to please you. Oh, I gotta tell you I'm going crazy. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I don't wanna live a lie. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I just wanna feel alive. I don't wanna live a lie. Just wanna do it my way. Don't want you to keep me from trying to fly. 'Cause you always made a fool out of me. Couldn't even tell what was wrong or right. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I don't wanna live a lie. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I just wanna feel alive. I don't wanna live a lie.
It's not a deep in water.
Oh, Sandeep did.
Oh, I see.
That's good.
Sweet, guys.
Thanks, man.
Well, guys, thanks for being here. We have a pretty interesting fireside chat today. I'm just gonna be like, on the side, maybe asking a couple of questions. I think you guys have done this a couple of times before, so I don't need to shepherd you too much. I wanted to obviously start by introducing two concepts that we'll be talking about today. So, Rallen here on my left, obviously from IoTeX, you did presentation just a few minutes ago, and we talked about a lot of interesting things that we will sort of revisit now. And then we have Sandeep talking about ag layer, and then we're gonna drop some interesting news for everybody in the audience. So Sandeep, maybe we start with you. I wanted to learn more about, or maybe also help the audience learn more about really what's the ultimate vision behind the ag layer, and what prompted you guys to basically put your resources into making this happen, and how do you see it,
I think like Polygon is like now 7 years into its existence, right? And from day zero, the goal was that we want to build something which can basically help in taking Web3 to the scale of internet, right? And we did a lot of things in between. We did like this, Polygon POS chain, which is like, very, very famous chain, probably the top 3 chains in terms of the number of users and many other matrices. Then we, focused very heavily on the ZK rollups. We built the first ZK rollup 2023 March. And I think like doing all of this also, like there's still sitting in March or April 2023, we were like still that, okay, you will have ZK rollups, there will be hundreds of ZK rollups, but then can it, or does it mimic how the Web2 internet works today, right? And we did not have that answer. And our research team came up with this, like one of my co-founders, Brendan, came up with this idea of this, ZK enabled, safety and interoperability layer, which is kind of like, which we call it aggregation layer, which aggregates multiple of these ZK rollups and chains, like independent chains, L1, L2, aggregates them all together where they can have safe interoperability and they can have unified liquidity. Like, I mean, we all know that with the layer 2s, like there's so many layer 2s now, hundreds and hundreds of them, and the scalability is here, block space is there, but then those, those block spaces are fairly fragmented. And the whole premise of blockchain is these two things, right? Like, when you have like this trustless compute, but then another important thing is you want to have composability, right? So you want to achieve scalability while not losing composability. And that was the quest. Like with ZK rollups and other kind of rollups, you can achieve scalability. You can have like thousands and thousands of these chains, but then you lose on the composability. Means one smart contract on one other chain interacts with some other smart contract on the other chain. And so that's where the concept of ag layer came in, right? Like what you can think of ag layer is, imagine ag layer like Solana, right? But each user address is actually a chain. And now each chain can interact with any other chain if they are connected into the ag layer, right? And the liquidity, and let's say you have a smart contract on chain A, and you are playing a game and you have USDT there, and you want to buy an NFT in a game which is on chain C. You in one single transaction you can have like that USDT going into interacting with the smart contract on chain C, and buying that NFT and bringing that NFT back into your root chain. And then like other benefits are you can have different kinds of VMs, you can have different kind of decentralization profile. We'll talk about like the today like the IoTeX chain and things like that. So you can have these heterogeneous environments still connected together in one single fabric, single level of safety and interoperability. That is ag layer. And now when you see that, imagine you have like, as I said, like the simplistic version of ag layer is, think of it like a chain like Solana or Bitcoin or Ethereum, any single chain, but each address is a chain itself. And you can have millions and millions of chains over there so that your scalability is unlimited and your liquidity is unified. That is the vision of ag layer. If we are able to do that, then this will look like something like the internet. And we are very, very clear that either we will chase this ultimate dream of creating this new internet, or if we die trying that, that's okay. Like going to zero is fine. That's okay. But if we click, it will be really, 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 really big. And that's the goal. That's the inspiration behind ag layer.
I love it. Yeah, thank you for that. So talking about visions, Rowland, you talked a few minutes earlier, and we talked about, launching IoTeX 2.0 just a few weeks ago. I think Sandeep touched upon some super important concepts: interoperability, composability within the Deepin sector as well, and especially verifiability. Maybe can you give us like a freshen up of what you talked about earlier in regards to what Sandeep was saying as well?
Yeah, sure. So we are like a day one Deepin builders actually in the space, right? Since about the same time, like we both like created the project.
Yeah, huge props to IoTeX. Like they've been doing Deepin when Deepin was a thing, right? Like they've been doing it.
Called IoT
Very,
blockchain.
this is called IoT.
Gosh.
Deepin was not, the word was not invented
We
then.
kind of like go all the way back to 2016 or 17-ish. Yeah, so we see like a Deepin definitely like as a growing sector in crypto, basically bringing like a crypto into the massive adoption, right? So that's the last vehicle, carry this kind of hope to make it happen. But we see like a Deepin has two problems right now, which I talk about during the keynote. So one is not easily buildable. That means like as a developer, you have to dealing with a very complicated tech stack. That's maybe never, that means like you have to have like a huge team. They have a different skill set, right? So you're sitting down building for 1 year, 2 years, then you have a product to sell. That's kind of like a too long the process. That doesn't give you like enough explorations into different ideas. So that's problem one. So to address this one, we actually introduced modularity in our 2.0 white paper. Basically, trying to bring in this modular infra pieces, trying to lower the barrier for builders and also help them to go to market faster. So theory two we have, or problem two we have right now is like the DePINs are very isolated, different sort of like networks. So they're not talking with each other, right? So it's like an analogy from what you guys are working on from the chain perspective. So we're working on the DePIN perspective for the interoperability between different networks. So our thesis is, we have to make every network verifiable so they can compose with each other. So they can even compose with DeFi protocols. They can compose with like AI protocols or systems as well. So that's another thing like we actually introduced just now. So we were going to launch IOID and WebStream as the two most important products, infra products. We help with developers to actually getting one step closer to making DePIN more usable.
So that makes me wonder, I have you guys here on stage. So what if maybe through the ag layer, we could open up and integrate with the IoTeX layer 1? What would happen if we would sort of like give all this like Deepin specific infrastructure to any project or any chain that would be connected with the ag layer? What do you guys think about that?
I mean, I would be very excited about that. Yeah, I mean, the whole purpose of ag layer is that providing interoperability, and I think IoTeX has been working on that vision also. So if something like that can happen, it's up to Roland. Something like that can happen, it will be really great.
Should we talk about it right now?
Shall we do it?
Really?
Should we do it?
All right.
Yeah, okay, let me try, right? So after being working with Sandeep and Polygon teams for like a couple months, so we have a small announcement to make right now. So we're so excited to work with Polygon Eigenlayer, trying to be like the hub of Deepin and bringing all our expertise in the Deepin, like especially around this infra, modular infra, to the Eigenlayer to facilitate like a more people and builders actually to issue their projects on the Eigenlayer. And of course, IoTeX layer 1 as well, right? So this is a huge announcement. This is basically like trying to move forward like the cutting edge of this like entire Deepin industry as well as a crypto industry.
Absolutely. And it also like why I think it's very huge is that, I think IoTeX has like 50 Deepin projects or something like that, some big number. And they are like kind of right now isolated from this whole Ethereum liquidity ecosystem, right? If the IoTeX chain L1 gets connected into ag layer, it gets to connect with Ethereum in a trustless way, but it also gets to connect with all the layer 2s that are connected in the ag layer. And in future, we expect to connect many L1s. We don't want to, kind of announce the names right now.
One at a time.
But you can think, you can think like multiple L1s, multiple L2s connected into this, and creating it like one single environment. And the philosophy, like, the business philosophy of ag layer, like what we are, trying to do is that, ag layer is more of a neutral, kind of framework from our side. And we want to work with the teams like IoTeX to kind of grow big on sector-specific things, right? For example, in gaming, a lot of people know that we work very closely with Immutable X, right? IMX, which is the #1 gaming platform. Then we have Ronin, which recently announced they are also, big in gaming. And then, so at Polygon, instead of going after those individual sectors, we partner with some big teams who are specializing in that sector. And I think partnering with IoTeX is very good and huge for us also, because IoTeX can focus on DePIN related apps, bringing them those protocols on their infrastructure, and while contributing to the overall growth of the ag layer. So it's like building ag layer together, because ag layer doesn't exist, like the tech doesn't mean much if it doesn't have too much to aggregate, right? So I see it as we building ag layer together for us.
Yeah, and also making a huge impact on bringing DePIN to everybody, because I know Polygon has a huge user base. So we're basically a beneficial of those people by having them to either build or use DePIN. That's a really big deal.
That's a huge thing.
I don't know, maybe an applause,
Should I have a firm handshake?
I mean, honestly, I think this is one of the probably biggest DePIN groundbreaking things that have happened lately. I mean, one of the bigger problems, like you were saying, and like you were saying as well, interoperability. Fine, I can have a network, of devices pushing data, but then I still live in one ecosystem, and we see already that even having a multi-chain token is already a struggle, but it's something that everybody wants to do. But on top of that, bringing infrastructure to all these other chains, bringing the IoTeX infrastructure, the identity, the off-chain computing, and all these other software components is huge.
That's a very important point. And one of the purposes of ag layer is that any chain which is connected into ag layer, for example, Polygon POS is being connected into ag layer. And Polygon POS is connected into Coinbase, Binance, all these exchanges, right? If one chain in the ag layer is connected to exchanges, and let's say the on-ramp, fiat on-ramp and off-ramp, every other chain is connected, because you can use these features like bridge and call, right? So if you want to have a fiat on-ramp on your new chain, you can just call one function. Let's say on Polygon POS, it's on-ramps there and then moves the asset on your chain, right? So, and similarly, if you have an application which has a token and you want Binance listing for that token, and people want to send those tokens from your chain directly to Binance, even if IoTeX chain is not connected into Binance, let's say, you can use this bridge and call function, transfer it into an address, and that moves it onto POS chain and moves it to Binance from there. So these kind of features we are working, where these chains and spinning up these chains and growing the business models, business utility over there becomes much, much easier. And as you said that, this is very important, that to bring all of this infrastructure to these applications, like Polygon also has multiple DePIN projects, like Wi-Fi, Demo, some of these bigger ones. And we also had these projects, and I think that's where Roland and me started talking. Some of the projects which were both working with IoTeX and Polygon, I mean, if you want to name, PowerPod is one of the project, and there are multiple other projects. And now with this thing happening, our collaboration goes to next level, right? Because whether that project is building on Polygon or on IoTeX, it's the same thing, and we can jointly grow all those projects. So I think this can lead to a huge, growth for DePIN, for IoTeX, and obviously for the ag layer ecosystem that we build together.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Roland, for example, if we try to jump in the future, maybe a couple of years, how do you see this this collaboration panning out, and what is maybe the thing that gets you most excited in the DePIN sector?
Yeah, I think what you said is very interestingly aligned with what I was talking about this morning, the keynote, right? I think within the DePIN space, we need more composability. That means one DePIN can talk with another DePIN, exchange utility, or they're talking with the DeFi protocols, maybe sitting on a different chain, or they're maybe talking with the AI systems. So all sorts of composability within DePIN will also be somehow lie on this eigen layer as well. If you think about it, a DePIN A may be living on IoTeX layer 1, their token, right? So DePIN B, their token living on Polygon POS, or maybe other chains, and how they interact with each other, exchange values and utility, right? So it looks like eigen layers is a solution, to things like this. So that's why, by embracing verifiability, that's a big thing we're going to work on. And what you guys are working on, I feel we're opening a future for DePIN to grow into 10x and 100x.
Yep. And I was telling Roland that, my expectation from Roland is to become the biggest DePIN ecosystem. Like, surpass, I think Solana right now has a very big DePIN ecosystem. And my hope is that you guys surpass them in the coming 1 or 2 years.
All right, let's do that together,
Let's
man.
do that.
I think together it's doable, yeah. And maybe, I don't know, maybe then after that we all become one DePIN ecosystem. And
That's the whole point of aggregation layer. We become one. After this, we become one ecosystem.
I mean, maybe with Solana too, eventually, who
Yeah.
knows?
Yeah, who knows?
Nice. Guys, thank you. I mean, let's see. I mean, we talked about basically, the crux of what we wanted to share, right? But if there is maybe something else that you guys feel it would be important for the audience to learn while we have you here, right? Like what gets you really excited? What like use case do you envision? Yeah, feel free to share.
I think for me, obviously I'm going to say DePIN is a very important use case which can bring masses into the Web3 ecosystem. Payments, is definitely one of the things which is still uncracked. Like stable coins has become really, really big, and but we have not nobody has gotten into micro payments as yet, in that scale. So that's another big use case for me. DeFi, obviously, I think we as Polygon, we want to focus a lot on the DeFi side, and obviously gaming remains to be a very big ecosystem. So these are some of them. Crypto AI is also becoming big, but we have to see what kind of real use cases. Till now, most of the crypto AI is token projects with AI, just AI as a narrative.
Sprinkle.
Yeah, sprinkle on this. I want to see some real, AI projects which actually use the power of this shared economies and trustless execution in some form. And let's see how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, what you say really resonates with what I think as well. But one thing, for example, you mentioned gaming. There is a financial aspects related to AI, financial aspect related to all these other verticals. And DeFi on DePIN, for example, is something that should explode. We want to see it happen. Right. But for all that to happen, verifiability is the key. And maybe, Roland, if you want to share, we've talked about it already, but in more specific, why is verifiability the key? Why is that not happening right now? And what do we need to do to make it happen?
Yeah, that's also a very interesting question, right? Because what DePIN is about is mostly an off-chain compute. If you think about the Uber, they maybe have 1 million cars, which each of a car emitting a data point every minute, right? Try to report what it's doing right now. So that's a huge volume of data. So those data are computed on top of the data cannot be happening on the chain, no matter how fast your chain is. So that's why we're going to launch WebStream. This is a world first off-chain verification network for DePIN specifically, actually in the coming November. So very soon. We have been working on this for the past 2 years. So it's all based on a POW and some ZK snarks. By having this one, so we want to make sure each DePIN project within the project, a device status, right? So the status of the entire network is verifiable. That's trustable by other entities or systems, so we can enable such as this DePIN project or network, so they can collateralize their protocol revenue to a DeFi protocol to borrow some USDT and further buy cars or devices to grow its kind of coverage, right? Trying to leverage basically. So this will give DePIN we hope a huge boost in terms of adoption and make it real.
Yeah, I mean, I always say the coolest thing about DePIN is also its weakest point. The coolest thing is that it connects the physical world, but it's also the weakest point because if you cannot verify the connection with the physical world, then you can't build the whole financial system on top of it. So, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, there are two parts of it. This is a longer debate, but one is that, you want to verify, which I think IoTeX was initially starting, that having these IoT devices and then having their data coming into the blockchain world, right? Whereas on the other hand is these, let's say you have DePIN mobile network or DePIN internet network. You are in that scenario, you are not really looking to ingest a lot of data from these like individual nodes. Instead, you want to use this to incentivize, like it's outward, right? Like you want to incentivize, you want to have, you want to charge the users for the usage of those devices and all that. So I think that problem becomes a little bit less pronounced because it's outward looking from there. Like you are not expecting a lot of data coming in from those nodes. Instead, you want like only the data which is like economically bound by some economic contracts, and you just want to settle them on chain. So there it becomes less pronounced, I would say. But yeah, like for that IoT devices, like purely where you want to have all that data and process that, and that for on-chain, like it's super, super hard. And I think the solution that you're talking about, like some solutions like that is required, where like you can take the data and verify it once. So of course, like in the first instance, somebody can meddle with the data, but once it's in the system and you have some ZK proofs for that, after that you cannot change the data, right? So
yeah, another interesting thing, like before getting on the stage, we were talking about is feeding the data, maybe something about yourself, your car, your weather station, into like an AI model. Actually, that is fully owned by you, right? So that's kind of AI perspective about this one. So you can train like a basically digital version of yourself, knows everything about you, where I am, what I'm doing, right? What I'm eating, what I'm seeing, what I'm hearing, right? What I'm thinking even eventually. So this is interesting, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I feel that like right now, the smaller models that are more tailored towards one person or to one specific use case are becoming more popular and like useful than gigantic large model trained on the whole internet that knows a little bit about everything.
Yeah.
So sweet. Guys, thank you. I think we're at time. I wanted to thank you for your time. Actually, it was pretty fun. If there is anything you'd like to add, feel free. Otherwise, I think we call it, and we just keep building this, and can't wait to get
this was
working
really
on
good.
it.
Thank you so much for having me, IoTeX team. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
All right, guys. Amazing fireside. Please stick around. We have an awesome panel talking about Deepin infrastructure in action with the Graph, Secret Network, Solana Foundation, and Streamer. So I'm going to pass it over to Mariella, our moderator, while we get set up, and we'll welcome our amazing panelists to the stage.
Hey everyone, we're about to get started. We're just going to need an extra chair. Thank you, Lori. And then, yeah, we're going to have our panelists. Do we have the mics for them? Yeah. Oh, perfect. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so let's start with Origin from the Graph. Please come up on stage. Then we have Matthew from Streamer, Lisa from Secret Foundation. And then finally, just in some final details, would be Matt Sorg from Solana Foundation, too. So we have an amazing crowd. If you want to go on the stage. Little bit and tell us a little bit about what you currently are working in your project. You guys are pretty big, so I'm pretty sure everybody here at least has heard of you. But let's start a little bit with what you're currently focusing on. So I'm going to start with Matt. Could you tell us, a little bit about you and what you're focusing on right now?
Yeah, I'm Matt. I'm the VP of Technology at Solana Foundation. We're basically the accelerating, facilitating entity of the Solana ecosystem. And at the technology level, it's pretty broad. It's everything from coordinating across all of the protocol development orgs, of which there are about 15 now, and across 3 different clients. And then all the application stuff. So you may have hopefully have heard about Blinks or ZK compression or all these technologies at the application layer that touch the user. So it's really pretty broad. DevRel, data, all that stuff.
Hi, I'm Lisa Loud from Secret Network Foundation, and I came to the crypto industry 7 years ago from big tech. So I think my career has been really bringing the processes of big tech into the wild world of crypto over the past almost decade now. It's crazy. And at Secret Network Foundation, the reason I joined is that I believe blockchain is amazing technology, but it can't go past a certain point unless it has some kind of data protection on-chain. Because of the radical transparency, you hit a limit in industry when you want to do things on-chain, and now you have open access to what you're doing. So Secret Network does on-chain encryption. We've been doing it since 2020. We're using TEEs, the Trusted Execution Environment of the SGX chip. And that's the most accessible way of doing on-chain encryption today, the most practical way of doing it today. And we're actually, what we're working on now, which is really exciting, is we're incorporating GPUs with TEEs, which means we have a much wider ability, a much wider footprint, and we can do a lot more with confidential computing on-chain. So that's pretty exciting. Join us at Secret Network, and we actually are just releasing our, it's not announced yet, it will be announced later, but we just released our Solana path so that now Solana developers can also build using secret confidential computing. So that's what we're working on today.
Okay, go, Matthew.
Hey, I'm Matthew. I lead the Streamer project, and Streamer is a decentralized data streaming network and protocol. And it's built in a decentralized pub-sub architecture, which means that instead of servers, everybody is connected in this peer-to-peer mesh. Yeah, we're an infrastructure project for Deepin, a middleware layer. We've been building for about 7 or so years, and this year we are now feature complete, fully decentralized, and production ready.
My name is Elian. I contribute to the Graph as an ecosystem manager, and the Graph is an indexing protocol for Web3 data, making protocol data, on-chain data very easily accessible to everybody, and giving developers tools to create powerful APIs to power their dApps. I am also the founder of InfraDAO, a infrastructure DAO that is focused on empowering infrastructure providers all across the globe. So yeah, I have a couple of hats on there, and excited to be here.
Yeah, amazing. I really like this setup because we have a little bit of everything, right? We have the onboarding, the confidentiality, the streaming, and then finally the graph, the indexing, right? So you can really definitely tell how all of these modules can collaborate together, which is kind of what we're trying to push in IoTeX, right? We saw that in Deepin, we started to fragment a lot the technology, and this created a lot of issues. But it starts like one step behind. So I would like to ask all of you, like, what do you think it's one of the hardest like pain points in Deepin, and how do you think your project is kind of solving it? I think we can start with Origin over there. What do you think?
Yeah, so one of the hardest points, I think, is that a lot of projects, they require new infrastructure, and we might not even have the user base to support like more infrastructure. What I see that excites me about many Deepin projects is that they utilize existing tools, hardware, resources that people have available, so that it allows for much more powerful and horizontal scaling than many other projects in the sphere. So that's why I think it's, that's right.
Yeah, I think that maybe like the meta pain point for all of Web3 is maybe our impatience to reach that mainstream scale. I think DePIN's really present a very credible opportunity to reach that scale and to reach those users. So coming from the infrastructure point of view, we really need that application layer to drive the adoption with the users. And yeah, that's sort of like the pain and the solve here. I think that's most important.
I guess the typical pain point in any new technology is how do you get from highly technical implementations to being able to understand it and use it at the end user level. And it was very difficult for banks to adopt cloud computing, for example, because they were used to having their servers on premise, and that felt safe to them. And now, even though we didn't solve any of the problems inherent in cloud computing from a bank's point of view, now banks have adopted those and accepted the risks of doing cloud computing for their servers. Now, taking that and taking it a step further, actually DePIN, I think, offers a better solution than cloud computing for the banking industry. But how comfortable are they going to be in doing that? And so I think that's the pain point, is just like getting us to, like you said, mainstream adoption, but for specific reasons, and that's security and the perception of risk. I would say in our case, the biggest pain point is that cloud computing doesn't offer very many options for trusted execution environments. So if you want to run nodes on our network, it's renting a server that will do that, or renting a CPU that will do that is very expensive. So validation becomes expensive. Running your own hardware is also expensive. So how do we solve those problems with DePIN? That's the question.
Yeah, I think one of the main reasons to do blockchain is the collaborative environment. So like the network effects you can make off of it. Even within the same ecosystem, you can get projects building on top of you. So like Helium has Hopspotty, which is this completely independent organization that just helps with the proliferation of the nodes. So you can have that kind of like intra-network decentralization, but you can also have Helium help interact with an AR game that does some level of geolocation data. And so then you can create it. That's where you really start getting these network effects. But that takes time. I mean, that is just a lot of boots on the ground, unlocking of each of those steps where each of those sides see the business case. And that can just be a challenge because everybody is just trying to chug along. And at its core, it's deep tech. So I think that's one of the things if you're whatever product you're a part of, is understand how to focus, but also have this wider vision of collaborating with whatever ecosystem you're in. Yeah, I think that's
yeah, and that really sums it up really good, because at the end of the day, you need different modules, right? Whether it's your community, the security, things that have already been built. We don't have to build from scratch. We have amazing people already building the infra, so we can actually just onboard and create this modular infrastructure for anybody to be able to deploy, right? And this is very exciting. And based on this, how do you think this modular infrastructure and the decentralization could actually affect the whole, let's say, the world economy, the world structure as we see it right now? How can DePIN actually make an impact in the world? I'll start here with you, Matt. What do you think?
I mean, more and more I've it's pretty broad, like what we're trying to do, and the more I've dove into like payments, like traditional payments and finance and stuff, it is archaic. There is just so much stuff in the way, and there's people are still using fax machines and central part of our infrastructure and wire transfers and stuff. Like it's wild to just see kind of what we're up against. I think there's a bit of stigma just because of the overly speculative nature of a lot of what blockchain has been up to this point. I think DePIN definitely represents at least the potential for a very just non-speculative, consumer, functional providing application layer. And I just think it's like really chipping away at that. Like our competition has a lot. We can easily find 10x solutions up against it, and so it's just about like chugging through those.
I have so many like little micro examples of how things are broken today. Totally agree with you. So I'm just going to give a couple. One is I got here, used the Grab app for the first time in Singapore, and I was trying to pay with it's not specifically DePIN, but it shows how things are broken. I was trying to pay with my Visa card, with my MasterCard, with PayPal, tried to preload into Pay Now, and none of that was working. I didn't have cash. Finally, it said pay with ETH, and I was like, I can do that. So I paid for my first ride share here with ETH, And that was so easy compared to, I'd gone through all of those others. So
no foreign exchange fees, yay.
Yeah, no foreign exchange fees too. So the world is broken, and I will say that in North America, where I am, it's much worse than here. I could never pay with ETH on Uber. And then another example is right now my daughter's trying to buy her first car while I'm here, and it's so difficult to transfer money, especially if you're remote. You have to go into the bank and get, anyway. So a lot of things are broken in our world today, and I like what you said, Matt, about the fact that DePIN, I would rephrase it and say that DePIN is a hard fact. It's very hard to say this is speculative because it's like infrastructure, and it's there, it's built, it's hardware. So I think it can bring some credibility to our industry and maybe usher in the next stage of blockchain.
Yeah, for me, when Streamer started, we talked a lot about smart cities, and that was 7 or so years ago. And smart cities, if you hadn't noticed, never happened. And I think, like looking backwards, we can kind of think why. Like we left it to the governments, and the governments are so slow and slow bureaucratic. But what's really interesting now with DePIN is that these cities are starting to become DePIN cities. So it's coming from the ground up. And so instead of smart cities, I think we're going to see DePIN cities, and it's going to be powered by the people, and we're going to have control over our data and the infrastructure, and it's going to be the original vision, just done even better, actually. So, yeah.
Yeah, what I'm excited about with DePIN is that the modularity and the transparency of a DePIN ecosystem allows the society to route around any inefficiencies. So if you have corruption would be one of such inefficiencies, right? But there could be middlemen that are adding cost, adding complexity to any system, and with DePIN we can uncover that and route around it. So say you have a DePIN energy network, and you see that, okay, this middleman is too expensive. Well, any other person can come in there and offer a cheaper service for that same middleman service, for example. And I think that can really empower us in the future to reduce the waste that we have.
Yeah, and I think we're basing also touching on how the modules, even an infrastructure model, but even on a DePIN level, you all mentioned, governments and really hard to scale, right? Scalability is a big issue. Not one single entity can actually hold the infrastructure. The world is moving very fast, right? And nobody's keeping up with that. DePIN kind of comes and solve it. But there's this issue too of how does DePIN also scale and move forward faster, right? Do you think modularity actually helps here? Or what do you think should be the key points that we should focus on for this scalability so that we don't get stuck like the traditional infrastructure systems and this continues to grow? I'll start with you, Lisa. What do you think?
How can we not get stuck?
Yeah. Scalability. How do we scale, right? How do we use modularity to scale?
Well, the network effect is really the critical factor in scaling. And I mean, I've been working on it for 8 years. How do we lower the friction? How do we raise the confidence level that allows people to come in and start that network effect? And I really I've been saying the same thing for years, but I still think it's about user experience. In the crypto industry, we're small enough that we all want to do things the crypto way because it's cool and we're cool, but it doesn't invite a larger population in. It's kind of a barrier. And I've taught a lot of people how to open a wallet and move crypto around, but it's like one-to-one, Until we reach that place where we don't need to explain one-to-one how to do things, and it becomes very easy for people to onboard. I just don't think we're going to be able to scale very quickly and reach that network effect benefit.
How about Matthew? I see you nodding. What are your thoughts on this?
I think that the big Web 2 players, they have a very strong advantage by keeping everything in their own ecosystem. They want to play the big platform game. They want to be able to do everything and offer everything. And we come along with our kind of modular approach, and one infrastructure project provides one thing, one infrastructure provides another thing, and we haven't yet kind of figured out that we should all work together to kind of overcome the big centralized players. So my mental model is we're working in this Web3 Legoland where we can all kind of compose and work together, and the sum of all parts will be much stronger than the single monopolies. So this is our kind of path forward to win.
Which is kind of what we're trying to do. I think we're all collaborating here, right? We're trying to bridge that gap, like you said. We need to figure out how to work together. And I saw Orjan having also like really good thoughts. What were you thinking about this?
Yeah, I was looking behind me to find your name, so I can say, yeah, I would second what you said, Matthew. And it's all about cooperation. I mentioned it in my first point that Deepin can utilize existing infrastructure and existing resources and allow that to massively scale horizontally. And I think that is the key here, is to make sure that we utilize the same network of resources, and that can allow us to smoothen out like times where it's a high congestion on a network, or there could be times when there's more need for GPU power and in one network, and that might not coincide with when another network is seeing a high use of GPU power. So if we can have a way to for our providers to connect and use the resources for multiple protocols, I think that would be the key to scale horizontally.
Definitely, and taking advantage of the fact that you're talking this point, how do you think the graph is actually like supporting the scalability, specifically your project? What are you guys doing for this?
So specifically for scalability, we do allow people to have very easy access to all the data they need from different protocols. Whether you build on Solana or Near on Ethereum, you have access to that data, and we do very exciting research into verifiability as well, so that we can use that data for on-chain transactions. It's already economic guarantees for the data, so you can already make some decisions based on the data, and I think that is very exciting to make sure that we can have like a smooth interoperability. So.
One thing I love about the graph is that you have a standardized interface for all of the different data sets.
Yep.
That's not something that people have done very much, and if you use the graph, just to plug it, then you can have one query that works on all the different data sets, and you can plug that into your own application without worrying that you've got to specialize for each chain.
Which is the beauty about modularity, right? It makes it easier for anyone. And Matt, coming from Solana, like having all this, well, let's face it, Solana has a lot of tools in that sense. How do you view like this modularity and incorporating all these tools? How can Solana developers really take advantage of everything of this modularity Deepin infrastructure?
Maybe like a high-level thing that we talk about in the Solana ecosystem is decentralization isn't about the absence of leaders, it's the abundance of them. So, and that's kind of, maybe placing it against something like a centralized solution like Google Maps or something. And I think something like, I don't know, some astronomical percentage of our movement data of individual movements around the world is just controlled by one company, and thus like 50 PMs, product managers that basically control how that data is used. And the Deepin promise is that we can actually, if we open that up a little bit, partly the data, partly the infrastructure, partly the possible collaborations, then you have any number of entrepreneurs that are able to build on top of that, and that's what's competitive. It takes us really, as we're talking about here, working together and forming your own modules, finding your own gaps that your application or whatever you can fill, but it also takes a lot of focus. So I think that's like the tug and pull here is that each individual project needs to find product market fit and needs to not try to do everything all at once. Reuse parts of your stack, parts of other stacks. Be collaborative where you can, and just that's like that, and that's like that. How the modules start naturally forming is if each individual project can really fine tune on their place.
I just wanted to add a point to that because, yeah, it's great if everyone has access to it, but that also can bring in a problem. If you don't have any if you don't have any data protection, now everybody knows your movements and anybody can figure out where you are, which is not good. So that's what Secret Network is building, the ability to selectively share.
I don't need, to be clear, I don't mean that like literally all of our information about an entire lab should be open. What I'm saying is like, but the transparency on how I would use that data is the difference. Like in Google, it's like literally everything's just cut off except for the API that they choose to bring to me. Whereas like you can have stuff that is confidential in blockchain too, but then you just know how, as the application developer, how you are going to interface with that, and I don't have to form some special business relationship and find a bunch of paperwork and stuff. I can just kind of do that on my own entrepreneurial spirit. I think that's the difference I'm getting at. Not that everything should be 100% open.
Public documentation, but Lisa, you touched base on a really good point, and I feel it's something that still people are not really touching base, but starting to, which is privacy in Deepin. So how can you guys support this? What do you think it's needed in this new growth of Deepin as we've seen it now?
Yeah, and we're really trying to create, that's what our mission is to create the layer 2 for every chain so that wherever you're building, you have the ability to selectively choose what to share and what not to share. You don't have to have everything be open and transparent. So as we see Deepin grow, what we're building is for Secret to be integrated into all of that growth and all of that building so that there's the ability to shield information that should not be shared, essentially. It's not to make everything private, but it's to choose who can see what. And just to give the application developers, like you said, the ability they can consume the data, but do they share all of that out? It does put the responsibility squarely on the shoulders of the application developer, but it allows them to access that information and then to use it in a way that doesn't expose people to danger and
which is great because you're asking people to deploy devices in their homes with their personal information. So it's great to also keep this into account. And yeah, thinking about all device, obviously device data is running a lot, right? It's too much data coming in from devices. So I think this is where kind of Streamer could really help. What do you think a Streamer brings for Deepin projects to actually manage all this data and actually stream it in a more efficient way?
Yeah, it's great to hear that data is a big part of this conversation in Deepin. And Streamer really solves that first mile of data transport for these Deepin projects. So Deepin projects have a lot of data that their devices on the edge devices are emitting, and they need to kind of go wherever they need to go, to other servers or to other consumers, wherever it needs to be. So Streamer acts, kind of integrates into the devices and applications. And as a side note, when you integrate Streamer, it's like a decentralization magic wand. So instead of a pipeline up to AWS where you're just pushing the data into a centralized repository, instead all the devices of the Deepin are now interconnected in a decentralized peer-to-peer mesh, and they are free to choose who sees the data and broadcast open data if they choose, or to end-to-end encrypt any kind of sensitive data that they want. So this is data that is different to the data that you put on chain, so different to Secret and whatnot. This is off-chain, but it's pushing a lot of data that probably doesn't belong on the blockchain. But we still want to work with blockchains to manage the access control, the incentivization, and lots of things that the blockchain does well. But for Streamer side of things, we enable DePIN's to stream very high amounts of of data off-chain to where it needs to go in a decentralized way.
Amazing, amazing. And I love how we're all talking about modularity, right? We all have our specific thing, and it's part of what at IoTeX we're trying to build with 2.0, right? We're trying to get all these parts together so that people can easily onboard and deploy any Deepin project. So based on this, we're finally getting together, as Matt said. You know, we were working kind of separately. We're finally getting together, but finally people are using this modularity to deploy very interesting, cool new use cases. So what are the most interesting use cases that you have seen come up in the latest months? I'll start with you, Matt, for Deepin.
Wow. Well, I mean, gosh, I think people are really starting to go think from base principles. Where does having granular, grassroots, like where does that really make sense? People are doing solar energy on individual houses. You already have marketplaces for that, but now you can kind of accelerate that with DePIN. You can start doing very hyper local things. There's always like one of the blockchains have always been really good at incentivizing infrastructure. Bitcoin basically is that, and I think it's really interesting to see these things that are kind of collaborative, where you can start doing geolocation next to data capture, so you can kind of do the certification right next to it, and maybe next to that is solar generation, and I think that kind of network effect is the thing that I find especially interesting, where you can start like adding more and more tools where the goal now is to make it look externally like it's like one cohesive application that gives me all of the hyper local information and energy and whatever else I need from that area, and I think that is like the exciting feature that we're pretty close to.
Anyone else have an interesting?
Yeah, I think the most interesting, and secret is confidential computing, right? So we have decentralized confidential computing, DCC, which overlaps with DePIN because we're using the SGX secure enclave. But what I think is the most interesting use case coming up in the next few years is confidential AI, because right now you cannot there's a lot of problems with LLMs in that the data you use to train it is now publicly consumable or discoverable. The prompts that people use to get information out, answers out, are not very protected. So confidential AI is a huge need. If we're going to see AI become used in the world in general, we need to have some sort of infrastructure that supports the ability to protect the inputs and the outputs, essentially. So confidential AI, I think, is the most interesting. And then people keep asking me, for some reason, to do some kind of confidential end-to-end chat application with secret. And I'm like, there's Signal, but I guess Signal is not decentralized and it's not confidential, so Telegram is not confidential, so I guess there's a need for it, but again, network effect is a huge barrier to doing any kind of chat application. So those are the two.
Yeah, for me, the interconnection of DePINs is something really interesting. So Demo is an application, car mobility DePIN, and they have roaming devices, and those devices can actually verify the Helium network and see that their edge nodes are doing what they are supposed to do. So DePINs verifying other DePINs, I think, is really interesting.
Yeah, I think the AI boom have impacted the graph a lot more than what people might realize. How many projects that are now creating their own AI applications on top of the graph, and being able to get a natural language model to explain the data while also giving links to the actual data itself and showing, okay, this is coming from this network on this block and these transactions. I think that is very powerful, and it allows us to take back control over a lot of decentralized AI projects that are very popular, and being able to trace that back and show, okay, this is the on-chain data that is underlying these claims is very exciting. So,
especially when we have so much data coming from devices, then you can build AI models on top of it, right? Yeah. But then it comes the question of security and privacy and all that. So yeah, I guess it's going to be very interesting what we're starting to build. And how do you guys see the future of Deepin, and how do you think we should foster more collaborations? Where should we go from here? I'll open it for anybody who wants to respond first.
So I think going back to what I mentioned earlier was the being able to collaborate across protocols. I think that is very important. So we can not only use the same resources that providers are providing, but also the share the research and development efforts, for example. That's what we do with my other hat, with the InfraDAO hat that I'm the founder of. We are focusing on interoperability and on having a more unified approach to research and development. So yeah, that's...
I was going to say the same thing, is working together, collaboration, abandoning competition in some cases for the sake of collaboration. Our DCC movement has around 25 companies that are all involved in confidential computing. Some of us are direct competitors, and yet we're working together to move the narrative in the industry forward, and that's what's needed.
Which is kind of what you can say also about Solana and IoTeX. At first, people would say that, but now you see us collaborating, which is really exciting. And also with all of our projects, right? At some point, people could say we're competitors, but here we are working to build something together, right? Yeah, Matt, do you have any other thoughts on this?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just laser focused on helping applications get product market fit. You know, there's some pretty good signs out there. You know, multi-sided marketplaces are always a little bit tricky, but I mean, you're really starting to see not just the supply side that is incentivized, and but also the demand side from people just fundamentally wanting to use whatever that is, services, the data, whatever that they're using. And I think that laser focus and the iterative mindset of I need to solve this user problem, hell or high water, I think is the thing that we really need to be focused on as an industry. And then iterating towards, yeah, like certainly like share notes and iterating with each other to make those applications even more powerful.
Matthew, would you like to share something?
I think maybe, yeah, just to echo what everybody said, but also leaning in with an example that Streamer is bringing over its network to IoTeX, actually. And the proposal was just approved by our community. So, yeah, it's an example of infrastructure, working with infrastructure to have that, to make it so that applications don't have to, you know, think too much about the infrastructure choices. They don't have to choose ecosystems. Everybody should be able to work together and provide the best chance for success for the applications.
Exactly, which is why we are also deploying the graph and then building our bridge to Solana, and then soon we're probably going to be doing something with Secret Network, so we're very excited about that. Let me finish with a quick question, maybe a little bit controversial, but who do you think we should not collaborate with? And I'll open the floor for anybody who's brave enough to answer this. Is there some type of project or type of people that you believe shouldn't be part of this modularity, let's say?
Well, I mean, in some sense, since we wouldn't be able to stop. I mean, I think that's actually one of the misnomers. People ask me all the time, like, what's Solana concentrating on, or you know, like, what's your focus? And which I have like a focus of generally like enablement, but there's nothing I can do to curate. There's nothing I can do. You know, I think there's. That, and that's like a beauty. Like there's certainly things happened on Solana that I'm not excited about, but I think the hope is like there's a little bit of like hope in humanity, I guess, if you get really down to the core of it. Like what are humans going to want to consume and create and you know, create an ecosystem and an economy around. And so I think people that are like together in that at this early stage, I think those are the people that like, because there's some pretty heinous stuff that happened on Solana like a little while ago, and the community kind of like self-governed and yeah, would just hide stuff from UIs or whatever they wanted to do. And I think that's the thing that we should think about as communities, like who we are, and there's no one entity that really decides that. It really is kind of like this amorphous thing that kind of figures that out live. So people who are kind of, you know, I think there's a little bit of, yeah, vibes and other influence that I think each of us can make sure that we're doing as we go.
There are projects that I won't work with, and it's a pretty clear line. If you have a legal opinion, I mean, we're doing confidential computing. So that's very easily translatable to nefarious activities. So I won't support projects building on secret if they don't have some sort of evidence that they're trying to be compliant. It's just, I don't want to end up in jail, you know. So,
smart.
yeah. So that's the line for me: is if you demonstrate that you're working towards being compliant and working with the systems, then I'll work with you.
You want to be able to go to France.
Yes.
Cool.
Yeah, just quickly, any application that's not really playing a long game, I think, and they're pretty easy to spot. The ones that are just hell-bent on speculation of the token, they should be avoided just because of, you know, there's so much to do, and so we don't really need to waste our time on helping those projects that are clearly, you know, malaligned to the end mission of Web3.
Yeah, I think while there's a lot of projects that I wouldn't actively go into a partnership with, I think a lot of the benefits of a Web3 protocol is that many of the unwanteds are filtered out just by the virtue of clearing out all of these inefficiencies. If it's a corrupt system that tries to provide a data service on the graph, for example, and they have a too high cost, or they have another some other features that makes it so that they're unwanted, it will be filtered out by the system and the economics themselves. So at least like in my ideal Web3 world, like we don't actively choose who to work with or who not to work with. I think the transparency and user agency will allow us to filter around those and not use them. So
I appreciate you guys taking this question. I know it was of the well, but yeah, that's why we're happy at IoTeX to be collaborating with the top projects, and we also vet the good ones, because one of the good things about modularity is that you have to have a good module, right? If you connect a bad module to a good module, you can make that good module go bad, right? So that's what we're trying to avoid. So that's why we're happy to be collaborating with everybody here on stage. I want to thank you guys for your time, and I want to thank you, audience, for being here. So yeah, I will see you next time. Thank you guys so much for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's give one more hand to our panelists as they take a picture really fast, maybe on stage, as we invite our next panelists on board, a group of Deepin builders. So we're excited to have Connor, our Deepin lead at IoTeX, moderate the next panel. So I'd like to invite Richard, founder at XNet, Jesse, founder, CEO at Uprock, Keith, founder, CEO at Qualu, and Nguyen, co-founder at Infrix, to the stage. Let's give them a hand for our panel on making more with IoTex's modular infrastructure.
Decades that I want to think about. Highlights of my resume include I led a secret research team at Apple. I was CTO of Google X. And now I am leading XNet, which is this amazing neutral host network, wireless network company. And we are building the world's very best neutral host decentralized offload network. And that might sound like a lot of gobbledygook, but if any of you in the audience here have an AT&T phone, you've probably been already using my product without realizing it, because that phone is connected to a little Wi-Fi hotspot over there that looks just like AT&T infrastructure. So we have recently closed a direct deal with the US's largest mobile carrier. We recently migrated our token to Solana. We recently stood up the Exit Foundation, and we are growing like crazy. And so we're building the future of wireless connectivity along with you and along with IoTeX. I'm really excited to be here. Well, we have one little Wi-Fi node right over here, but that's the first one in Singapore. There'll be many more to come.
Hi, my name is Jesse. I'm the CEO co-founder of UpRock. My other fellow co-founders are in the front seat taking pictures. So UpRock is the mobile-first, maybe fastest growing DePIN on Solana. We have almost 2 million installs. We get a few thousand installs per day. We make it really, really easy for people to earn passive income with a mobile device, selling their unused internet and bandwidth and compute essentially while they sleep. And so we think of DePIN as the world's best reward program. And that's the front end, the consumer side of our platform, and that's all powered by our B2B. That really what's pays for the token essentially, right? So the B2B side, we have DePIN as a service. Kind of three products that we sell is hyperlocal data collection at scale on mobile devices, network monitoring, and intelligent stuff like uptime robot, Kingdom type services, but instead of localized, instead of like randomized data centers, actually on a mobile device. So how fast you're seeing it really, you should actually load the URLs on a mobile phone. And then third is like distributed mobile compute, and that's kind of more restricted. We don't allow people to run any kind of code today. It's not as permissionless as we want it to be, but we are working with companies to do vulnerability tests, load stress testing on their websites, stuff like that. So those are customers. Our tokenomics works this way. People pay for the data and the compute jobs. 40% of that goes to liquidity for the miners who provide that resources. 40% goes to pay our bills, and 20% goes to burning our token and for liquidity pools. And that's what we're about. So thanks for having me. Thanks for the invite.
Hey everyone, I'm Keith. I've been working in telecoms for 25 years, and we live in a time now where we've never been relying as ever on the telecommunications network and our broadband connection. So there's a lot of innovation going on in DePIN space, a lot of new technology going on the edge of the network, but the existing infrastructure is just not up to standard, you know. So a lot of DePINs forget that we still need traditional infrastructure. So the Qualu networks really DePIN to make the internet better for everyone. So what we do is we use mobile devices and fixed devices. We map the entire internet. We diagnose issues in real time, creating a single source of truth for the entire internet. So all stakeholders can work together to solve the issues, invest in the network, and really to create transparency and accountability where there's none currently. And that's why a lot of the internet still sucks in a lot of places.
Hi guys, I'm Abui. I'm co-founder at Infreeze. We already started our Web2 business 5 years ago in interior home designing, focused in South Asia and India. And we started our Web3 business 1 year ago. We crowdsourced, decentralized our server of GPU, cloud GPU, by connect unused GPU globally. Currently, we already just released our white paper with DePIN verification proof of rendering. We use technology called active noise algorithm to make sure that DePIN verification is equally on-chain. And we are member of cohort 1, DePIN Serve Accelerator, invested by IoTeX.
Awesome. Yeah, that's what I love about DePIN is there's so many different types of real-world industries that are being built in or impacted using a crypto kind of tokenomic model. I want to start actually down on the far end there with Keith and Bui. You guys are both in the DePIN Surf Accelerator. You know, it's hosted by IoTeX. You're probably the most also deeply integrated or involved in our ecosystem from a tech community token launch perspective. So just curious how the DePIN Surf Accelerator has been for you. Like, what are some of the highlights? How has it been helpful? And either of you guys can start.
I remember when we start our business more than 1 year ago, then I joined Token2049 last year, the real world event. At that time, the DePIN term is like not heard of to me. But then when we built this real applications, we launched our MVP, and we saw that IoTeX with the DePIN narrative, and later DePIN serves. We engage with IoTeX team. They have Dr. Andrew, which is the research talk with us. They really like our real use case application. Maybe because we compete with render network, but we may have a more advantage than over the render because render networks only use one rendering engine called Octane Render. We support more popular rendering engine. Currently, we support Blender AI, and later will be Cinema 4D, 3D X Max. So in the visual computing business, we may revolutionize that business because with one computer or one laptop, you can render much faster videos. So IoTeX really love our own use case, and they accepted to the DePIN accelerator. We invited to pitch in Denver and many other events in Austin, in Token2049 Dubai. Got mentoring by a mentoring council of IoTeX, and also we integrate DePIN scan. It's now our device on DePIN scan and support a lot of network. Yeah, especially the network is huge. Yeah.
Keith, what about you?
Yeah, I mean, as a founder, it's a bit of a journey as you go from concept. You know, I wrote the white paper for this in 2017. The technology wasn't there to really build it. It was too expensive to build it on Ethereum back then. And, you know, as you start to look for the partners in the industry, how do you even take something from a piece of paper and implement it? You know, we spoke to a lot of the different DePIN projects, DePIN kind of platforms, and look at layer 2 solutions. And you know, what was really good for us is the being a technical project that really could understand the value we were bringing, even though we hadn't raised any funds yet. We kind of been bootstrapping. You know, we've almost got apps working, nodes ready to go, and you know, to get an accelerator program where we can implement with the modular functions, get a bit of investment. You know, that's helped us to kind of finish our prototype to get it ready for launch. And, you know, they've really helped to elevate us with events like this, getting to speak and present at the industry, and really elevate us, you know, so that's been really great. And, you know, right from the first meeting we had, the vibes was awesome with IoTeX. They really stood out. They really believed in what they were doing. And that's important for us as well, because we don't want to just work with anyone. We want to be very selective with which VCs, which partners are working. And you know, IoTeX really stood out with that, and to have the program like that to really help incubate you and get you ready for launch, it's been great.
Awesome. Yeah, it's been really cool to see you guys' success and growth over the past 6-12 months. Rich, I want to go to you next. There's been a lot of progress recently with XNet. So, you know, the migration that you mentioned. Also, you know, signed offload deal, which is great. I want to take us back maybe before the migration to a time when you guys were on Polygon. There wasn't a ton of DEX liquidity there for your token. There was then an Ethereum kind of pool launch that helped with, you know, trading, buying and selling for miners, investors. But there was also a really funny time where there was, I think, 80% of the XNet token liquidity was actually on IoTeX through our Liquidity Hub initiative, where we work with projects to bridge their tokens over, launch liquidity pools, and just, you know, do co-marketing around trading their tokens. So tell us about, you know, what that experience was like and how that was helpful early stage for you.
Yeah, I mean, this is super important because every project has to start somewhere. And in the early days of XNet, we, you know, hadn't served 1 million users on their phones in the US. And, you know, we hadn't had like Ansem retweeting us and all that stuff, right? We were in a very different place. We had a relatively small number of radios. We had some really loyal folks who were helping to build our network, and we had like 0 liquidity. Now, this is not a great place to be in. We didn't have the resources to try to farm that ourselves, but IoTeX stepped up, and they said, hey, we've got this great community, and we have this great opportunity to help you, and you can help us. And so we said, well, heck yes, because our visions aligned, and we jumped in. And you're right, like for a while there, like 80% of our liquidity was actually on IoTeX. And we were featured in IOPay, you know, this wonderful DePIN-focused wallet, right? And we were on DePIN Scan, and all of a sudden, XNet, which, you know, had some excellent people and some great technology, started to feel like a real project, part of a real ecosystem. And IoTeX was absolutely essential for that, and actually was extremely easy to work with. So it was fantastic, and it's a big reason why we're here today.
Awesome. Yeah, I really enjoyed working with you guys on that. Jesse, for you and UpRock, we have some exciting news coming up. I don't think we've shared it publicly, but we're going to be doing something similar with your token. So kind of creating liquidity pools on Mimo, RDEX, pairing them with IoTeX, and then also doing the reverse on Solana. What are you excited about for that kind of partnership? Is it the same vision kind of as Rich of just like kind of going multi-chain or tapping into other ecosystems, other communities, or what excites you about the Liquidity Hub?
Yeah, I think in many ways this is the right technology for this generation of crypto builders. You know, in the past kind of even a few years ago, everyone was just kind of in their own silos and doing their own thing, and the technology wasn't, I mean, there's still a lot of issues, use cases weren't great. Any kind of bridge technology kind of sucked UI-wise. Like, so all those things are getting better and better. And then especially in software, I'm getting better at it. This is my third mobile software company. And in the beginning, you know, you tend to want to own every single piece. That you want to do it all. You just want to own it internally, everything now. And it's so stupid to do that. Like, we were thinking about making a live map to show you all our live nodes, and then you guys have it. So we integrate with DePIN scan. We checked this morning. We have about 800,000 nodes just active. And it's better to have a third party present it too, because you trust it more. And so that was just like saved us time, and that's a very modular thinking and more Web3 thinking. And we're doing liquidity pool too, and anyone who's in IoTeX, where there's a community of builders, they're there because they're bullish on the whole Deepin narrative, and it really is finding product market fit faster than a lot of crypto because it bridges the virtual and the physical worlds in a very tangible way. So yeah, for us as a, you know, I never like to spend money on ads. Like, the last thing I want to do is raise a bunch of money from VC and then give it right back to Google. So, you know, like, for me, it's just, I'd rather, like, you know, spend money on engineering time to integrate with like DePIN scan or the IO2 for the swaps and stuff like that. Is like money well spent, and then we get a good link juice from you guys and vice versa. So I think, and it also exposes us to your community of people who want to be interested in what we're doing.
For sure, yeah. The future is modular. The future is multi-chain.
Yep.
Keith and Bui, back to you down there. Like, in terms of the IoTeX tech stack, and launching your token on IoTeX, being more deeply kind of tech integrated, what parts of the tech stack are you like most looking forward to working with IoTeX on? Right, there's IOID, there's WebStream, which is the off-chain compute. What can we do to help you guys the most, or what are you most looking forward to utilizing?
Yeah, I mean, for us, we need to create that verified devices, So the first thing we're going to implement is the IOID. We want all of the mobile nodes, the fixed nodes, to be registered on the network. And then when we're taking all of these data streams, we want to use WebStream, to verify the data, to basically like a roll-up for Deepin, right? To compute on the data, make sure the data is coming out in a way that we want, and being able to issue those incentives to the users to build the network. So that's the kind of the initial focus, but then those modular functions are great because as we expanded our roadmap, we can keep expanding in and pulling things in.
What about you?
The IOID is very important to our platform because we have to integrate with our proof of rendering. We actually also coordinate with Witness Chain. They have a DePIN coordination layer. So IOID also we have a infringement bench, which is we use it to evaluate the GPU category of GPU, and IOID with one tool we have to integrate, have a facilitated process of the verifying the GPU side. Besides that, the DePIN scan and Web3 stream, we are on DePIN scan our device. We have over 2,000 devices connected to our network, though we still in the MVP mode of a rendering layer. But when we deploy the mainnet, the rendering activity will be happening, and the verification process is taking place. And it's cool. It's cool seeing us DePIN verification real in action. We have a IOID. Yeah.
For sure, yeah, really exciting. I want to talk a bit more about DePIN scan. So I think we got your perspective, which was really glowing review. But in my mind, like DePIN scan's always kind of been this foot in the door product, right? I think IoTeX has been in the Deepin space for a long time, but the whole Deepin narrative kind of came up alongside what we were already building, which was like a focus on IoT and blockchain. So Deepin Scan is one of these products that we kind of provide for free to the Deepin space, to Deepin founders, because we saw this kind of gap in the market where every Deepin would need to build some kind of explorer, right, to show stats like number of and location of devices, token price, et cetera. And I think it's kind of just a waste of time if every Deepin founder builds that themselves. I think, Rich, I remember you saying like we had to spend a month or two on it. Like it was very like not core to what we wanted to build, but like we needed to do it. We wish that Deepin Scan would have existed, you know, right from the get-go. So I'd love maybe your perspective, or Keith or Bui, on, you know, what has Deepin Scan done for you guys? Do you plan to build your own Explorer in the future, or is it kind of good enough as is? And maybe any new features you'd love to see on it as well.
Yeah, so I mean, we just started implementing DP Scan last week, you know, but before, we haven't really launched the nodes to the public yet, so we've got maybe 30 nodes around the world where we're just using our internal test net, you know, configuring everything and getting the software right. For a kind of a high-level view of devices and social following and things like that, it's great. And we do have our own internal Explorer that has more information about all of the data and the performance and things like that. But so we're going to have both. But you know, having a single view for all of the Deepin platforms is great, because it's a place where people can come and learn about new projects. You know, we're already kind of like moving up the list, and it's quite exciting to see us on the map, you know, from where we've come from. So yeah, it looks great.
What about you?
I think DePIN is about using the Web3 for the Web2 users, and I think that currently DePIN is categorized many kind of small kind of industry in DIY, design, and visual computing and other. And I think DePIN Scan should be a place where if you can bring more Web2 players to, maybe all the users, our client to kind of coordinate with the project in Web3 on DePIN Scan, or somehow, I mean, IoTeX should, or DePIN Scan should be a place for the Web3 projects that meet the Web2 users.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I want to do a quick kind of like maybe ideation session here that I have you guys. What are some pain points that you have faced when building out your Deepins, and maybe you want to ideate around like different products or like pieces of the tech stack, IoTeX could even help out with in the future, right? Because we have this modular approach. We're always thinking about what else can we do to help Deepin founders, even if they're not building on our chain natively. Like, there's a lot of different ways to work together. I think Deepin Scan and the Liquidity Hub are two of the main ones, but we want to build like a third, a fourth, a fifth product that are that level. So curious, like, yeah, pain points you guys have faced, and then also any ideas around how IoTeX can continue to help.
I have two. Let's see. One is that you guys mentioned the ID, the verification. We have that problem because we make it so easy for you to earn on mobile. 90% of our installs are mobile. Desktop is the worst because it's really easy to emulate and farm and scam and stuff like that. Mobile, you get the help of Google and Apple because we go through the Play Store and the App Store, but it's still a problem. So how we kind of currently handle it, we want the first experience to be really rewarding. So when you install the app, we auto-generate the wallet for you. You start earning tokens instantly because we start selling your resources pretty quick. And then you start earning over 7 days. We call it verification period. And then after 7 days, if we consider your device real, your tokens you've earned go to your main wallet. So you still earn. You don't just wait till you get verified. But it's going to be an ongoing nightmare too, because people are going to figure out how to game it and stuff. So that's the thing to think about. And then the other problem with Deepin is, it's really easy. It's the world's best reward program because people can earn. You don't have to pay. You don't have to buy something first, like a credit card. You can earn instantly because everyone knows data is the new oil. Like everyone, your grandmother understands that. You don't have to explain it too much. But because it's so easy to earn, you have a really lot of supply, and then you have to focus on the demand side. You just have sell pressure all day long. So I think like even expanding a Deepin Scan thing to help people. Like make a resource for helping kind of get an idea of how much of the resource are available to sell, and then for the users to be like, hey, like for example, we have customers on the B2B side says, hey, we only want to target Android devices. Another customer just wants iPhone devices, and they're willing to pay this per month per device. And so even sending us that to the API and be like, hey, this is your top device earners, or like this geo, if you're an iPhone in the US, you can make this from this program. And so tied to that, and also just say this network provides this much compute power hash rate. And so B2B customers can see, and so just help sell the resources that all these DePIN projects are building up, to help deliver the demand. And then the modular part of it is the more we can support each other's wallets and swaps and bridges, I think that's great, because the more liquid all our transactions are, it's like the exchanges, because like in Jupiter you exchange, even though Orca, Radium, you may consider them all competitors, but it doesn't matter, because when you want to swap, it just goes through sometimes Radium, sometimes Radium, doesn't matter. All it's just liquid. Everyone makes little fees, and everyone's happy. Same thing here. If I have someone that wants to do a speed test, and it's going through, and they're paying for that data task from one network, and you can't deliver on it, you should be able to Mike or Uprock can do that and send it to there, and then we'll do that test and send it to a user. So I think the more liquid we can make those transactions, would be amazing for everyone, and it helps the demand side.
Super cool. Yeah, it sounds like help on the validation for the supply side, and then help on just demand side monetization, which I think makes sense.
It's really funny because I was actually thinking almost the same thing. Yeah. No, seriously. So for a long time in Deepin, there was this idea: build it and they will come, right? Just make supply, and there'll be a market for what you're making. I have sad news for all of you. It turns out that it's actually really, really hard to connect with demand. It's doable, but I think that's one of the big open questions. And so if IoTeX could really help turn something like DePIN Scan effectively into a market where people who want what we're all making, can actually find it through DePIN Scan, and I might discover stuff that I never knew I wanted, right? So I think it could be a fantastic bridge to a new market, a new source of demand. And then once there's pull there, once everybody knows, oh, you find great stuff on DePIN Scan, then founders for DePIN will be like, oh wow, I think there's an unmet need. I'm going to start building and targeting that. So that's the first thing. And again, also, kind of building on this, verification, right? Because what happens as soon as you make an incentive system? You know what's going to happen. Someone decides, I can game that, right? So I feel like there also should be sort of a market, if you will, for verification services that oh my God, I've got to verify the location of all these radios. Okay, I guess I can figure out how to do that. Or I want to have metrics on the performance of my network. Oh, I've got to go build that. Well, maybe there's somebody right here, already plugged in who actually can provide some of that. Who knows? Maybe someone out there is going to bring some great decentralized, SSID and other location verification stuff to DePIN Scan. But I think if we could actually help with the verification side, and we can help with the demand side, boy, you would have an absolute barn burner of follow-on products, because that takes away two of the biggest challenges and pain points for DePIN founders.
Some great ideas.
Hello. Yeah. So for us, there's a big issue between the difference between data and actually insights. And especially in the telecommunications industry, even people in their homes or people who need to make decisions, there's no point to give them raw data because they don't know what to do with it. So that's why a lot of the insights, the extraction, how you visualize data, how you build AI models to actually extract that from the different DePIN networks. So we have to build that ourselves on top of that, but it's the same for the DePIN project. So as you're trying to meet with demands, we really got to address that technical skill gap. And that's something like the experts who are building the DePINs, they can build these models to help them get the insights out of that. So that would be something really cool to build into it as well, and really help with the demand side, because if you don't know what to do with the data, it's useless, right? It's got to be actionable, and it's got to be timely and real time as well.
Yeah, I think for us, because in visual computing, which is a pretty big market, in terms of 3D rendering, movie making, and other things, I think we here for most of the time with IoTeX is about Web3. But I think the real use case is important, user is important. I think why don't IoTeX also organize some event with the users for each industry, DIY, in visual computing, with other players in Web3, and that have many other clients in there, because we in Web3 we developed the solution to disrupt the Web2, something like that. But we are not very big in Web2. But with the help of like platform like we might organize big event, make more kind of attention to the client side user base for each industry. Then I think at that time people will saw, wow, we are providing solution with cheaper price, with better, faster in terms of speed. Then it's going to be amazing for the builders Web3.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think last question before we wrap here. I think what I've seen a lot more this cycle is the acceptance of projects to being multi-chain, right? To having their token live on multiple chains, to tapping into multiple ecosystems. So, I mean, to me personally, it seems like there's a lot of upside, but I'm curious for you all as founders, do you see, being multi-chain or being able to be multi-chain bullish or bearish, and why?
I think being multi-chain is also a good option for kind of adoption in the Web3. But anyway, as I take platform to support us in go with multi-chain, because you have a DePIN liquidity hub and the bridge and other. We want a kind of like smooth transition to multi-chain with the help of IoTeX.
Yeah, I think as well. When it was single chain, you had to put a lot more thought into it because it was a long-term vision. And now you've got more options, whether that's to implement modular stuff like IoTex's view, where you can bring in certain elements, and the same for other tokens. You can find partners, you can get liquidity on other chains, and it just opens up a lot more options. So I think that's going to be the way that we go.
Yeah, I think the internet just constantly gets more complicated. So I just know it's going to be a multi-chain world. There's no way around that's just happening. I do appreciate the modular approach, especially on mobile, where it's just so resource restrained. Like it's getting better and better. You can start actually running some AI models on phones too. But it really you don't want to have to like adopt a library and have to download the entire binary some blockchain code to get it to work and do some ancillary stuff just to optimize for the hundreds of Androids and iPhones out there. So being a modular and just being able to optimize for certain use cases is a great approach, and not having to build everything by yourself is good. And there are different approaches out there. So, I do see this multi-chain world. For me, I always think of like I never hate on it because I just look at it as my fellow startup people, and I just never like to talk shit about other startups. And so it's like we're all trying to build for a better internet. And so when you have a better solution or good solution, or you have a community that's really excited about what you're building, why not work together? Because our real competitors are the Googles of the world. If we want to create a good moat, then we should work together and build a better internet together. So that's kind of how my philosophy of it.
Yeah, I think it's important when you're engineering anything to think through carefully the trade-offs, right? And I think there's good reasons to say, well, it's a multi-chain world. I think that's the future. At the same time, where are we planting our feet, right? So the thing about a blockchain is that I can be pretty guaranteed of consistency on the chain that I'm on. As soon as I start to bridge, things get a lot more complicated, and I have fewer guarantees. So for high performance, for kind of the maximum verification, I want to think carefully about where I'm going to be primarily operating, especially for high throughput and all that. That's going to be my primary chain. At the same time, why not take advantage of the fact that there are communities, liquidity, modular infrastructure, and other places? So I think thinking through carefully is sort of like, where are you going to put your corporate headquarters, right? In some sense, where are you going to put your center of operations? But then thoughtfully building those bridges and thoughtfully embracing the interoperability, knowing that doing so brings advantages, but also, of course, can create complications like so many other things in life. So multi-chain, but being very thoughtful about where you're based, at least for the next however many years. And you can migrate, as we've just proven, but oh my goodness, is that a terrifying thing to do? only do it if you really, really have a darn good reason to do it, because you can do that basically, you have one shot at making that work. If it doesn't work, I'm not even sure what you do at that point. So yeah.
Unless you're DeGod's NFT, you can do it twice.
Well, I guess that's true. I guess that's true.
Or 3 times, yeah. Well, guys, thank you so much. You heard it here first. The future is modular, and we're excited to be building it on IoTeX and with these Deepin founders right here. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
All right. Hold for a quick picture, guys. Thank you so much for sharing more about what's possible to build on IoTex's modular infrastructure. Our next panel is going to be on a topic I spoke about earlier, verifiability for DePIN. So I'd like to welcome to the stage Robert from 1KX, Rock from Network 3, Mac from Aether, and CTO of IoTeX, Kevin. Let's give him a round of applause, guys. All right. We are running a little tight on time, so I'm going to mix the first question of introductions with also the first question I was going to ask anyways. So this panel is going to be on verifiability in Deepin. So I'd like to start by asking our panelists to introduce yourselves and also to share what verifiability means to you. So let's start with Robert.
So yeah, hi, I'm Robert. I'm from 1KX, early stage venture fund. We invest across the board, but of course also a lot in DePIN's. And yeah, my role is very much focused on the economics and token design. So that's why I keep it very simple when thinking about verifiability. Is really just about, okay, DePIN's provide a service, storage, weather data, whatever. So first and foremost, it's about verifying that this job was done as agreed. And this as agreed is, I think, the tricky piece, because there it goes more about validation of like, okay, think about HiveMapper, like just uploading imagery of Singapore street data is not the core, it's like recent imagery. And then the question is like, okay, how and who can verify that? But yeah, I don't want to jump the gun here with a tricky question.
Thanks, Robert. Kevin?
Hello. Hey, I'm Kevin, co-founder, CTO, IoTeX. At IoTeX, we build a modular infrastructure for all DePIN projects. For verifiability, I would say everything all over the whole process from the data producing to on-chain, the whole process should be verifiable. If it is not, it will be in the future. We will work hard to make sure the important piece to be verifiable at this moment. But in the future, and I think theoretically, all the process should be. We can get back to that later. Yeah.
Sounds good. Rock?
Hey guys, my name is Rock, the founder of Network 3. We build a edge AI infrastructure which can empower everyday people, you and me, to leverage your IoT devices like personal computer and your smartphone to contribute your bandwidth, your compute power, and your personal data as a training data set without sacrificing privacy. So currently we have 300,000 nodes around the world, and we just finished up our first batch of money machine cell, and went out very well. And we partnership with IoTeX to do the dual mining. And for the verifiability, which is important for all the DePIN project, I think, because people or investor, users, communities want to know what's going on and what's the metrics of your project. I think the active users, active devices, online transaction, on-chain mining machines data, and the break-even day and the daily reward, revenue on the protocol. Those kind of stuff is very important for all the Deepin project. I think Deepin Scan doing a great job, and we're the first project fully integrated with all the features on Deepin Scan. And you can go to deepinscan.io, search Network 3, you can find our project, and all the metrics of our project is listed out there. It's sort of like a dashboard for Network 3 or for other Deepin project, which is important. Thank you, IoTeX. Thanks for the efforts of tech team, Kevin. We work literally neck to neck with the IoTeX tech team to achieve this. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Rock. Mac?
Hi guys, my name is Mac. I am Chief Commercial Officer for Aether Edge. Aether Edge, I brought it with me here today, so you guys can come and ask me about it afterwards, but this is the hardware division of Aether Network. So what I like to say is Aether is using a two-pronged approach. So on one side, Aether is tackling the enterprise use cases, which has tremendous demand for GPU computing power. These are the open AIs, the Googles, the Microsofts of the world. And then on the other end of the spectrum is this. And this is what I kind of refer to as an army of ants. These are GPU computing devices that anyone can have in their home, and if in the future anyone needs computing requirements around gaming, AI, streaming, AR, VR, and so on, they can connect via our globally distributed DePIN network. So really excited to be here. As far as verifiability goes, I'd say that just DePIN doesn't really happen without verifiability. If I think about the earliest example, it would probably be Bitcoin. Bitcoin was verifying that transactions were real. There wasn't double spending happening long before DePIN was ever even a concept. So I'd say we're kind of getting back to our roots with this chat here.
Absolutely. So thanks for the intros and your thoughts high level on verifiability. Let's double click into that. So in 2024, verifiability for DePIN is definitely one of the hottest topics. It's led a lot of people to put their own definitions and approaches depending on what their use case and what kind of sectors that they cover, from random sampling of outputs to recording more activities on chain, to using decentralized identity for devices, to proving the specs of hardware devices like Mac just showed there. So I wanted to start with some of the DePIN projects and ask what types of verifications or what types of approaches to verifiability do you guys apply? Maybe start with Kevin.
Yeah. So IoTeX, we are building the infra. We are not like directly tagging to a particular verification process, but we try to make all the DePIN projects verifiable. The approach would be, so first, when the data being captured, when being produced, we work with different type of like a DA project to store the data there. And the DA will also kind of like getting all the data being faithfully stored and processed there. And the off-chain computing framework that we built, WebStream, will pull the data directly from the DA. And from there, the off-chain computing program will be produced, will be computed, and all this kind of like data will, all the results will be stored on-chain. That can be verifiable directly on-chain. So the whole process from the real world to the on-chain, we try to make the whole process verifiable. So for each of these kind of computing, and people can directly verify how data being stored, how the program being computed, and how this being uploaded to the chain, so that the DePIN projects can very easily to directly use the on-chain verification process to make sure to prove kind of like work from their node operators, from their devices, from different participants. And the users can also verify this directly from the on-chain. So basically, it's kind of like expansion of the smart contract on-chain, so that it kind of like has a capability to understand what's going on with the real-world applications.
Awesome. Rock, how does Network 3 approach verification?
As I said, through Deepin Scan. So as a Deepin project, we need to focus on our community growth, our product, and our roadmap. We see a lot of stuff going on. We don't have that product and engineer resource to build a verification, even a portal or a infrastructure for that. That's the reason why we come up with the partnership with IoTeX with Deepin Scan. So Deepin Scan literally build all the modular we need, and it's easy to implement and easy to access. And we just take like couple days and weeks to implement everything. Your tech team is very supportive, and we just happy to work with you guys, and easy to implement everything on Deepin Scan. It's like really help us to unload a lot of work. And I highly recommend every Deepin project to implement their verification protocol to Deepin Scan. Yeah.
Mac, for you guys, seeing the device in front of you, how do you guys tell if that's a real device versus like something that's more of like an emulator or a simulator, both for your physical GPUs and for your checker nodes that you guys have had a lot of success selling this year?
Yeah, so we got kind of a hybrid model because a lot of people know about the checker node sale. We were talking about it backstage. That was phenomenally successful for Aether, and what the checker nodes are doing right now is basically verifying that all of the people who want GPU compute are getting it and from the right places. So it's verifying, it's checking, so to speak, that it's coming to the right places. We're still in a relatively early stage. This is kind of a startup within a startup, so to speak. We only started selling these a few months ago. We've sold 25,000 units plus, that number is growing each day. So eventually the checker nodes will check on this as well. But there's also security and features that we've built right into the box that let people know or let the network know if this device is on for 20 hours a day, which is the minimum, and then has upload and download speeds of 20 megabytes per second. So those are kind of the early guardrails that we have. If we get to a point where people are counterfeiting our boxes, then I'd say that's probably a good problem to have, because that means that we've attracted a lot of attention, and this wasn't necessarily easy to produce overnight. So,
yeah, makes sense. Yeah, Network 3 and Aether provided a good understanding of kind of GPU capacity, compute capacity as a commodity, on-chain commodity. But there's other forms of DePINs out there, especially ones that focus on data, right? So I want to ask Robert. For DePINs, there are a lot of things that can be verified, from the users, the devices, which tokens go to what wallets, data at rest, data in transit, data in use, all these things. What's your take on what is the most important thing to verify? What's like ground zero for verification of DePINs?
Yeah, I of course give the very economic answer here, which is like there's probably no general answer, just the consideration that in principle, I mean, why is verification so hard? I mean, look at LivePeer, look at Render. I mean, Inferix just mentioned it, right? They developed this like proof of render, and it's like super complicated. But Render itself doesn't have it, because in order to verify that the job was done properly, you need to redo it completely. And this is economic nonsense. Like, right? This is like when the rule of thumb is if the cost to verify something is larger than the service, you can ask yourself, there's a reason though why you would do it, because mainly is maybe it is your value proposition, right? And that's why I would say it's fair to have that spectrum, to say Akash, LivePeer, Render, for example, on the more like, we have some sampling, we don't have so much verification, we're more reputation based, versus on the other side of the spectrum, Filecoin, everything is verifiable, there's proofs. But this comes as a high cost, right? I mean, Filecoin, the initial compute cost was even higher. They got them down 90%, but still the cost of operating Filecoin, over 75% is still just for this verification process, for the snarks, for the sealing, for the 30-minute storage proofs. It's a design decision that you as a protocol can do, and that's why I would more say turn the question back to the builder to say okay, what is your value proposition at this time? Do you want to start right away with we are the Filecoins, we have everything proof and verifiable? Or more the Akash, or okay, we first want to prove a market and see, because just to be fair on this discussion, right? If you look at traditional businesses, I mean, take any example of real life TradFi DePIN. I mean, not DePIN, but physical infrastructure, mobile bandwidth on your home. If you get screwed and you paid for 1 gigabyte per second, but only get 800. I mean, A, who's going to measure it? And B, even the guys who can measure it and prove it, what's going to happen, right? So that's why I wouldn't, beat myself up to it. It's more like an economic decision for your protocol to grow, because yes, it can be a value proposition, but for sure it shouldn't deteriorate the cost and the UX of your network, and that's why it's also really good that you can then leverage even solutions, what IoTeX offers, for example, to not choose between the two sides of the spectrum, but there's lots of solutions in between, TEEs and all that stuff. So sorry for not answering your question.
No, you gave a lot of considerations, and I think it's interesting when you mention, service level agreement type things that are non-existent in DePINs today, but they also don't really work in traditional physical infrastructure networks today. I think everyone suffers from what you said, you pay for a gig and you get half a gig and you're just happy with it, that you even got that much. But yeah, I wonder, unlocking verifiability in DePIN with today's technologies may be a little tricky, but we have a lot of emerging and innovations such as zero knowledge proofs and trusted execution environments, multi-party computations that are maybe not ready for prime time from a scalability perspective, but a lot of interesting POCs being done. I want to ask Kevin and Network 3 and also Aether, what do you think about ZK when it comes to verifiability in DePIN or TEs? What do you think is going to unlock verifiability from a technology innovation perspective?
Yeah, I think ZK is very important in this process because it can actually verify all the computation. So basically, if you do the computation using ZK, that all the step-by-step computation are verifiable there. So which is very important in the whole process. But still, kind of ZKP is still kind of in the early stage. The computation is very high, unless maybe in the near future, if we can actually accelerate the ZKP by using maybe ZK ASIC. There's a lot of projects are working on this too. If we ever can achieve that, that could be largely improve the ZKP efficiency, so that a lot of computation can be done through ZK. That would be very important. Yeah, since you mentioned the TE, I think that's also very interesting. I think the whole process of the verifiable is from the data source to the on-chain. I think, yeah, that's my definition, but people could think it differently. TE can be very useful from maybe on the device side. If it's on device, there's kind of a certain type of TE they can verify themselves by providing their data. All their data can be signed by the TE in some way, so that the data afterwards can, when they come to the computation, all the data can be verified in this way. So we can actually trust the data, so that we can trust the computation, we can trust the computation results. So it's kind of like a value chain of the whole process. Yeah.
Got you. Yeah, for Rock and for Mac, I think we talked a lot about the tech and the philosophy around verifiability. I want to talk a little bit about the use cases stemming from verifiability with the little time we have left. So, we talked at length in some of these keynotes about verifiability unlocking composability between systems, whether it's DePIN to DePIN, or DePIN to DeFi, or DePIN to AI. But what do you think are the biggest use cases that stem from verifiable DePINs? Maybe start with Mac.
So, yeah, I always like to think of things, because I was a public like crypto educator before I actually started, became a founder and then joined Aether. And I think what gained me a lot of traction was being able to take these complex topics and just boil them down to the simplest thing that everyone can understand, so that they can, see the opportunity for what it is. So Deepin for me is just the idea of utilizing the resources from the crowd. And there's a lot of different ways you can do that. I think Airbnb is probably, or Uber is like the best example of that, because everybody knows what those services are, and it's, you don't have to own a bunch of homes to be able to use these networks of people with homes that are willing to rent them out to you. So this kind of principle can be applied towards a ton of different things. And the ones that excite me the most are the ones where we are not being as efficient as a race of humans as we should be. I think energy is a huge one. I think I went deep dive recently on this. I think we're only using like less than 0.001% of the solar energy that hits the Earth each day. And when you consider how energy is done, it's, at least in America, I don't know if it's different for many other countries, but there's this grid, and it's centralized in the power companies. And so in order to actually access that, you have to basically just sign on to the one power provider in your area. So what would be really cool is if we could make a much more decentralized grid, where if I have solar panels in my backyard or wind or whatever it is, I can have that energy and then rent it out to my fellow neighbors if I have excess. I could foot up the bill for buying these technologies to harness energy, and then I can make money from it, just like Airbnb, just like Uber if I have a car. So that one's really big. I think network connectivity, helium really paved the way. Of course, Internet of Things, any kind of tangible items that have connectivity possibilities, which IoTeX is the early pioneer in. All of these things are super exciting to me. And of course, I can't forget about the GPU use case, which is computing power. So I think going forward in the future, I think AI is just inevitable. It's already here, but it's really going to surprise a lot of people with how power hungry and reliant we become on it. So anything that involves data, computational power, and energy would probably be my top 3 use cases to really watch and to depend on decentralized networks going forward.
Thanks for that, Mac. And we're running up on time. We're going to have to cut this a little short, but I want to ask Rock to just close us out here. Given that Network 3 uses a lot of like a bring your own device model, a lot of at-home phones, at-home laptops, how do you approach the verifiability of that, and what do you think are the biggest use cases stemming from a verifiable system of bring your own device type of devices?
Yes, I wanted to share the story of Network 3, how we do this verifiability stuff. So first, when we launch our software node, every devices can install our software and become one of our node, no matter where you're a desktop, you're a computer, or you have a smartphones. And after that, people or community or VC will ask us how many devices or nodes, software node do you have? So this is their concern about, what they're focused on. And then we found DePIN scan has that features, and also can give the people who want to those data a very visual dashboard, and that is our user map. And this is the first feature we integrate with IoTeX, which is incredible. You can check DePIN-scan.io, or you can check on our website. It visualizes our user map around the world. You can see the light spot on the map. That's our user base. You can check their locations, and you can check the numbers of users. And after that, when we launch our mining machine, and you can the community or the VC partner will ask about what's the break-even day, what's the daily reward for the miners, and how many on-chain devices do we have, and also those metrics they're focused on, also available on DePIN Scan, and that's we are the first project, as I mentioned, fully integrate all those features. And it's very helpful for us. and it's very transparent for all our partner, community, and our investors, which is incredible. And in terms of other metrics, where we hope we can work with the Deepin scan to show on the dashboard is the revenue, and also proof of compute, proof of data quality. I think both of me and Azer use that as metrics. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, I think the first important use case of verifiability is verifiability itself to drive demand side and investor interest, exchange interest, et cetera. But we'll explore more about the use cases at a later time. I just want to thank our panelists. I know we only had one question for Robert, but please stick around because he has a presentation right after this. So I want to thank our panelists for joining today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, we are going to take a quick picture, I think, or not. And we're going to get ready for our next panel by Robert on the economics of Deepin from 1KX. So thank you, guys. All right, let's do it.
All right. Yeah, let's get started. Who here in the room has an economics background? Okay. Huh. And who is a Deepin builder? All right. Because that's mainly for you two guys then. I want to talk a little bit about the economic scalability of DePIN's with some good and bad news. And of course, you always need to start with the flywheel when you talk about economics. And it's quite simple, as always, right? You provide some supply, storage, weather stations, whatever. Somebody wants that because you provide that service. And ideally, they also pay for that. With that money, you can provide more service and extend your coverage. And then, you know, there goes your flywheel. And as you grow, obviously, you also increase your scale and your utilization. And this leads to the basically economic part of this flywheel, which is, well, when you increase in scale, you have this economies of scale, lower unit economics, right? And this tells you the core of this flywheel, which is cost and revenue, right? Step by step, you increase both sides. Well, this is obviously an iterative process, right? You start small, you build, expand, iterate, build, expand. Obviously, always keeping in mind the cost and the revenue that you have. But what's wrong here, right? No one's screaming. This is like basically not a Deepin flywheel. This is the flywheel could might as well just be AWS, right? Or anything else. Because for Deepins, the main aspect is that there's decentralized supply. And decentralized supply means you need coordination, right? You have a bunch of supply, you need coordination. How do you coordinate? Well, we have this the best coordination tool ever, token networks. And with this in the center of the Deepin flywheel, typically the flywheel looks a little bit different because typically you start with token rewards or some incentives for supply to show up, right? For the storage providers to do something, for guys buying hotspots and putting them on their homes. But if you give people token And if people around the world should do something, you need some sort of verification, which means you need some accounting layer, which is a economic word for blockchain plus accounting logic, where you store all sorts of like, okay, who did what and did they really do the job, but you can also keep track of like, when did they do it, how much did they do it, and eventually, if there's also payments involved, obviously you also handle your payments via this blockchain / your accounting layer. And then there's more to it, right? Because you spin up with the token rewards, you need your accounting layer, ideally that has some demand and traction. The demand itself, when it kicks up, this fuels the token demand ideally, because people speculate, oh, this is a hot thing, AI, GPUs, you name it. So that helps. Plus there's a bunch of other things you can do with token networks that are not so easy for the AWS, for example. The whole pricing logic, subsidies, you're super flexible in doing this. And then, you can also have people participate in your network, which is actual ownership, by delegating stake and, even earning, not doing the job, but just delegating, right, to node operators and stakers. But then also talking about governance on all the other parts of participation. So this is typically the early stages of DePIN flywheels. And then ideally, of course, there's also monetization at one stage, because the subsidies only run so long. Now, why am I telling this and always have like the cost and revenue in mind? I mean, this looks super complicated, and it is. It's something to set this up. It's tough. And actually, you can see the earliest DePINs struggled a lot. And it doesn't matter which part you pick. Let's, for example, take token rewards. Designing token rewards adequately, it's part of my job, or basically the most part of my job, and it's tough. And here is, maybe just to explain, because it's not self-explaining. We did a full article, it's also linked at the end. But basically, if you compare the monthly emission of token rewards towards the total supply. For example, Arweave, total supply is 66 million. So here, close to 1% initially, right? Means like 660,000 tokens initially each month. And the dots highlight the peak emission. Where you can also see, okay, the most DePINs had higher emissions initially, and also if you look at the blue band, that fades down over time, which makes sense because I also added Bitcoin and Ethereum. It's kind of like a common model in crypto, which we proved, and it works, right? Now, what's the problem with this? Like, why do I say it's challenging? Well, this is your token emission. It's a cool plan, but then what about the dollars that you throw basically at your supply side? And yeah, Filecoin, I'm not sure, I'm not super connected to Filecoin, but I would bet that they got surprised by how high the price went initially, and they probably would thought about differently about their incentive model. But 380 million the first 2 years every month to miners. I'm really sad that I didn't do it. So basically $10 billion, 10 first years to build up the storage provider rewards. This is a lot, right? And this is not to basically bash Filecoin. It's just like, previous slide had like, okay, token rewards, you can make some cool designs and incentive here, incentive there, but then also what you actually spend might be totally different because the market does that this way or that way. Plus, also keep in mind, Filecoin, for example, the incentives are not just for the storage provider, but also for operating the blockchain, right? Because they mix it together. So long story short, I don't want to go too much into detail here. There's a long article on that. It's complicated. And this is just the token rewards, right? The flywheel has way more. And why do I say that? Because this leads me to where do we stand with scalability with DePIN's right now. Quick reminder, profitability means you make less cost than revenue. And scalability means like, okay, if you increase your revenue or basically your demand like 2x, 5x, 10x, the costs don't scale 1-to-1, right? And now I did some analysis. Where do we stand with some DePIN's? And yeah, let's look at it. I didn't put cost and revenue, but more like the ratio. So a ratio of 1 means below 1 you're profitable, above 1 you're not. Most DePIN's are estimated. This is an estimation. We did surveys with the node operators, right? We went through it. Again, there's articles on it with all the details and the caveats on it. But just roughly speaking, right? This number here means helium IoT. This is just IoT. And whoever looked at the IoT numbers recently over the past months, the revenue isn't that great. But if you look at the network, I mean, the hotspots are out there, right? The investment was made, so the cost is there. So it takes basically over 30x, probably it's easily 100x of the current demand, such that they break even. For other networks, it goes better. I mean, Falcon is also still up there. This is Definity ICP, but just to show, okay, this is where we stand with the scalability, with the profitability. How does it look with the scalability? This actually looks way better all of a sudden. Well, right, I mean, again, we did surveys with the node operators, but especially the guys who had like low profitability, they can scale a lot. And why is that? Well, wait. Huh? Oh yeah, oh, something's off. Yeah, why is that? Well, Helium IoT can scale so much, right? They can easily 10x because the supply is there. Filecoin can scale so much because the supply is there. But this is also what costs them the profitability, right? If you just have like 100x of, if you only have like 7% utilization, 1% utilization, that means you're paying for the other guys that just supply and are not asked, right? Plus, this is just like the status quo. And yes, you know, researchers like me, they can only do so much of like, okay, if we look at your current cost structure, your network structure, this is how it looks like. So yeah, you're on the path to break even, but we're in crypto and token networks. We want to go way beyond. I'm not sure what's going on. Exactly, this is what I want to say. What's beyond the 10x growth, right? What's about like the 1000x? You know, the DePIN's want to, you know, get global and big. Well, this is the main part of my talk here. It's first, when I introduced this little centerpiece, I was intentionally a little bit negative because, yeah, it's super hard, right? Filecoin needed to put up their own accounting layer. Oh, we've did it. It costs a lot of money. But this changes now, and this is actually what makes me so positive that the scalability to the like 1000x will come from the benefits of the token network. And yeah, just to go to 2 examples, because this is just a very short talk. Let's maybe take the accounting layer, right? No one needs to build their own blockchain anymore, right? You can use IoTeX, you can go Solana, you can have L2s, and that obviously helps you a lot with the supply cost and the UX side that you have, right? As I said, the app chains, the public L1, L2. There's also lots of solutions that let you create rollups and all that stuff. IoTeX 2.0 white paper has lots of modularity features that you can go through. The restaking for security, like you don't need to incentivize all that with your token. You can basically leverage them if you want, right? Same with verification. We just discussed it in a panel. Think about payments, right? Just normal payment abstraction. Like no one who's like a Web2 dev wants to pay in crypto or build up a wallet. And Sphere on Solana, IOPay, these solutions are out there. You don't need to build them yourself. So this will help you scale. In general, right, coming back to our verification panel, it's easy to spin up integrations and partnerships, and this makes me always happy when I see it. The verifiability is one requirement to kick this off even more, but there is the supply aggregators, right? Ionet, Hivelo, IDO, who does it, but then also the integrations with others, you know, Impossible Cloud and Ether as one example. And yeah, most of all, you have like this global permissionless access, right? You can get everybody's device if they want to contribute. You have these sharing economy benefits, which are completely different. This is 0 to 1, right? It's not just you make cost savings like 10%, 15%. Is like the guy who drives Uber in Singapore puts off Netix or HiveMapper, and it doesn't cost him anything just clicking the button because he's anyway driving, right? So this is why technically your marginal reward for him could be a cent. I mean, this is what economists would tell you. I can go on. You have the same with participation and ownership, where you can also global reach on local knowledge. There's so many cool things that are happening. Right? Atheist node operator sale was good. The revenue shares, the land sales that Netix does. Dawn, the medallion. If that doesn't tell you anything, look it up. It's a super cool concept to really help steer the demand where it's needed and involve local knowledge to do that. Not you as a central founder from somewhere, in Berlin telling the people in Denver where to put up their hotspots. No, they do that themselves. And this will obviously, they have the local knowledge. They will do this the best way. And you have the same in your communities. We saw that in Pocket. What they drove with LeanPocket and GeoMesh, this came from node operators to basically make the whole network more efficient. Ramo is a network that basically does that as a service, so to speak. And yeah, what's going on Helium is just another of these examples where you just leverage your existing network, right? If you think about it, Helium IoT was the first, showcase of like, okay, can we incentivize global supply? Yes, we can, but no, we don't have any demand, and like the economics look really bad. But then what now? They're like, okay, spin up mobile, and mobile actually looks really good. I need to add it to the profitability chart. And what they could do next is like, oh, actually, we don't need to do all the work. We partner with Sourceful, for example, and let them contribute to our economy. They benefit from our brand. We benefit from their demand and their innovation. And I think just a couple of days ago, they announced Expand, which is like even broadening up, not even tying it to the HNT token. If anybody knows more details. But for sure, an interesting way to go. It goes on and on. Yeah, right. Decoupling and expanding is for sure the stuff that I want to put the last point on. Even on your, typically when you think about DePIN's, people talk about the supply side and verification and how to decentralize permissionless. But what's also really, really good is the decentralization and sharing the ownership and responsibilities on the sales side, on your demand side. Pocket did this with the gateways, right? They said like, okay, we don't have one gateway operator, but we have like 7, whatever. And then they need to take care to get the business in. That brings traction to your network, right? It's the same concept of like global reach for local knowledge. So long story short, as I said initially, the DePIN flywheel for scalability is complex, challenging, right? And originally, when you look at as economists to it, you're like, okay, can that actually work? How should this ever fly? And then you look at the numbers and you're like, okay, yeah, we're early and it doesn't look super great. But then you look what's going on, especially amongst all the DePINs and the integrations and the opportunities that you have because they're all built on token networks. And this allows them to unlock a lot of, I call them token networks effects. Not sure if this is a good term. But yeah, long story short, this exploration of these effects just started. I look forward to see the data flowing in soon on how this results into traction. If you want to read more on that, I typically share that on Twitter. And also we share that on our Miro page from 1KX. And yeah, if there's any more questions, hit me up. I'll be around. Thanks a lot.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that talk. A lot of thought-provoking stuff to evaluate where we are in the current cycles of DePIN. Thanks again, Robert, for that, for joining the panel. Next, we have another presentation. We talked a little bit about the economics of DePIN, how to capture that kind of network effects, flywheel effects. And we have Aaron from the IoTeX team, our head of product, who's going to be talking about how to make DePIN more accessible for all. So let's give Aaron a big hand.
How's it going, Singapore? You guys having a good Token2049? Let's hear it. Are you guys having a good Token2049? Nice. That's what I like to hear. All right, guys. So today I'm going to be talking to you guys about making DePIN accessible for everyone. So, DePIN. This sector has grown so much over the last year and a half. It's unbelievable. This is actually, believe it or not, the 12th real-world event. So we threw our first real-world event back in March 2023. This was in ETH Denver, and the scale of what these events have become since then is just absolutely incredible. And it just speaks to the growth of the sector. And of course, IoTeX is behind that, as well as many other DePIN projects in the space. Big kudos to our events and marketing team. They've done an incredible job to make this all happen, as well as, again, those DePIN projects and sponsors. I want you guys to repeat after me. This is one of my favorite sayings. DePIN's together strong. DePIN's together strong. So all these different projects working together, you cannot be defeated. And this is how we've made this sector what it is today. So these are a bunch of projects building in the space, on the digital side, on the physical side, and also several infrastructure projects as well. These projects are all trying to contribute to the growth and success of the sector, and they're betting heavy on it. So why does DePIN matter? DePIN interacts with the real-world economy. DePIN is a global movement. DePIN is for everyone. So let's see a show of hands. How many of you have a smartwatch? Got like 6 smartwatches. How many of you have one of these smart rings? Or a ring? Very cool. Got a couple of those too. So if you add those up, combined with, I'm betting all you have smartphones, the number of smart devices out there way outnumbers actually the number of human beings on the planet. So adding those all together, that is really the potential user base of the sector. And that's why the promise of DePIN is so exciting. So again, DePIN is a global movement. I love this. So take a look at the DePIN scan map behind me. This is actually 3.4 million devices that are lighting up the globe. And let's zoom into Singapore. So you can see many thousands of devices lighting up the map in Singapore. Super, super exciting, all focused on the DePIN sector. So not only is IoTeX making DePIN accessible to the users, but it's also making DePIN more accessible to the builders. So a couple of months ago, we launched IoTeX 2.0. The feedback so far has been incredible. And one of the main things we do there is we try to separate things and really focus on the developer toolkit. Let's jump into something called DePIN infrastructure modules, again, focused on the developer experience. So in our studies of the DePIN sector, we determined that there are a number of layers that go into building a DePIN project. In the current term, but also in the long term, we predict that these are going to be the key layers. So that includes the hardware abstraction layer, connectivity layer, sequencer layer, and so forth. So within these different layers, there are a number of projects that are building. And these projects are available for DePIN builders to leverage. So this could include streamer with the connectivity layer or web stream with the off-chain compute layer. We're allowing projects to create their own custom tech stack. So this is where it gets fun. So we talked about the building side. Now let's talk about the user side. So we launched this crypto wallet called IOPay a few years back. And since then, we've decided to rebrand it, as with all of our other products, in order to really focus on the Deepin sector. So we rebranded it the Deepin Crypto Wallet. And what this means from a feature standpoint is we integrated Deepin Scan, one of our other leading Deepin products, right into the application. We've also surfaced several of the Deepin tokens so that they appear in the dashboard of the phone. So feel free to scan. You can download this on iOS and Android today. So Deepin Scan, we launched this product about 6 months ago, and the success has been incredible. It's opened so many doors for us and has really allowed projects to get their name out in front of the users. So again, I mentioned 3.4 million devices now across the globe, and that number is just continuing to grow. So feel free to scan here. You can check out Deepin Scan 1.0. And this really speaks to the transparency and accessibility of the sector, which is what this speech is about. So in this next couple of slides, I'm going to go into some details around how we plan to take this to the next level and really be the front end for everything we do at IoTeX, whereas the back end is some of this high-tech development stuff that we have, including WebStream and other projects. So these are already some of the features that we've implemented, and there's several more that we plan to implement. I'm going to go through some of them. So one of them is the events aggregator. So if you go to deepinscan.io/events, you can see all the different Deepin events in one location. So this is great since you guys are here at Token, feel free to go again to deepinscan.io/events, and there you'll be able to see all the different Deepin events that are here in Singapore other than this amazing real-world event. Next is the news aggregator. So we've implemented this about a month ago, and effectively you're able to go to the news tab within Deepin Scan and see all the latest news across the entire sector. And finally, we launched this POC for mining reward calculator as well as on-chain devices. And we did this in conjunction with Network 3, who was just on the panel earlier. So effectively what they've done is with their new mining device, they've launched about 3,500 devices and sold out instantly. And with every one of those devices sold, there's an on-chain decentralized identity associated with that device. And we've integrated that directly into Deepin Scan, so you're able to see all those verified devices directly on Deepin Scan, which is super exciting. And I think this is the trend that we wish to see with Deepin Scan, as well as the entire Deepin sector, is this verifiability which didn't exist before. Along with that, the mining reward calculator. So what this means is we're able to take via API your how much a device earns per day and figure out how long it takes to effectively break even on the device that you purchase and how long it takes for you to then profit after that. Here are a couple new features coming. So I mentioned before the transparency for the sector. So the on-chain devices is definitely going to be a big leader of this, as well as the mining reward calculator. And we hope to add other levels of verification as well. And another feature that we've launched is the Learn to Earn, which is coming in about 3 weeks. So what this is allows projects to get their project in front of a massive user base, which is hundreds of thousands of users that are coming to view the IoTeX Deepin Scan. And you're able to educate yourself on the project and ultimately earn tokens or points for doing so. So again, this really speaks to the transparency and accessibility of the sector and really taking the Deepin sector to the next level. So thank you guys for listening to my speech. And feel free to add myself or IoTeX on Twitter, and feel free to ask any questions afterwards if you have any. Thank you. Okay, guys, just a few minutes here. We're getting the panel together. Should just be a few minutes.
All right, guys, we are ready to get started with our next panel with some really awesome Deepin projects. They're going to share a little bit about how they generate real-world demand. So I'd like to invite Giuseppe from the IoTeX team, who's going to moderate. And we also want to welcome Mike, founder, CEO at GeoNet, Yuffie, CTO at Verde.ai, Benson, co-founder at Nubula, and David from Glow. I think there's someone actually filling in for David. Chris from Glow is going to be filling in today. But let's get started with this panel, guys. Welcome.
Thanks, Larry. How you doing? Good. How's it going, man? Hey. Hey. Chris. All right, let's get started. First of all, so Chris is filling in. Apologies for not having your picture on. It was actually my bad. But yeah, let's get rolling. Sweet. So let's just go through a round of intros. Simple intro like ourselves, and then we'll get this kicked off. So Mike, this is not our first panel together, but yeah, go for it.
I'm Mike Horton. I'm the project creator of the GeoNet network. GeoNet provides high accuracy geospatial services. So you can think of your phone, you get GPS. That's typically accurate to 10, 20 feet, 2-3 meters. With the GeoNet service, you'll get that into the size of a golf ball, about 1 centimeter accuracy. So it's a way to provide very high accuracy geospatial data.
Sweet. Yeffi.
Hello everyone, my name is Yeffi. I'm actually a customer of Mike. Yeah, actually we are using Mike service to provide a really good, positioning accuracy to help our robot to run a really good path. So actually we are doing robotic lawn mower to help Western countries people to keep their yard and the lawn very, very clean and very, very nice. Yeah, that's our purpose. Yeah, and previously I was working in a really big company called Husqvarna. If you are in Western countries, I think you might know that company. Yeah. Okay.
All right, Benson.
Hi, hello. Works. Hi. Wait. Hi. My name is Benson. Not who. Yeah, that's a typo there. Yeah. My background is in international finance, and I specialize in data-driven growth strategy. And I'm also the co-founder and the CEO of Nubila, a ESG data oracle designed to revolutionize the data collection and utilization. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Chris.
Hey guys, my name is Chris Denaro. I'm chief of staff for Glow. Glow is a crypto protocol that rewards solar farms for producing carbon credits. If you saw Dylan Bain's presentation earlier, Glow's #2 on Deepin Ninja for monthly revenue. We're up to 52 solar farms on the Glow protocol. We just commissioned the largest solar farm to date, a 1.3 megawatt system in India. Excited to be here with you guys today.
Awesome, thank you. Sweet, so yeah, let's just keep this like open conversation really. There are a few points that I wanted to touch upon. As usual, I would like to first sort of like look at the state right now and how you guys are tackling, demand side. And then maybe we do another round of like, speaking where we maybe tackle like future things that you guys are working on and how you plan to basically have them work out. Why we did this panel, Chris, you kind of like anticipated it earlier when Dylan was talking about demand for Deepin. And we actually chatted about it earlier, right? So Deepins in general sort of like figured out the supply side pretty well. The whole incentivization to contribute to various networks. The demand side is a little bit like Dylan was saying, or like Mahesh was saying, like you gotta experiment a little bit to find like the right fit for this, the data that all these or the services that these Deepin networks are providing. So the whole point of having this panel is, you guys, GeoNet, you provide like, an interesting and very specific service, customer right to your left. You guys also, from Nubila, provide something interesting. You guys just commissioned something and you are actually generating revenue. So it's a strong point to prove that, yes, people are sort of to play out with the demand side and Deepin, but it's definitely possible and it definitely helps the scaling. So let's go and maybe keep the same order and let's talk about that for a second. How, for example, you guys figured out the demand for your service, how you go about, finding new customers and why the need for your service specifically.
So in our case, there's an existing kind of service that's out there that's been around called RTK, which is what people typically use to get this high accuracy. But that service has been very expensive, and it hasn't been something globally available. It's been only available in sort of selected areas and developed regions. So our project is really building has now built the world's largest RTK network, and is providing accessibility to that service at lower cost and better availability. One of the cool things about it is the standards are existing, so it's easy for us to plug into a lot of existing systems and equipment, and that helps a lot with adoption. We're not having to evangelize sort of what our product is. There's kind of a ready-made market for it, so we can focus on just having the better coverage and having the more stations than the other networks, and we've been able to do that successfully, and that's let us grow revenue quickly.
How does the, my counter question, how does the Deepin model, would GeoNet work and kind of be able to provide the same service at the same cost if maybe weren't using a Deepin model?
Well, the problem would be that you'd have to have a central formula for setting up stations, and so GeoNet, myself and one of the other co-founders looked at doing that initially, and even went so far as to put a few stations up before we realized that working in a centralized way would be incredibly expensive. Even the hardware were free to set up the station, which it's not, but even if it were free, it would still be extremely expensive and time consuming to set up a global RTK network in a centralized way. And furthermore, then you have the problem of payments and the maintenance of the network. So if you try to pay people without blockchain technology, it gets very complicated. I mean, trying to send wires every day to 9,000 people all over the planet is something that's far from practical. And then, just keeping up with how do you maintain the different locations. We're able to use decentralized technology for a location NFT, which structures the network the way that we want, so that we don't have too much coverage in one area and not enough coverage in another area. Then we can use staking in order to let people sort of select areas where the rewards should be higher to encourage coverage, and maybe some places that are harder. So I think all in all, it's basically kind of self-proven to be an impossible problem to solve without Web3. People have been trying to build the RTK networks for 20 years and never have been able to really scale one to a globally available high-density network. And using crypto incentives, we've been able to grow to be the biggest network in the world in less than 2 years and under $7 million raised. So I think it's incredibly capital-efficient way to build a network.
I mean, that's a pretty fair point for Deepin, I would say. Sweet. Yiffy, what about you in terms of being a customer of a Deepin project? Had you guys looked at trying to figure out the same service maybe from a centralized company, let's say, if that existed, or how did this come about? Leveraging GeoNet precise location.
Okay, there's a long story. Actually, before we found microservice, GeoNet service. Actually, our robot works like this. We need to have a kind of a base station, and we need to have a communication between the robot and the RTK base station. Then we have a really high accuracy. And in this way, I think it's really, really expensive, and it's really hard for customer to set up the station at the beginning. So that will cost really, really a lot of problem for us to sell our product. So then we switch to GeoNet because they have a really good decentralized system that will help all the customer to set up the system very, very quickly. I think that is the big advantage we have right now by using their system. The other thing is that before that, we actually have a base station. We need to pay extra cost for this kind of physical device. And now we switch to the system, to the service. What we need to do is only subscribe for the service every year, and that will largely, cost down our product. Those are the two, benefits we gain from using GeoNet service. Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Benson, what about you guys? How have you guys, how are you tackling the whole demand side for basically, yeah, the data that your network is providing or the service that your network is providing?
Sure, it's a good question. Actually, New Zealand, we're building the ESG data oracle. We focus on the environmental. The first application should be the weather. The current weather collection and the collection model is outdated and limited. So the valuable weather data is not being captured and utilized. So to address this, we acquired Bloom Sky, one of the world's largest weather station and data providers. And we then deployed the smallest and the smartest weather stations, and leveraging DePIN to gender, the higher quality and more accurate and community-owned weather data. So currently, we're supplying the hyperlocal weather data to the world's second largest specular company, and helping them generate additional over $500,000 in revenue per year from this partnership. And we also received significant interest from multiple energy companies, including PG&E. The second is we built weather data oracle. It works for all IoT sensors actually. So we just deployed over 10,000 validation nodes in this quarter, and I worked with IoTeX to provide the fastest and most accurate on-chain ESG data to the smart contract and business intelligence. There's one number, one amazing number you may not know. Over 75,000 weather futures and contracts traded on CME.
Say that one more time.
Over 75,000 weather futures and contracts traded on CME. It's a huge number. And the trading volume is tens of billions. So as we all know, we cannot trade that high value just using the data provided by one single entity. That's why we have talked with several hedge funds from Wall Street. They are highly interested in what UBI is doing. And they are willing to pay at least 10% to buy the qualified weather data. So now you know how important the qualified, the validated weather data is, right? Yeah, so not only weather data, we also, UBI can also supply and validate air quality data, carbon data, and all kinds of ESG data. Thank you.
Yeah, super interesting. I have some follow-up, but I think that will fit more into the second part. How would this apply, for example, combined with other types of DePIN that provide maybe different type of service, like maybe a location or, but we'll get to that in just a second.
Sure,
I want to go to Chris, because Chris, when we chatted earlier, right, you were saying you guys basically focused on supply at the beginning. So I'm guessing that's the case in which you need to reach some sort of critical mass for demand to start kicking in. And it can be, I think, difficult because maybe not everybody can get to that level where they reach critical mass and then, demand starts being driven, So let's maybe talk about that for a second.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I think carbon credit markets are interesting because the demand is already there, right? And so I can kind of talk about, okay, what is the current state of the carbon credit markets? Why do companies care about buying carbon credits? And then why supply side has been the focus for us. But yeah, I don't know, show of hands, how many people are familiar with carbon credit markets and the problems there? A couple, okay.
What are some of the problems, for example?
Well, so really it's the problems are with the quality and transparency of how carbon credits are created. Like, there's a couple standardization agencies, but there's hundreds of different ways to generate carbon credits. And so developing a consistent auditing standard across those is really difficult. And so that's like a major problem. And you see carbon credits can go from anywhere from less than $1 to over $1,000. And a lot of that has to do with the story that is tied to the carbon credits. And so, for example, Microsoft has a carbon credit buying program, and mostly that is driven by, they found that they can increase employee retention, right? People feel better about working for big bad Microsoft if they know that millions of dollars are going towards saving the world, right? And so that story that's tied to the carbon credit is really important. And with Glow, that's kind of what blockchain allows us, right, is that transparency. We can have all of that data on chain. Glow works by installing a monitoring box on these solar systems. We know how dirty the grid is, and we know how much power they're generating. So it's a simple calculation of how much carbon we offset. And all of that is transparent and visible. And so we have a lot of justification for the quality and the impact of the carbon credits that we're generating. But beyond that, really supply side was the difficult thing for us, because if you think about us compared to other DePIN projects, projects like Helium or Decharge, to purchase one of those devices versus setting up a solar farm is like orders of magnitude different, right? So really for us, it was that focus on building the supply side, building the solar and the number of carbon credits that Glow is generating, and being able to generate enough carbon credits that we can go to those big buyers like Microsoft and Google. And we do have corporate sponsors, so like Filecoin is a big sponsor of Glow. They're donating to retire carbon credits. But for us, the more corporate sponsors we have, the more imbalanced the ecosystem is, right? Because we have really outsized rewards for those early solar farms on Glow. So we really just focused on building that supply. And once we have enough carbon credits, we'll focus on building the demand side. That being said, if you're interested in being a sponsor of Glow, come talk to me after.
All right. Sweet, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, so second round, let's shift gear and let's look a little bit about the next couple of years, the next few years. Mike, how do you see, what's exciting, about GeoNet, what's coming up, and how are you planning on expanding?
Yeah, so I think one of the most exciting applications is applications like Yuffies and robotics and in drones. We all today, we have, 3, 4 iPhone type devices per person, right? Everybody's got at least a phone, so a lot of people have the watch, a pad. I think the next big wave of devices that people are going to have are going to be robots, and they're going to have them in their home, they're going to have them, outside their home, they're going to have them above them with drones helping keep them safe. So I see a real robot revolution coming, and for those robots to have the spatial context that they need to do the AI that they want to do, they need to know, they need to have a very good precision and location. And so GeoNet really is a fundamental piece of infrastructure for robotics, drones, and the AI services built on top of those. And that's, I think, what gets us the most excited. There are a lot of traditional applications that we serve to in agriculture and civil survey and construction, and also even applications on the mobile phone for gaming. We're announcing a gaming partnership. And I think those are really both really cool ends of the spectrum as well. But if there's one particular thing that I think is going to be quite revolutionary that would not happen without GeoNet is mass adoption of robotics.
Sweet, yeah, I like that. Talking about mass adoption of robotics, I mean, if you guys already have your own, more robot, but what's next? Are you maybe are you going to tackle like different verticals now, or?
Yeah, actually our ambition is to become the landlord DJI. Dajiang, Chinese brand. They are actually developing drones, but we are all going to develop really robust, monster on the land. Yeah, that's our ambition. Yeah, actually, I can say something more about next few years, because robot will become a really, really popular product for each family. Because suppose this summer is very hot, at least in my country it's very hot. I think the place where people never go is the outside when the climate is changing very often, right? So that's why I estimated that the outdoor robot will become a really, really popular and a really booming product in the future. Yeah. So now we have a really small robot like the lawnmower, which is like that size. But in the future, we will have small size, middle size, and big size. The big size will be the one people use for large lawn, or maybe they will have a really big farm, and we will have a robot which can do everything for the farmers. Yeah. And for the small one, now we have it for the lawn, and maybe we can also have a small one which can swim in the pool. Now we have already seen some products similar in the market, but we will do a real fancy one which can swim like a man, or maybe like a frog, or maybe a more fancy frog can swim a certain path. Yeah, but if we want to have the products like that, we definitely need JetNet service. Yeah, because that's a kind of like a fundamental technology for our product. Yeah. Okay.
Sweet. Thank you. And yeah, Benson, we're back. Let's do that. Let's talk about cross Deepin data and how you think like that could impact the demand for Deepin data.
Yes, when you talk about that, I think the sustainability is super important. As we have mentioned in the past several times in other places, the ESG data right now is like Bitcoin in 2013, with this like super potential for the next the 12 years, especially for the decentralized ESG data. It's one word called trustworthy. For Nubila, our way to work with that is like we are working with one of our investors, BCG, the Boston Consulting Group, one of the largest consulting company. They are helping us to talking with several demand side. So, it's not easy to work for DePIN company to work with traditional, the mainstream companies, but BCG will the bridge helping us to connect with the mainstream companies. So we supply weather data and other like data with actionable insights to provide for the weather sensitive industries to their clients. And actually, we just need to provide the data, and we provide some on-trend ESG data. So BCG will do the rest. And not only weather data, we also, like, they are helping us to, like, do the research that what we need next for the next 12 years, couple of years. It's not easy for us to bring more data, more device to the world to collect data. I also talked with some professors and doctors. What the challenge they are facing now is to collect real-world data. And Nubila has the ability to make the device and to the validator network we have. So we're easily to deploy more kind of devices to collect real-world data. That's what our plan is. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And Chris, what about you? What's in store for Glow for the next, I don't know, few years, or how do you see this going?
Yeah.
I mean, you can also we can keep it on like the inspiring mode. It's doesn't have to be too realistic.
Of course. Yeah. Well, so you asked, but what does the future look like? I think there's a lot of questions of what do the carbon credit markets look like in the future, and how does that shake out? I think, regardless of what you think about the carbon credit markets, this increased focus on sustainability is important, right? Like, we need to reduce carbon emissions if we want a world for future generations to exist in. And I think with Glow, we're proud of our focus on like the dirtiest grid areas and the lowest energy cost areas, because we're funding and helping make solar farms happen that otherwise wouldn't be profitable and are having the biggest impact on reducing carbon emissions. So we feel really good on that. We're, I think, expanding into larger commercial scale solar now, and really still focused on building that supply side, but excited for a future where we're setting a new standard for generating carbon credits, specifically with solar, and working with some large commercial buyers, hopefully eventually the UN.
Awesome. Yeah, I like that. Sweet. Cool. Guys, I think that's pretty much it, unless maybe you had something else that you wanted to add, or if maybe anybody has any questions. We're like a couple of minutes early, but we could wrap it up unless you want to add something.
I mean, I'll just add that I think that the future of Deepin is bright, and this focus on like real world assets and having impact that you can see and feel and touch is I think what crypto needs right now.
Yeah, I mean, I feel in general we're all sort of like proving a point by being here on stage. Like what Mike said earlier, what you guys said too. Maybe some of these use cases or some of these services wouldn't be possible in a traditional Web 2 scenario for various reasons. Maybe cost, maybe scalability. So Deepin as like a scaling technology, as a technology to scale infrastructure for all that implies, I think it's super bullish. So thanks for proving a point, if there was ever any doubt in the audience. But all right, thank you very much, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, yes. Thanks, Giuseppe.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much to GeoNet, Verde AI, Nubula, and Glow for sharing a little bit more about how to build real-world adoption. We're going to change gears a little bit and switch over to the investing landscape with some of the very prominent VCs in the space. So we have Animoca, Dragonfly, CoinFund, and Samsung Next going to share their perspectives on what is investable in the Deepin sector to close out day 2 of Real World. So bring your friends. If you're out in the main area and you can hear us, definitely come and check out this panel. I'm going to hand it over to Connor to get us going.
Yeah, come on up, guys. Welcome up Jake from CoinFund, Sam from Samsung Next, Omar from Dragonfly, and Mehdi from Animoca Labs. Brands, thank you. All right. Thank you guys for joining me here. Thanks to everyone in the audience as well. I want to have hopefully a Deepin 301 level conversation. I think we've covered a lot of the basics, yesterday and today. We've got a bunch of smart investors up here that have done some deep thinking about Deepin, have some investments in Deepin as well. So looking forward to getting their perspectives on the sector that's captivated so many of people in crypto this cycle at least. So would love to just do quick intros from everyone on your fund, maybe any notable Deepin investments, and also something you either like or don't like about Deepin. And I would love for at least one person to say something they don't like or they wish was better in Deepin these days. Can start with Jake here.
Thank you for having me. Wait, is this working? Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
So I'm Jake Brookman. I'm the founder and CEO of CoinFund. We are a 30-person crypto investment firm. We've been full-time in crypto since 2015. I'm the founder. I spend most of my time in kind of early stage and deep tech side of blockchain. Investments in Deepin, well, one of the very early ones that we've done would be LivePeer. I think LivePeer launched their white paper in 2016, and 2018 they had their Merkle mine for their token, and then a more recent one we've done is Demo, which is a data union for electric vehicle data.
I'm Sam from Samsung Next. Samsung Next is an early stage venture and strategy arm for Samsung Electronics. We just have a mission to back the best builders and founders. Our fund started with a thesis in edge computing, which naturally kind of led into some early DePIN stuff. I think our first crypto investment in 2016 was Theta Labs. So they do some distributed gaming rendering. Our notable investments now, IoTeX being one of them, and then as well Hyperbolic, which is distributed compute, and then MetaBlocks as well on the Wi-Fi side.
Hi everyone, my name is Omar Kanji. I'm a partner at Dragonfly. We're a cross-border global investment firm. We invest all across the ecosystem, from deep technical projects to crypto-adjacent projects and everything in between. On the DePIN side, we're obviously excited. I guess things that we're excited about recently, we have a company going live called Dawn, and then another one called Project coming out. So lots of exciting stuff in the DePIN space for us.
GM everyone. My name is Mehdi Farouk. I'm an investment and partnership manager at Animoca Brands. Animoca Brands is a corporate where we invest through our balance sheet as well as our venture arm. So we have done 540 investments. We are mostly known for gaming, but we also do invest in DePIN and infrastructure projects. Lately, we have been very active on the DePIN side of things. We have invested in IO.net, Peak Network. Recently, we also did a strategic partnership and investment with GeoNet.
Super cool. And then want to ask you guys next, who or what DePIN pilled you, right? Like everyone's got their own story about how they first heard about DePIN. It's probably some of the investments you've done, but I think DePIN has definitely taken the crypto space by storm more this cycle than any other cycle, right? We had to have the acronym be kind of put forth by Messari and then also adopted by everyone. I'm very glad we have one word to describe the whole space. But yeah, curious maybe, what was the point at which you all became very DePIN pilled on the sector as a whole? Can start with any of you guys.
Yeah, I'll go first. I think I got introduced to DePIN whilst I was reading blog posts from Multicoin. I hosted them for podcasts. Was starting to get interested in the sector. But the main aha moment for me was when we were accelerating a DePIN project called Humanity Protocol. And for me, it became really clear that this could be a large vector for mass adoption in crypto. Plus, there is real demand for different applications, both in Web 2 and Web 3. Within Web 3, the main demand sides were solving issues of bots on-chain, like for on-chain gaming, solving bots for just gaming, KYB for RWA, and also like solving Sybil airdrop problems. So solving those problems through DePIN principle excited me, and yeah, I fell in love and got down deeper into the rabbit hole.
Yeah, for me, I started my career investing in telecommunications infrastructure, and so the whole concept of DePIN like naturally fit. I still have lots of concerns about the viability of the business models today and how they scale from a revenue perspective, but I think the underlying principle of subsidizing CapEx and in turn bootstrapping a network from there makes a ton of sense. And obviously there's lots of different shots on goals being taken place today, but as a concept, it just makes a lot of sense. Like you are funding CapEx to create a real business that provides some type of real service to people that are willing to pay for it. And so intuitively, it all kind of just fit together.
I have the exact same story, as I'm sure most of us do, but I'd just add like the payments and the coordination mechanisms that you have an open public ledger to do the payments on as well. But looking from these physical infrastructure networks that otherwise you would need billions of dollars up front before any service is provided, DePIN just is a great opportunity for that.
It's interesting. I think that the term DePIN has come to encompass some networks that have been around for a long time. So what we used to call like resource networks. I mean, I think there was a storage network called StoreJ as early as 2015. We mentioned LivePeer, which came out in 2016. And so there's like this set of networks that are about computation or storage that today we refer to as DePIN, but have been around. But I think for me, the moment where it started to get really interesting was basically with Helium in 2018, because at that time, there were a lot of questions around like what are tokens good for, like actually, other than trading and speculation. And kind of an early hypothesis there was that, hey, like you can use token incentives to bootstrap networks, and in particular, the very hard problem of networks that have physical infrastructure. And Helium was a great example of that because they started manufacturing devices and essentially building like this telecom network, which if you weren't doing it with tokens, you get this idea that like, hey, maybe that would take billions of dollars to do. And Helium grew quickly and got to like millions of nodes globally through token economics. So I would say that's among one of the few real successes of tokens in general. So that's when I think things started to get quite interesting.
Yeah, same for me with Helium, I would say. Now I want to talk about maybe just how you guys invest. So I know there's probably different fund mandates up here, but specifically around investing in liquid tokens versus venture. Venture's probably typically earlier stage, right? It's pre-TGE. Like I said, you guys might have different fund mandates, but I'm curious, like, what do you see as the better investment vehicle? What do you guys prefer, to do liquid deals versus kind of pre-token venture deals?
I'll just say, I think like the middle, 90 to 95% of deals for us, they usually come with, an equity component and a token component. I mean, there are definitely like a few networks here and there where the equity like doesn't matter as much. I'm thinking like, I don't know, maybe Balancer, which is a DeFi AMM project, where they did have an equity component, but ultimately all the value captures in the token. But I would say like the vast majority is both. And in like a post-FTX world, I think people also want to see, kind of stronger governance on the equity side. So it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think we only do pre-TGE investments, and primarily it's because we're looking for a strategic relationship with Samsung, and a lot of the token price fluctuation can distract, in our opinion, from the actual projects being built. So we like the equity and the tokens, but definitely pre-TGE.
Yeah, I think for us, we're pretty agnostic. It really depends on the stage of the business and what they are and what they're trying to do. I think to Jake's point, some of the equity businesses are actually like quite valuable today. Like, I think a big trend over the last 6 to 12 months has been a real world equity business converting into a token business. And so inherently there's a lot more value in the equity than there is the token. I think a lot of stuff in the market today, the tokens are probably overextended. And so we don't really see as much value in making liquid token plays out there. But, it's obviously quite a cyclical market, and so I guess it just depends on the business and the project and the stage and what they're trying to do.
Yeah, with Animoca, we invest in both early stage as well as liquid, and also we explore OTC markets. In terms of preference, we prefer tokens.
Cool. Okay. Yeah. So kind of across the board, got a lot of different takes on it. Omar, something you said about like equity accruing value versus tokens, and also like the types of founders maybe we see in Deepin. You said like there's a lot of I guess Web 2 businesses that are seeing value in a Web 3 model. I think that happens probably more than any other sector in Deepin, right? You have some kind of Web 2 industry veteran who's like built a successful SaaS business or some kind of real world business, and then now that Deepin's becoming such a thing and crypto's kind of back, they hear about Deepin, they're excited by it, they want to launch a token. So Deepin's very unique in that sense. What are you all looking for in a Deepin founder? Like, what are you looking for in terms of the founder and also the characteristics of the people on their team? Because crypto as a whole is very multidisciplinary, but I would say Deepin is even more so. So yeah, just curious what you guys are looking for.
Yeah, I think for us, we like deeply value domain expertise. That's probably one of the only things that matters. Like, for a lot of the new style of Deepin companies that are coming up, they're like, as I said, converting equity businesses into token businesses. And so if you have the proof points of building out an actual equity business, then like we can help you with the crypto side of it and help you with the tokenomics and the go-to-market and all of the business development stuff that happens within this industry. And so we really, really just crave like a founder that knows their stuff inside and out. And if they have proven their ability to scale an equity business to even like, from $1 million business to a $5 million business, then we're confident that as we provide them more capital to put into the growth machine, they can take that from a $5 million business to a $30 million business or $40 million business. And I think one of the things that's hard and one of the things that's really important is once you go into the DePIN game, you turn a local business into a global business. And so if you don't know your stuff across geographies, you're screwed from a scaling perspective. And so that's why we really, really like those types of founders.
For sure. Anyone else?
Yeah, I concur with Omer. Domain expertise and strong founder market fit, I think, is of utmost important. So I'll give one example. A recent investment we did was GeoNet. Having a founder that has 20 years of experience in navigation is kind of an edge. Firstly, you have asymmetric information about the sector, which is difficult to replicate. You also have business relationship. I feel like in Web3, we are very good in supply side, but we are not that good when it comes to generating demand. So those founders that can generate demand, especially real cash flows from Web2 sources, I think that's what we feel is attractive.
Yeah, one thing to add is a lot of traditional Web2 enterprises actually don't like the crypto component. And so having someone that has this deep expertise in their domain that's respected for 20 years helps sell and helps you collaborate with these large enterprises that usually have the customers that you need ultimately. And so coming to crypto first with no domain expertise, you kind of can fail to capture the demand and customers.
I think the PI and DePIN stands for physical infrastructure. And so I think the kind of challenge of some of these things is like dealing with custom hardware, right, at the core of DePIN. Do you guys consider WorldCoin DePIN, by the way? Yeah, right? Because it is a network. It uses a custom physical hardware device and blockchain tech together. Maybe not in the same way as others do, but WorldCoin would be like a great example of an absolutely astounding team who built this device in like a year. The way they did it is they locked up like 100 people in a building in the middle of a forest in Germany and were like, you're not leaving until this device is done. But it has custom lenses, it has like AI, it has all kinds of software that has like never been written before. And it was like manufactured and managed to convert millions and millions of people just in the first like year or two of operation. So I would say like that competency is something that's really important, and we're generally not hardware investors, right? So if we're investing in something like that, kind of the hardware components and the team building it must be out of this world, which I think WorldCoin is. And by the way, it does not store your biometric data, just in case anyone was wondering.
Important to note. I want to segue based off of something you said and talk about the P in physical infrastructure networks. I think Omar knows where this is going, but if any of you guys are on crypto Twitter or DePIN Twitter specifically, you probably saw last week Hasib, who's the founding partner of Dragonfly, had a really interesting, thought-provoking, pot-stirring tweet about DePINs and DePINs that are more digital in nature, like computer storage, or more physical, so like decentralized kind of DoorDash or rideshare, or even some of these like telecom networks like Helium. So it got a lot of attention. I was also one of the people that kind of quote tweeted and wanted to like give my take on it as someone that's been in DePIN for a while. I think a lot of the DePIN founders also kind of quote tweeted it and stirred the pot. So Omar, I want to start with you, but just like, what did you think of that tweet? What's your personal take on it? Do you see kind of pros and cons to both digital and physical DePINs?
Yeah, first off, I liked the tweet. It was good. It stirred up some controversy. I think there's just like way too much nuance to actually like apply this in any form of like generality to the industry. Like it fundamentally revolves around like what type of business are we talking about? We could take something like an electric utility and power generation, and obviously like the more P the better because you can inherently generate more power. But there's other things that are software just scales much, much better than hardware businesses. And so I think Hasib's point is more along those lines, which is we like businesses that scale really easily without having to deploy a ton of money into the actual underlying infrastructure. And so once again, lots of nuance. But I do think like the point being like some businesses are easier to scale than others. And if something's harder to scale, it probably has pronounced defensibility that the other business doesn't have. And once again, software, hardware. Like there's some very successful hardware businesses like NVIDIA out there, and so very much depends. But yeah.
Yeah, I'll take the other side of the argument. The bigger the P, the better. I know there's a lot of nuances, but what happens with the digital resource network or virtual networks is you do get that network effect very quickly, but having the defensibility, especially in Web3, is difficult. And I feel with the physical side of things, you get that moat, you get that defensibility because network replication is difficult. And because of that purpose, you can have a pricing power and you can dominate the category. So for me, again, depends on your risk preference. There is a winner-take-all dynamics on the physical side. On digital side, you can have more than one winner. But if you're really going for that outlier return, I feel like if you pick that one winner on the physical side, I think you're going to do well.
I'll take the middle of the argument. I think that kind of the underutilized resource in Deepin is existing infrastructure. And so if you already have a Wi-Fi node or router in your house, providing that as a public network, you can scale much more quickly, have a physical component without actually having to buy a new piece of hardware. And then as well, like everybody or most people have a doorbell camera. And then there's also camera companies like Flock Safety that are providing public service cameras, is tapping into the existing infrastructure that's already there to basically combine it into a more cohesive network.
Are you violating any TOS though if you're with your internet service provider?
You just click accept all terms and condition.
I mean, I think you guys covered the spectrum of views here. I'll just say I probably think like, you know, that particular choice doesn't correlate with success that much, to Omar's point.
I'll add one more on the hardware side. So in the US, we have Comcast, and they have these physical boxes that they now provide for free and stand up a public Wi-Fi network without the user knowing, and you can't turn it off unless you buy your own. And so they were kind of trying to do similar to what some of the Wi-Fi related ones is you already have a piece of physical hardware for a certain purpose, your own personal network, and they can extend it to public as well.
Yeah, I think good point, Sam. I mean, good point, everyone. But I was going to talk about the latent supply versus net new supply as well. Like when you have to build a custom device first and then also convince people to buy it and set it up, that's like a pretty large obstacle to overcome versus just like tapping into supply of computers or dash cams that are already out there, for instance. Another thing I want to talk about is low float tokens, but specifically within Deepin. So I think Deepin might be a bit unique in the sense that the emissions schedules are usually, I mean, it can be 10, 20, 30 plus years long. We're trying to build real world infrastructure here. It takes a while. There's also a really big component of like a token incentive, especially to build out the supply side. So oftentimes I feel like Deepins are subject to kind of having this low float problem, and obviously the market doesn't love that, you know, especially from an investor perspective. So I'm curious how you think about low float tokens within Deepin, if there's any solutions that come to mind immediately. Or are you just okay with it?
I can take this one. So I think if you think from first principle, on Deepin side, low float actually makes sense because you don't want that oversupply of tokens in the initial phase, or else instead of the flywheel moving on the positive side, you have a death spiral. But high float in some of the other sectors like gaming or infra might make more sense. I think bigger issue than this, especially within Deepin, is that a lot of the exchange listing managers take off, we basically follow crypto Twitter. So I think the Deepin sector in itself is not as hyped as some of the other sectors out there. So I think from my perspective, I think that's the major issue for Deepin than, let's say, low float.
Yeah, maybe just adding to this, I like totally agree with that point of view. I think especially when you're trying to build like these types of networks, you want the scarcity to be there at the beginning stages of the network so that people are incentivized the most up front when it's the most risky, and then you want obviously that to fall away over time. I think, yeah, the other point too is that the low float high FDV is more of, I think, the argument than the low float in and of itself, just as a principle. And I mean, I think that's just like market forces, and over time, sure, everyone has different views, but I think over time, obviously those things correct. Things are subject to hype cycles just like everything else, and over time, like valuations that people can buy these tokens at in the public markets obviously change.
Yeah, I'll just add, you almost want the speculators to come in. You hope that people think your network will be valuable at some point. You just have to be careful on when the supply is so low. It really comes down to the supply and demand causing kind of these self-reinforcing cycles that can be quite negative for the projects. But you want to have incentivized some of the speculation to essentially help pay for the infrastructure in the early days.
Yeah, just to maybe like expand on that. Like my experience is that DePIN networks, like a lot of decentralized networks, like they're all waiting for demand side, right? And like I said, LivePeer came out in 2016. They were in production in 2018. I think they had like a full MVP early 2020. It's been 4 years. The utilization of LivePeer is relatively low, surprisingly, because they offer a transcoding service that is 10 times cheaper than Amazon. But it turns out that like vendors don't necessarily use only that dimension to make a purchase decision of such a product, right? And so kind of the history of DePIN networks is that there's a very long kind of like adoption cycle for them. And like in the case of LivePeer, it's years and years, right? So I think it's a fact of life that these token economics have to sustain those supply sides kind of as long as possible until the demand side comes. And if the cost of that is a low flow token, then that might just be the cost.
For sure. Yeah, that makes sense. Question about just the upcoming US election. I'm also personally curious, like you guys' thoughts. It seems like, I would assume everyone here spends a lot of time on crypto Twitter, probably in the audience as well. It seems there that the election is going to be this huge impactful thing for crypto. Do you think that's kind of overrated or underrated in terms of the election's impact on crypto? Are we going to Goblin Town if Kamala wins? Are we going to Valhalla if Trump wins? Like, what are your guys' thoughts on that?
My view is that it's definitely like an important sort of decision point to get some clarity on kind of where we're going to go. And as you can see, we've been in this sort of like prolonged, almost 3-year bear market, and we're still kind of going sideways. And I think a lot of that has to do with like the uncertainty of where we're going to end up in the US. That said, I think crypto is going to go up regardless of who wins in like the medium term. I think if Trump wins, I think it's going to have more maybe an impact on short-term sentiment, and it's almost guaranteed that kind of the SEC will be reformed, which will be very bullish for crypto. And that's probably the only thing we can say with certainty about that set of promises. But I also think like the Democrat side, which has been less friendly, what's not talked about as much is that there are in fact many, many Democrats who are open and even positive on crypto, and you can see that by looking at who signed like the FIT21 bill, for example. It's a substantial number of them. I think there's other factions in the Democratic Party that are like pro-crypto. I think even in Kamala Harris's administration, there's a division between sort of like Warren people and Obama people, of which one of them is like neutral to open-minded about crypto. So I think even if the Democrats win, we're actually likely to see legislation anyway. Chuck Schumer has said on the Crypto for Harris call that he wants to see stablecoin legislation before the end of the year. Let's see it, Chuck.
Let's see it.
But I think crypto is going up either way. The question is like how fast.
Yeah, I agree with that. It feels like if we get more of the same, it'll be a slow and steady grind, maybe a little harder for the US-based companies. I think to your point earlier about these like enterprise adoption of certain services that might be cheaper or better, there's this regulatory overhead that nobody wants to get fired for choosing the crypto project over the Amazon or any of the Web 2 counterparts. And so I do think getting some more clear regulation will be helpful and accelerate both the adoption and hopefully the prices as well. But I think it's probably a little bit underrated how impactful clear regulation and I would say more general support for crypto could be.
Yeah, I think over like 10 years, we don't really think it matters. I think over a year to 3 years, we do. I think with one regime in particular, obviously like things are a lot more challenging, especially for tokens that have some type of cash flow distribution back to token holders. We'd love some form of regulatory clarity and a set of rules and a framework that those types of tokens can operate within, because then it looks and feels analogous to traditional software investing. And so we would love that. And obviously, like for a lot of the companies in our portfolio, we definitely advise them to move offshore just so they don't have to deal with some of the uncertainty here in the US, back in the US. And so we think it definitely matters in the short term. Over the long term, to both the earlier points, we think the industry is going up, and I think in the medium term, even with or without regulation, there's certain aspects of the industry that will look for product market fit, and DePIN, for instance, that regulation almost doesn't matter. It's just finding the right end markets to serve and the right customers that drive adoption.
Yeah, I agree with the panelist here. Due to the uncertainty in the US for the last couple of years, what I personally saw was, I'm based out of Dubai, so what I personally saw was Dubai taking advantage of that opportunity and cannibalizing some of the mind share and also some of the capital from states. So I think in the long time horizon, it really doesn't matter.
Yeah, no, it makes a ton of sense. That's all the questions I had for you guys. If anyone in the audience has a question or two, we do have a few minutes, so I can open the floor to you guys. If not, we can wrap. Any questions? Right here?
Small question. Any specific services or sectors within the DePIN space that you feel is too crowded?
Okay, I'll take a shot at it. I mean, like, there's obviously lots of stuff going on in telecom. It's like probably a good category to say that, like, on the outside in looks crowded. I think on the inside looking out, it's actually not that crowded because everyone's still trying to scale a business within the vertical. And so, to answer your question, I personally don't think there's any that are too crowded. I think what's really nice to see about the industry, and especially how it's evolved, especially with respect to DePIN, is there's lots of shots on goal being taken right now, and inevitably one of those or a number of those will end up being successful. And so crowded industries are almost better because you can actually cover the range of potential outcomes.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, it's so early stage in DePIN for any of it to be crowded, but like telecom is probably the vertical within DePIN that has the most startups, and I would say energy is probably a close second, at least recently. I mean, both are huge markets, like in the traditional world, but I'm hearing about a new energy DePIN launching pretty much every day these days. Any other questions in the audience? Okay, I think we're good. Well, thank you guys so much for joining me. Thank you to the audience. Appreciate it.
All right, that's a wrap for day 2 of Real World Summit. We have a lot of food and drinks outside for the Messari co-hosted happy hour. So please make your way out there, and really want to appreciate everyone that came out to Real World. Enjoy the rest of the week at Token2049, and we'll see you next year. Thank you guys.